Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from. Oh no! A beautiful spray. Electron says 16-14. Now he's doing it.
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity?
I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut. 16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Hello everyone and welcome to London for week 3 of Blast Premiere. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way. My name is Evie Schokes-Poortra. I will be your desk host for the weekend alongside two legends in their own right, Thorin and Sponge. And I gotta be honest with you straight off the bat, a couple of days ago Semler called me and he said, I can't with these two. I am absolutely done. So you gotta come in. I want to cast with Anders, so this is what it is.
It wouldn't be the first time he broke up a winning formula. Yeah.
Great stuff. Hey, week 3, you've been here for 2 weeks already. We've had a fair bit of upsets, I would say, as well. So still energized for that last group?
Yeah, lots of emotion in our game, as you can see right there. Everybody getting up and about for it, and I think, you know, this one should be the same. A bunch of teams here, 100 Thieves, EG, who were on the way up and up last year. They've had some breaks. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike coming out because, look, we've had surprises. We've had some favorites who aren't able to perform with long breaks, and I think a lot of the teams here fall into the same categories.
Yeah, I think after what we've seen for the first couple of weeks, it's a different flavor of Counter-Strike to start the year. A lot of the big names sometimes haven't hit the ground running. So I think actually this is a group where it looks on paper like you know who's going to go through, but I could see actually a lot of mobility between the teams in this one.
Yeah, an opportunity for upsets. If you're just tuning in this week, we have a new tournament format for this year for Blast Premiere. Chad, would you walk us through it?
The main thing is the best of 3s, but when you're looking at the spring series in terms of the group stage, which we're in right now, the 3 groups, 1, 2, and 3, and the third one, the top 2 teams from each group will be going through to the final there in Moscow, which will be going down in June. The bottom 2 teams, well, they'll be going over to the showdown. So we've already got 4 of those teams confirmed. We'll get 2 more after these 3 days, and then 4 teams will be able to qualify in to meet the member teams from Blast, and then 2 teams will be going through to meet the original 6. Lots of numbers here in Moscow, but basically lots of money on the line. Come top 2 here, you're straight through the finals. You don't have to worry about the showdown. You save yourself an extra tournament.
Yeah, I think that is very, very important, and you get to prep for that in full. But if you go down to the showdown, that means that you have another chance to qualify. Thorin, I know immediately we go to, hey, Complexity's through and Astralis is in the showdown, but is there any other team that's surprising you about where they ended up so far?
Just in terms of history, you'd probably say Vitality, actually, because Vitality basically had a chance to get there by beating Na'Vi, who they've always had in their back pocket. It's actually been a rivalry they've owned, but that was the one time they needed to win that game. They didn't, so I'd say Vitality's probably touch and go. The other one's a little bit more expected, like week 1 wasn't as crazy overall.
Yeah, it was good to see as well FaZe and Na'Vi overperforming, I would say. Na'Vi warmed into the tournament, whereas FaZe, they came out looking extremely prepared, and this duo of Nico and Cold Zero sharing this in-game leadership role with Yanko behind them seems to be working, so I'm very excited to see more from that team. team. Liquid, on the other hand, they started flat, right? They didn't get very good practice coming into this tournament. They were just over there in North America, haven't had a boot camp like, say, for example, 100 Thieves had, who we'll get into a little bit later. And you saw that in the server. Their players just weren't showing up in the way that we expect.
Yeah, it is very interesting seeing how this is the first big tournament of 2020, and we're already seeing lines drawn in the sand, but it is, of course, remains to be seen how those teams will evolve. So let's take a look at Group C, the group playing today and over the next 2 days. 100 Thieves, G2 Esports, Evil Geniuses, and OG. First up, is there a possibility for a big upset complexity-wise like last week? And if so, who is going to be?
I would say that the craziest chance for an upset is probably OG, because again, they're very low ranked, but they're also a squad that haven't had that much experience. If you read some of the recent interviews, they're actually still figuring out the IGL situation. So there's enough moving parts there. I feel like if they somehow realign into a better composition than we've seen, maybe they hit their stride, because the good thing about this group is you've got the likes of EG. They can be very up and down despite what a high-ranking team they are. So the door's open there if you can sort of force your way through.
Would you say it looks like there's more than meets the eye when you look at these teams, and it could be the closest group very well of the other two we've seen already?
There's lots of unknowns again, right? Of OG and the likes of G2 have played tournaments earlier in this year, whereas 100 Thieves and EG, who are the favorites, haven't. So we need to see what form they're coming in with. If we look at Astralis and Liquid as teams to measure by the same likelihood, they're going to have some ring rust. They're not going to be performing towards that top level. If they lose these opening games, if we get 100 Thieves versus EG in the lower bracket match, one of the favorites is out straight away.
Exactly. And let's take a look if that translated into predictions. Only 2 G2 Esports votes there and only 1 OG vote from Mohan for the second game.
He's just trying to be special, isn't
he?
If you've seen him, he's a very fancy boy now. He doesn't wear socks anymore. He has loafers on. He's got his own coloured suit and everything. So he's just trying to do that thing that Moses did, where you just pick the weird one, and if you're right, you pretend like you're a genius, and if not, you go, I was just joking.
Yeah, it's like a quick shot in the LEC. He doesn't really win at predictions ever, but at least he's quirky when he predicts them, and that's maybe Mohan role here. We'll see. 100 Thieves. First time we'll get to take a look at them. Obviously, I'm going to go to Sponge because they're from Australia. So what are we expecting from them off this first tournament of the year?
Well, right here, the numbers don't really indicate what I'm about to say, but JKS and Jacob are the star players of this team. JKS, the first Australian player to ever make it in HLTV.org top 20, which is a huge accomplishment. But you look at his numbers there, obviously in recent time hasn't been performing to that level. You've got Azza as part of that duo. They've been together now since 2014. And then the two new boys, Gratisfaction, actually from New Zealand, and Liaz there on the end. This team, they have fundamentals down, right? That's what they've built their base on. This is what ENCE was meant to be, and they've become it. Now, look, they made it to the top 5 in the world at one point last year. They were looking hot to trot, and they understand that the best practice, it can be done here in Europe, and that's why they've been here for a month now.
Absolutely, a long boot camp for them. And if we look at last year when they were still Renegades, of course, they actually had a fantastic year, even though it was riddled with visa issues. If we look at semi-final at the Berlin Major, a great performance in Katowice, but it was in between that it didn't always go as well.
Yeah, they did have this unfortunate period where even though people know, for example, like Smooya stood in at one point in time, I don't think people understood the impact that the visa issues had, because when they got Gratisfaction back, they didn't have time to practice in. They had to go straight into a big long stretch of tournaments, and they basically just never hit the ground running. So actually a lot of people, because of how long their lineup had been around, kind of wrote them off and thought they're never going to make it, Whereas you saw after that major and on through the break, they were legitimately constantly a top 5 team in the world. They actually, I'd say, along with Astralis, were probably the 2 most consistent teams in the world. So
and that's why
that's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, that's why slightly I'm actually very hyped about what they can do also under the new banner and maybe the new resources that will become available for them. Remains to be seen where they will end up in this tournament and in the year. But for a bit of insight into 100 Thieves, let's talk to Kassad with James.
You're going up against G2 in the opening game. What do you make of this current G2? Obviously with Nexa and Hunter and moving over to English.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they got an upgrade with Nexa and Hunter. They have been extremely good past year. That's a funny story. Back in 2017, when I was joining Renegades, they asked me like, which players do you think it should be like up and coming? Which should we bring? And I actually said Nexa and Hunter. We managed to bring Nexa, but that was like a weird period for us. So he went back to Serbia, but he grew as into like a great player. Hunter as well, everybody knows. But I think right now they have a good kind of structure of players. I think there is a little bit of a communication barrier still, probably because they're a young team. I know they had a good preparation last month, so hopefully they will be good this year.
A nice little link there between Kassad and Nexa. Of course, Nexa, one of the 2 non-French and now new members on this G2 lineup with Hunter. Thorin, they have finally broken out of the all-French lineup tradition as such. What do you think of this lineup?
Yeah, the problem with it is a mixed bag, not just nationality-wise, even in terms of playing style. Like, the one positive I have for this team is I do actually think their coach Malek does a pretty good job generally, and I've heard he's constantly been trying to tweak the system they use and who plays what roles, etc. So maybe there's some hope there, because I kind of thought, I understood why they made the risk and they went international, and even though actually the international players have been the best part about the team, the rest of the team hasn't really responded yet. So they were in a bad shape anyway when they were the old G2 lineup. They haven't quite gotten out of it yet, so I think in this group they've got a lot to prove.
Can I ask you say a risk breaking out of that only French lineup? I know the language obviously is so incredibly important in the communication, but surely opening up the door to possible any top player from anywhere just ups the ante for everyone on the team and outside of it.
Oh, look, it means that now G2 can pivot and they can get rid of the French completely. That's what it means going
Is that
forward.
what you would want?
No, well, if it doesn't work, I think that would be the way that
Yeah.
Ocelot and co would be taking this team, right? Because the French, they've had their chances under the G2 banner for a very long time, and they need to start showing up now. You heard Casada saying this is a young team. It's a young team in terms of the amount of time they've been together, but you're looking at Jax, who's only broken into the pro scene at this level. He's already 27, Amanex 25, and then you've got Kenny and Hunter, who are both at 24. Nexa, the in-game leader, he's 22. He's the young pup of the team, and he has the most responsibility on his shoulders. Now, they had some good tournaments last year, but they weren't against tier 1 opponents, right? That's actually maybe a good thing for them. They could warm into it. They could kind of work out some of the kinks. And we heard yesterday, actually, from Nexa, that he said that they've actually changed their approach with the team. They brought Kenny more into the entry fragging pack. That's probably going to be alongside with Jax and Hunter. So I assume it might be that trio, but we're going to have to wait and see how this one works on out, because they weren't using Kenny as a star AWPer previously.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Was it brusque? They weren't.
Nope.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I actually hear that we have a next interview standing by, which is what you so
wonderful.
cordially cued me for. Let's go.
Nexa, first a big event, first LAN event for 2020. The first thing I want to ask you, what's the biggest change between G2 that we saw at the end of last year and now?
I think the biggest change is a little bit in the structure we implemented during the practice time we had, and we are trying to just give more freedom to Kenny and use him more, so this is something that you can expect to see more of throughout this whole year.
So you've got Hunter, who's already playing really well, you have these incredible moments, and now we're going to unleash Kenny as well. This sounds like a very scary G2. How's that practice been going?
I mean, if I was any of the teams that's going to play us, I would be really scared.
I love to hear it. Now, the development for you personally as in-game leader, right? How much have you had to kind of adapt and learn coming on to G2? Because obviously it was a big step up from your days on Crazy.
Definitely a big step up and a lot more work. And like coming here and actually working with Malek actually made me realize how much I was lacking and the things I was missing. So that's something I've been working very hard during the off season and on practice as well. And I think I'm getting there. I'm getting more experience, playing more events, and actually starting to feel very comfortable, calling and trusting my teammates, and not falling under the pressure like we did at the end of the last year.
There we go. What a spoiler alert. Can you not spoil the interviews that are supposed to be
watch the
played?
interviews before chat and just repeat what they're going to say.
I actually didn't know what he was going to say, so I'm glad that it really backs up my point there. But one quick thing there with Crazy and him moving onto this team, Crazy was a team that performed really well at that Berlin Major, or at least above their expectations.
They almost made top 8. They almost beat Astralis.
And what was curious was that Nexa and Hunter came out after that acknowledging the fact that was probably, I don't want to call it a fluke, but they probably over-exceeded their own expectations, and knowing that moving to this G2 roster was a better move for the future. And then the last bit he was talking about is some barriers. I don't know if everybody saw it, but at the Summit event towards the end of last year, they lost to Mouse Sports without their in-game leader and a stand-in.
So, and not their star player.
Yeah, so that right there was a bit of a punch in the gut, and hopefully they've been able to learn from that, and when they're up in series, they can close it out, because that's a big learning curve right there.
Yeah, we'll find out. Thorin, talk to me about Nexa as the in-game leader, who is still, of course, very young in that role. Sure. On the other side up versus Azure, who is also the in-game leader with a bit more experience, I would say. How will they match up in this match?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is, stylistically as players, they're very different, because funnily enough, Azure used to be a star player, but has very much become one of those lower fragging IGLs. I mean, the stats here don't show it as much because actually he's had a pretty good last few months, but generally you expect to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's doing a very good job by all accounts. You see the game plan they implement. They play pretty smart Counter-Strike generally. They don't make a lot of mistakes in terms of reading the game. Then you go over to Nexa's side. He kind of does it the other way around, because this guy used to just be a player, but now as an IGL, pretty good fragger actually. Again, maybe the stats don't quite show it here, but we're talking more generally about his career. You can actually expect him to be one of the higher people up on the scoreboard in G2. So for me, it's also also about how they fit the style of their team. Like, I think Azza's doing a great job within his team. Nexa, there's still the question, whenever you're performing well as an IGL, but your team isn't as good, like, are they playing the style that would fit you? Is that your calling style? Because I feel like, personally, on G2, I'd open it up a little bit more if I'm with these guys. I'd run a lot more defense. I'd have Kenny S and Hunter in the positions where they're going to, like, feast on their frags, and I'd kind of just play it a little bit more by ear on the rest of it. But I feel as though Malek and Nexa, they want to go for a little bit more structure. They want to actually have like a deeper game plan. So maybe some friction there, I feel like.
Yeah.
Just to note as well, Nexa, as Kassad mentioned, he was one of the players that came over to Renegades. That was back in 2017. Nexa and Azza and JKS all played with each other back then. So there's a bit of history there, but you're going back, 3 years now. Nexa's only 22. This is when Nexa was still a teenager.
Yeah.
So he's grown a lot as an individual and as a player since those days. But in terms of an in-game leader who, we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, of, who can make the really big plays. Glaive was at the top in terms of his calling ability and then the way that he would react in certain situations. I've seen glimpses of that from Nexa. I think that he can be a good in-game leader. He is still very young, still getting molded, but he knows when he needs to make a big play. And that's one of the keys for that individual right there. And then, the other part of this duo that's joined the G2 roster, Hunter, he's older than Nico. For those who aren't aware, Nico from FaZe, that's his cousin. And he's got similar tendencies in the sense of a bit of an aim star. See, there you go, the hugging. JKS and Nexa, they remember each other.
Yeah, they do. That's, it's bad blood, you can't be hugging your opponents before you get and
Maybe
murder
he's doing
them.
that whole, like, keep your enemies close.
Yeah, keep your enemies close. That's why I joined the CSGO broadcast. No, just absolutely kidding. Of course, we're going to take a quick break, but in a second, we're going to see these guys take to the stage. We will be right back.
excited to be playing our first tournament here at the Blast Premier, and it looks awesome, to be honest. Everything looks great. Looking forward to it. The most would just be to get back into a tournament mode. Definitely love coming out to play on a LAN setting and just feeling the adrenaline run and get
100 Thieves, yeah. They're all good on their roles, and they are like, depend how they play as a team. Like, they're not individually that good, all of them, but as a team they're really good.
I think G2 is a pretty good matchup for us. We're obviously not sure how their boot camp's been going or how their practice after the player break's been going, but we're confident coming into it.
Well, every game's gonna be tough anyway. 100 Thieves is one of the hardest teams to play against. I think they're always structured, they play really well together.
I'm expecting them to come out pretty strong. I think they're quite an underrated team. I think they have a lot of talent, so I'm definitely looking forward to the matchup and giving our best.
If I can't just wait tomorrow and to play against 100 Thieves, to play on this stage, everything is perfect, and I can say I think we'll win 2-1.
A bold 2-0 for us.
2-0 to us. Pretty confident.
If we play good, it's gonna be 2-0.
Kenny's saying a little prayer. We'll see if they will need it. 100 Thieves, very, very confident. Let's see how they look on stage with a snazzy intro. Take it away, James.
London, are we ready for the opening game of Group 3? London, you can do better than that. Make some noise! That's a bit better. Let's start. Let's get these teams on. The first one, they've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves! The Thieves had a phenomenal year in 2019. They rose higher than any Australian team has before them. They've got the pieces they need, a new organization alongside them. It's time for them to shine, but there's quite a rivalry against some of the members of the opposing team. And so let's get them on. Let's bring them on ready to bring the action and bring the heat. It's G2 Esports! G2 don't seem to have the full crowd behind them compared to the Thieves over here, but this game is going to be a lot to prove. They've spoken about the differences and how they're utilizing Kenny, and we're looking forward to seeing it. Having already qualified for Katowice, which will be taking place in not too long from here, now is their proving point to see what they can do this time around. Nexa, come join me. Kassad, come join me. Oh, I love getting you two up here for this one. Now, I'm going to start with you, Kassad, because we were speaking to Nexa yesterday, and he said that famous little Mirage boost into window, that was brought up by Hunter. So he was the one that created it, right? Because I thought it was you.
I think it's kind of embarrassing even to answer that question, because I was still making strats, but they were literally pissing in their pants.
Nexa, he's saying that he was the one making it. You invented it, you said, so what's the real deal?
Obviously Hunter invented it and he stole it. That's like, he's from Serbia, all they do is steal, so.
Thieves, it does make sense. Okay, he's playing up to the name across the board, but when it comes to this matchup, right, surely you have the better pieces of the puzzle to do the deal and make sure you take this win.
I think so.
What about you, Kassad? Any final words on this one?
I mean, you have to give them something, like we are the better team, we have the bigger org. Jerseys are more beautiful, so whatever, you know.
It all comes down to this, guys. Shake hands, thank you very much. Get yourself sat down. It's time for us to get into the game. It's time for us to start off the match between 100 Thieves and G2!
I gotta say, is this how interviews usually go in CSGO? Because what the hell? They brought the fire.
Listen, shame on both those guys for stealing my notes from earlier on. That was material I was saving for later in the show.
Oh, you love to see it, though. At least they're going all in. They're going ham.
How much would League fine them for that? Would that be a lot?
You know what? We'll get back to you at some other time. Let's move on to the map, Vito.
Exactly.
All right. With that, though, I think we're like properly prepared for the matchup and for the firepower. So talk to me about this map, Vito. Where is this going?
Well, the fact that G2 is going to pick first is the most sexy part of it, because if they really have reformulated everything, there was a big layoff since I saw 100 Thieves play. I'd love to see like a bold vertigo pick here. Like, this would be a great way to start the series.
Yeah, just to note, 100 Thieves are only a 6-map pool team, overpasses their permaban, so G2 getting to go first, that means they're forcing 100 Thieves into that ban, and them getting rid of Inferno, it's one of their weaker maps as well. So that's worked out perfectly for G2 in the opening phase here. The pick of Dust 2 makes sense. It's a map that they like to go
obvious
to.
one.
Definitely a playground for Kenny with the AWP, but also Hunter with the AK. Once he can pick that up on that CT side, he can lock down anywhere across the map. Now I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves have been working on. Do they just go with Mirage? You know, are they just happy to keep doing what they did last year? Are they going to keep going back to their home ground of that map? We're still, okay, look.
That's not one we expected, Chad.
I don't hate it. I know it's a map
Sure.
that they poured a lot of time into, but this is also a map that I think that the G2 side, they haven't looked terrible.
No. It's always been in the back pocket a little bit.
Yeah, so this one here, they must have noted something that they can potentially exploit on a map like this, or maybe Kassad's worked out an approach that they've been working very well in practice. Mirage to go out now. So this veto is going fantastically well for G2 here. You have to be happy with this one. If we end up with even like a train as the third, it's almost...
They don't necessarily hit it, man. So it looks like it is anyway. Yeah, I would actually say if you're G2, adding in the information deficit, like no one really knows for the opponent how good they are, so it's always tough. You can't really punish into that, and they would never go into any if they pick Dust 2. It's all going to still ride on Dust 2.
Sure.
Got to have a great performance here, but that's actually the reason why I feel like not everyone's written off G2 as harshly as I have. When they play Dust 2, they can look like one of the best teams in the world. They can take anyone on that map.
Yeah, we know that most of us all predicted 100 Thieves to win here quite comfortably. They themselves think it as well. How much has G2 thrown a wrench in that with that Dust 2 pick?
I feel like they've won the veto at least in the first phase right here. They're going to be very comfortable on these first two maps. Dust 2 is a map where Kenny and Hunter, the stars, can take over and just get things absolutely kicked off for this G2 team, and then they can carry that momentum through to Vertigo. Whereas the fundamental, that base, it's not as easy to control things if you're 100 Thieves, right? It's harder on a map like Dust 2. Things can spiral. It's very momentum based. If they're just doing fast long strats, if they're peppering B all the time, that's where 100 Thieves. It doesn't matter how good your fundamentals are. You need to individually be able to lock down those bomb sites. So this is where the conversation about all the practice starting the year without any tournaments, 100 Thieves have to start with a high energy, and something which has plagued them in the past is starting pretty mellow and not getting into games. They need to be getting into the one straight away, or it could be an upset on the cards, actually.
Let's talk about the AWP position and respectively for Gratisfaction and Kenny on this map. What will their roles be and how will they perform on Dust 2 specifically?
I mean, even though statistically there's a big gap here, obviously Kenny is still one of the stars in the game. Gratisfaction is more of a role player with his AWP. I mean, he usually is the X factor for me on the 100 Thieves side, because the big problem is sometimes he gets into celebrated AWP matchups like this and he isn't one of the best AWPers, so that can cost you. On the other hand, if he can just play his game and he just has to hit those shots that he holds on an angle, he's very, very good at that. He doesn't overstep his bounds. So I think it all depends really on the mentality he's going to have going into this game. I personally wouldn't be trying to take it to Kenny S every time I can on a map like Dust 2.
No, I don't expect him to be taking too many heads-up duels with Kenny. If it sounds like Kenny's even more free, this goes into more of what we're saying. Once they get long spawns, he's going to take them. He's going to have the ability, if they're moving in the direction I think, that he gets to dictate how a round is going to play out. Nexa has to move the pieces around Kenny at that point. This is one of the maps where when you talk about Kenny S as an AWPer, sure, he can have maps like Inferno where he sometimes he just doesn't get too many kills. A map like Dust 2, it's going to be super difficult to keep him quiet. Obviously, with the Kriegs in play, it does make his life as an AWPer a little bit more difficult. But Justin, JKS, he didn't have a great end to last year. So let's see how he kicks off 2020.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And if you also look at the side of Kenny, they said that they were going to try and enable him more. They said they were going to give him that chance. So I think for him, this is also a chance to shine if he takes or helps take that first map for the side of G2 Esports. Another player I want to focus on is the player with, I think, the highest blast rating in this tournament, Hunter. Of course, stellar performances in CS Summit and in the Champions Cup finals. So will he be the X factor for G2, if not Kenny?
I'll take this one, Chad. Okay. Because the problem is this. Since everyone always brings up that he is Nico's cousin, to joke and just banter Nico, they're always like, oh, it looks like he's not even the best in the Kovacs family. Like, understand this. If for 1 second in his life Hunter ever thought he was better than Nico, he better wake up and apologise, because that wasn't true. What happened is he went to some smaller tournaments like Shox is saying here, CS Summit, the Malta event, and this was against mainly tier 2 teams and Ents, who basically are tier 2. It's just that they come from the future. And he just fed on them. You know, he did a great job. He was a very dynamic player, but he's not on the level of a Nico yet. His stats are, but I want to see him do it against the top teams. Like 100 Thieves would be a great start.
Yeah, and those Betway odds have got me a little bit puzzled coming into this one, right? I know it is the G2 map pick here, but you would say that the Thieves are the better team across the board, right? G2 have to prove that they can do it against the big boys. As Duncan was just saying, Hunter was getting these stats against the middle of the pack teams.
Yes.
Well, 100 Thieves, they're not a middle of the pack team. So right here, right now, the Betway odds are maybe not in the direction I'd be thinking.
Siding in the direction of G2 Esports, they got a tall task ahead of them, but on Dust 2, they might just do it. Casters, take us into the game.
Yeah, let's do exactly that. Again, one step closer, Mohan, to getting week 3 underway.
Yeah.
And this group excites me. I don't know where it's going to end up whatsoever. We thought we had write-offs last week, and I don't think that's the case here at all.
Yeah, I think they're, just as Thorin left off at that moment, there is a problem with team and players that have played in lesser than tier 1 tournaments that now move into tier 1 tournaments with much better stats. I think it's fair to say with Hunter, like he's got that situation. Now, when we go into this LAN, we know that he still has the skill to do it, but it might not be an accurate representation when we compare these two teams. JKS is another question mark because he was known as the best player in the OCE region, and I think that's fair. He always looks, based on the eye test, like the smartest guy on the server. He's usually very consistent, but just like Breeze at the end of this last year, his performance dropped off on a statistical level. So that'll be a big question mark. It's really hard to predict when we come into 2020. After a break where teams have done have taken a few different strategies, like some teams have gone on vacation, some teams have gone through a rigorous boot camp, and a lot of the teams have not played a LAN until this point. They've had an enormous break, but the fact is they're going to come into this LAN with you guys here cheering, and they're going to be a little bit nervous, and that's going to play a factor. We saw that must have been part of the reason that Astralis had an issue. If we look at the end of last year, Astralis had no reason to look like or to act like they were going to play just like they used to. So I can see how an upset could be brewing, but at the same time, you got to think 100 Thieves have it based on what we've seen recently. But here we are, folks.
Just maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's hop into the first map of 100 Thieves and G2. And we've got Pistols early, sitting back and relaxing. Like you said, these teams could have been on vacation, but the time to play is now. I wonder how long it takes to shake off any nerves, any LAN rust. We saw that play such an impact in our second group last weekend. But already, it seems as though 100 Thieves are not going to overface. They're going to sit back on the deepest parts of this A site and just allow G2 to take over long.
Yeah, we saw the 3 players in B tunnels making presence, and Jacob here spotting it long. It's a fine setup here for the CTs. They have a lot of mid control, so their fast rotates over. 2 players inside the B site will be a little bit later, but now the cross smokes will come out, and it'll be on Jacob to try to get some damage in and leave if he can.
There it is, double smoke, making sure they leave no gap for 100 Thieves to try and exploit, but that is a long-range shot from Jacob. Now he's going to start feeling more pressure. These Ts have moved forward. They've crossed over towards the actual ramp, and they're starting to bring it back. 1 kill out from Nexa. Still, the USPs have prevailed as JKS falls off his boost. And we sit 4v3. Bomb planted. Nexa and Amanek with a killer crossfire, but it's that cat play that almost got the job done. A 1v1, but a 4K for Nexa.
Just dirty. The rotates were so fast from 100 Thieves. You love that mid setup that they had, allowed them to get to boost up before the cross had even occurred. That's so nice. A lot of the times when we see these long strats from teams, the CTs are not even close to being prepared, but then you have it turned around when G2 are able to maximize their efforts in that crossfire. That's a nice way to start off this map for G2. And it's their LAN debut of this year.
They're stoking the flames of the fire early. I feel like we've been given such a treat with the energy that some of these teams have kind of sat down with. You've got to think, they've got pent-up Counter-Strike aggression. For months, they've been at home waiting to sit back at LAN. And you can see it. 1 pistol round, 1 4K. Nexa's ready to fire off.
And it's been a lot of time, and they haven't done that much media about content with you yesterday. You talked to G2. Did you learn anything interesting?
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of mirrors what Nexa's been talking about with the little bit of new structure they've been adding, really wanting to kind of unleash Kenny S, wanting to put him in a position, and Kenny himself even said, like, he feels great. He just wants to start. He wants a chance to take some scalps. And 100 Thieves, well, he's staring at them early.
Yeah, we compared him to Gratisfaction early on as the Oppers, naturally. And his recent performances slightly outclassed Gratisfaction, but in terms of per their teams, on 100 Thieves, Gratisfaction has had the biggest bounce back in stats in recent form compared to any of his teammates. He's been playing extraordinarily well.
Slightly missed smoke there. That one's supposed to bounce out just a little bit more, but it actually got caught on the border of the archway. So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a deke from JKS. And a follow-up kill makes things complicated. Doesn't put G2 out of the round.
But look at this, the bomb's actually going all the way back to mid. Somebody's at top, man, that's Jacob, and he can't get the kill. Kenny, what a trade. from the lower, second man out, had to react.
But here comes Azza. He's got that scout and a dodge shot. Here's a second chance, and he's not going to land that one either. So now it's the creep and crawl, and it all falls onto just the bomb carrier. He doesn't realize Aminex moved over, so the plant goes down. Oh, what? Liaz comes in from behind and just robbed away the round.
That's it. No plant goes down. Nex is left alone as the last man on the pistol as well. Can't win the round, and now 100 Thieves pull it back. That's crazy. I was surprised that G2 decided to rocket back to mid in the first place. But then even more surprised when they got the kill on Jacob, who was waiting for them. This is a fantastic start, obviously, to get those 2 openings. But there was still an opportunity to go for the B split. They had the mid to B smoke. They knew mid was cleared out.
Yeah.
They could have tried to still squeeze it and maybe would have had a better shot. And it looked like Azur was a bit shaky. The scout shots missing at first.
Right.
But then picking up that scout shot on Kenny S was the most important one, and it was critical that he hit that.
And despite Azza being in that big playmaker position, our eyes drawn to him. I never saw Liaz's flank coming. Rough stuff. But that's what happens. You know, you boiled it down to a 35-second execute through mid onto the B site, and you had that decision. They chose to rocket back to the A site despite there being a chance at being caught in mid, despite the chance at Azza locking down the car. So it came back to bite them, but here they go. Barking back at the A site early. They overwhelmed the long player. It's a weapons disadvantage for G2, and they play close to these CTs. Gratisfaction scout shot, good for the trade. Locks down Catwalk. All 4 members of G2 still on long.
It's a great kill. You know, like they lose that information, but getting the kill so much more important. Long control alone can win the round. A lot to do here for Gratisfaction.
Again, 100 Thieves not going to force the issue, not going to flash themselves into an extended peek. They're just going to look to lock down the line. And it's 2 kills back and forth. Leaves Liaz to clutch. 41 health. Ooh, and he almost sprays down both. It's going to be 12 health to make the difference here in round 3.
Nearly pulls that back, but once again, one of the players up on Cat that would defend against the long take, gets killed by a P250. The long control is great. Another eco. We haven't actually seen that happen very often in recent memory. A round 1. On the pistol, the eco, and then the eco back. That's pretty good stuff. The buyout is going to come potentially out of spite. Don't know what the return on investment is for them, because they're going up against a really good buy. Though there are 2 back 10s, so that maybe there's a chance that we see even more chaos back and forth.
You know, we're kind of chalking it up, saying that this map really does boil down to the individuals, who's going to be sitting down in the new year, and who pops off first and foremost.
I actually love to see how hard G2 are working to get into these splits with the amount of nades they have. Even on that forced buy, they're really taking their time, and they're adapting. They're not just committing to the first thing that they want to, that they think they're going to go to out of spawn. Initial Molotov to clear out the close mid doors. No one's here, so 100 Thieves lack a lot of information. They're very strong at B, but you like to see a stack like this on a round where you don't have much money to spend.
Yeah, again, more evidence of what you're just talking about, going through those proper motions, nading out every cubby, every corner.
You wonder if anyone even rotates to A if the A hold isn't here, or if a free kill comes right away. Oh, hat spotted.
Just saw the tip, didn't get it, and now they're going to shift themselves into mid. Azza at bat with a scout. We saw JKS do heavy damage from this, and ooh, he gets the first one. Follow-up damage. Jax, 2 Mac 10 kills. Liaz, he's got everything to do, but luckily there's still a little bit of smoke to play, so he's caused a distraction. But Kenny S locks down middle. He too gets damaged, and it leaves Gratisfaction 1v3. Another one of these rounds that has such crucial moments that look like they could go either way, but finally G2 are going to do it. They're going to pick up consecutive rounds.
As hard as 100 Thieves worked for that, they only got a couple of kills. It's just nice they got some damage in, just helped keep the economy at bay for G2, but you got to appreciate G2's execute on B and the commitment to the site. This last round that they did it, and they lost a kill or 2 at mid, they decided to rocket back to A, and things got even more hairy. I think it makes sense that they commit to their B exec. It's working out quite well. And of it. Now we're going to take a look at the Betway odds. They fly in. G2 in a little bit of a lead here, just as it kind of fairly represents the scoreline that we're seeing. Still early days in this match, and anything can happen.
Of course.
We've got the NOA boost at mid. Doesn't work for anything. Gives Hunter a lot of money. One of the only players here with an SMG this round. Would like to kill as many pistols as possible. He'll go ahead and get 3, I believe.
Done.
and dusted. Didn't take them very much utility either. 100 Thieves having so little to work with, just basically give it all away. But,
if I'm 100 Thieves in this moment, I'm not working too hard. I'm not changing too much. I think you lost these rounds quite close. So go ahead and try one of your setups again. The only thing I'd be really worried about is the long control that we know G2 like. So when they get out there with 4, they've been very successful at actually committing to the site, getting the bomb down, winning the round.
Here we have it back, full-fledged gun round. Man, I was so hyped to watch this Kenny S versus Gratis Faction op fight, but we haven't had a single sniper take the server yet other than the scouts. 5 rounds deep. The economy doesn't afford it for 100 Thieves.
Low grenades here for the CTs. I'm talking no incendiaries, which can make the difference here if we're trying to bleed down the clock.
He's going to be ready for a pop flash, but it looks like Azza holds off for the moment. Smoke first. Now he's going to turn. Good thing he did, seeing as Hunter had tried to puncture through it. 5v4. This is a good place for 100 Thieves to be.
One of the win conditions here with low grenades, you got to get the kills, get them early, ease up on those rotations. Azza left side of mid, they've got a pretty standard setup. Everybody's kind of jiggling between 2 angles because G2 have done a great job of applying pressure at all these different choke points, so they're on their toes.
They've gotten back what they wanted in the first place. Eyes up here on Catwalk. They've convinced 100 Thieves to fall back off of it just a bit, but here comes Azza. Reeling in from CT spawn. He's going to hear that. Yeah. Jax just jumped downwards, and it's 100 Thieves to win the duel. So 5 versus 3. Finally a bit of a response back for G2, but it's going to be the B-site pinch, and Liaz sees it coming. He peeks out, he extends, and there they go. Corralled through mid and just clamped down upon by 100 Thieves.
All protocols there. We saw Jacob go through that long door. Again, he was so good on that flank last time. Didn't get him a kill last time, but that doesn't mean it was the wrong play. No one was there holding for the push. So for him to come around top mid, that just goes to show that he knows exactly what's coming his way. They have a good read on the setup, so no surprise that 100 Thieves eventually pull one out. Good positioning from Azza as well. In the smoke, waiting for that Freiburg drop into CT spawn. He was in a spot where if somebody had dropped through the smoke and he's closer to mid doors, maybe he doesn't hear it, and he could get flanked, but he's kind of in that position just in case it's some kind of cat play towards A. But it's obviously very versatile, as he could also stop the mid to B. Another stringent default here for G2. A little bit of a focus on cat early, as we're used to seeing.
I've liked the decisiveness of these long A door pushes. It's been a couple of rounds. We've seen 100 Thieves throw a player out there. Jacob catching them in mid.
I actually think that's something so nice because we saw, linchpin of the round there. Jacob, if he gets the flank off, he can win the round for them. If they kill him early, they have a great chance of winning with long control alone.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep eyes on him. He's got a lot of work to do so far. A little bit of lull in the action here as we exchange grenades up cat.
We do a quick nade count. Look at the CTs are working with a single Molotov and a single flash on JKS.
So it'll be guns out.
That means G2 are doing a great job of baiting the utility out in their favor. They've got tons of nades to work with, lots of damage grenades as well.
Starting to cheat players over towards this A site though. Jacob, sweet angle off of blue box. Can't manage a second frag, but he does do huge amounts of damage. Here's Hunter playing off of the gap in the smoke. Also lit down by these defenders that are just gonna hunker on ramp side by side. Gratis Faction not able to get those headshots, so it gives Nexa a chance to bring it back, and he gets 2 kills as Hunter adds 1 to the tally and pushes Justin Savage.
I can't believe these trades right now. Justin, 1v2.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him as he comes back up of spawn.
I feel great about this for 100 Thieves because in this round, you had the long setup where Jacob plays a new spot, gets 1 kill, does a lot of damage to the second player, and then his 2 teammates are perfectly set up on the A ramp. It can get a bit claustrophobic on that ramp when you're waiting for the cat players and you see a Molotov come your way, but they do a good job of bouncing off each other. They get the long kill down first, and then they double peek for the cat trades. It's actually Nexa who brings out these miraculous AK frags from that position where he's crossing onto the ramp. Very unfavorable situation, scary situation for him to come out around the ramp. And that was all of our faces at that moment, I think. That's good.
The embodiment of disappointment.
That was my mind's eye right there.
I like
3 to 4. I don't know I don't really know who has an edge in this half. I actually think they're both playing really well. I feel like 100 Thieves, it feels like they could have very easily won most of these rounds, even though G2 have been doing a good job working the map. So
and I think that's what's kind of given them these 4 rounds already, is working that map, not being too easy to read. I think that obviously Dust 2 expected. 100 Thieves did a really good job, I'd say, even making that honeypot trap in middle. You saw, like, once G2 boiled it down to 20 seconds, didn't have anywhere to go. Everybody for 100 Thieves seemed to know exactly what they should be doing. But here we have it, a little clash down long A. The numbers game from G2 is what's going to enable them to bully these bodies back. CT's having to retreat as quickly as they can, and they look to posture up, but that is helpful. An op pick from Gratisfaction down mid.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to enter the battle as late as possible, and Gratisfaction catches them in the middle of their default. Long control is great, and it's been good for them, but with numbers up for 100 Thieves, you think their odds are also. Now, we're going to see how the response will come through. It looks like 100 Thieves are already making a move.
Yep.
They know they've got the mid player down. This is a lot of pressure off of Liaz when he's pushing through the tunnels. Overstacked to A, you just wonder, are G2's days numbered?
Another moment of proactive play. If it's not long door flanks to top mid, it's tunnel pushes from Liaz. So there's no way 100 Thieves are going to be caught by surprise with this. It's just the walk up from G2. And I love that nobody's giving Kenny S an angle to work with. If anything, 100 Thieves may be content to let them get their plant. We'll have to see. Smokes fade, fire, hits the feet of the ramp. That's going to do tons of damage versus Nexa, so no surprise he loses the duel. And somebody's going to have to cross, but here comes Liaz on that flank, pushing Jax's attention into 2 separate directions. He knows it's going to be tough to get across. So to no one's surprise, he dies.
It was a symptom of the circumstances because G2 had too many win conditions to have to check all the boxes. There's a flank there from Liaz. There was the players on the A site. There's the fact that they knew they were coming from long. There's the fact that they killed the mid guy as well. So there were so many things that were working against them. And we see how good G2 are, in spite of all of that, at bringing it close with long control. So a scary thing for 100 Thieves, but there is also an adaptation from them early on in the round, where they helped Jacob out with 2 other people to take control of it in the beginning, get a kill, get some information, and that helps make things easier as the round progresses. Now we're just back on pistols as 100 Thieves tie up at 4-4.
Yep, looking to take control of map 1 here. Ooh, dangerous bit of timing in the tunnels. And there it is. Azza picking up a kill over the shoulder. He was the bottom of the totem pole. He was the bottom of the totem
pole, yeah.
See?
But now he's on the top and everybody on the scrotum.
Yep. Here's Nexa. Creeping and crawling up mid. Looking to join his team. Consistently working the tunnels to box jump. We haven't had anybody from 100 Thieves really trying to screw with them at the bottom of middle. If anything, it's been this cat aggression that's been a problem. So the pistols begin to line up, and they'll at least take 2 kills. Kenny S. He saw an op, and he was going to do anything he had to get his hands on it.
You know how it is with Kenny. He doesn't have to see you to kill you.
Blasts him through the wall, but now M4 bullets starting to go over the shoulder. He knows he's pinned, and down he goes. That's 100 Thieves taking the lead. If it's even, just by 1.
Yeah. And working hard for these rounds is great just because they've got majority deaths there. They're putting them on their toes for these pistol rounds as well. And yeah, it's great. He can just see right over top of that box perfectly. So what am I supposed to do about that, bro? That's what he said. 5-4. We figured a lead again. We got the pistol, obviously, to 100 Thieves' names, but they brought it back since as G2 quickly stole the momentum back. Timeout here called by the CTs as they talk things over. That's actually kind of curious because they're the ones who are about to be on fire with the streak that they put up. Also, they're on CT side, so you'd think it's not going to be that difficult to try to discuss what options you should partake in. This round, I don't know. Are they just trying to figure out if they want to go for early long control? That's usually all you have to figure out on the CT side. Is like, does our setup involve 3-man long, or are we going to split up in the 2-1-2?
Well, here we have it. Back into the action. 100 Thieves just looking to keep things fresh. Looking to keep G2 on their toes. Offered over. Only going to be Kenny S wielding the big cannon, but ooh, nice dink. Great damage, but neither frag. That's a robbery.
Yeah, would you take that? You
I'd
know,
be pissed.
Hunter's super low.
Yeah.
Jack's taking a lot of damage. That's not so bad. I feel like it's very close.
Yeah, and the thing is that every time we've seen 100 Thieves players do this, get that amount of damage early, somebody else will pick it up. We praise the individuals all across the board here for the Aussies, but
this is something they probably won't expect. A double cat setup to follow that cat push. It might be just what they need. Also, 2 players are low that are coming at them.
Exactly. I mean, if you just isolate this moment, huge advantage for 100 Thieves. Look at the flashbang, misses the mark slightly. They look away from it, dodge bullets, and now there's another player tagged down to such minimal health. A stiff breeze blows through those 3. Nexa and Hunter. That's all that's left, and not for long. Again, aggression out of Azza. But what comes next?
And when that much information is gained, it's just a relay to Azure to be like, okay, well, you can take some liberty here at mid because we know that we've got a bunch of cat presence. It's really loud on cat right now. You'd probably be able to walk through the doors, no problem. Next up, 1-on-3 situation. Can't write him off, obviously. Bomb is here on the railing. We'll try to jump up and get it. 2 players watching it like hawks, and actually a really good smoke to deny them from jumping up.
He's gonna jump and reach. No. Tries his damnedest. You know he is pinned in, both those last 2 players. They realize from the 1 versus 4 to the 1 versus 2, let's clean it up.
Yeah.
Minimize their losses and lock down another round. So 2 rounds of a lead here for the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and once again, I would like to look at that, but here that push from Jacob pays off in dividends, makes it so much easier to get the trades. And then as we see, look, Azur's in their side of the map, right?
And that's what it's been, this mid-round aggression from 100 Thieves, who are now on fire. They have not shied away from a chance to go on the offense, despite starting CT.
We haven't seen a ton of B plays through the tunnels. It's been a lot of splits. Sometimes you don't need to have too many people come out mid, just throwing the smoke, having a flash, sending 1 person out to catch rotates is good enough. See if G2 tries something with more of a mid focus here again. Initial smokes go out. These are kind of the smoke to help them clear. Azure will actually use this as a sign that it's his call to action. 2 players in B, they don't have to worry about the window now.
Yep, they're
actually a good call by him.
Entirely on tunnels. He's going to get this audio cue. Tries to play a bit of spam damage. Ooh, JKS caught jumping. That's awkward. Liaz is going to have a chance, but he calls for that rotate. Azza so hot on his heels as he runs into the site and deals with what could have been a problem.
I think Liaz plays that quite nicely. You know, he stays alive. He actually doesn't do a ton of damage, but if he dies too quickly, all the attention's on the door. Azure can't even work.
Fully.
So, yeah, good on Azure, first of all, for committing to crossing the mid doors, getting in that smoke, helping his teammates out on focusing on tunnels, and then also making his way up to the door right away as well.
Right, more and not getting too hung up on the fact that he could have found Kenny S in mid. There was a chance for him to give chase to that frag, even if he just tries to blow him down through the doorway, but he let all of that slide. He prioritized his teammates, and we always give a tip of the hat to that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's definitely true. It's the hardest position, I'd say, on CT side to play well, just because that mid to B smoke is always trying to separate you from your friends and trick you into rotating to the wrong site. And he's done such a fantastic job of knowing exactly where they're going to commit. And that's something that he can't rely on his teammates for info on. Once T's have mid control, you're limited on what you can see. You've just got to go off of your instinct, or if you believe it's going to be a fake or not, and he's always in the right place at the right time. 7-4 here, and another full buyout. We're going to have potential for a Kenny S Gratisfaction op duel. I think there's a lot of other maps you typically won't see the ops go head-to-head on Dust 2. It's probably a little bit more regular.
Yeah, which is why it's still a treat. Let's take a moment to praise Nexa as well. 14-7.
Oh, this is interesting. So we haven't seen a lot of like straight-up B plays from G2 out of tunnels, right? JKS is opping. I wonder how they're going to play this, if they're going to do 3-2 Gratisfaction op to long, or if they're going to go for cat again. He's jumped up on the site. There's 4 on A. Yeah, JKS playing B alone.
Could be a daunting task.
You gotta like that though, right? Like they haven't done tunnels in the first 20 seconds or so in a long time. No reason to believe they'd just try it now.
Maybe looks to enact a bit of revenge. We did catch him. Oh,
that's good. That's really good. I like that.
Yeah, more of that. Let's see if they have any follow-up damage. CTs, any more nades? Yeah, there's frags in the mix.
This really kills your mood, right? You can get headshot by an M4 now and just die first bullet.
I mean, we saw the impact of early damage on that round where Jacob pushes cat.
We'll see if that happens again. And once again, Jacob has help.
Yep. This time it's Azur tucked into the side of the doorway. A Molotov hits the ground. I mean, right from the gate, G2 have been waiting at the starting line, but it's false start after false start, as they've never been given a chance to move out until now, the 50-second mark. Jacob's going to come back over, and Azur's still tucked in. So if he can serve as a distraction, my God, this could be a mess, but he's turned. Good flashbang coming out of the CT side. Ooh, Amanek, he's going to get himself another kill, but a sliver of a shot from Gratisfaction's all he needed. Man advantage still up for G2. They've got a very real chance at taking the A site as they catch Liaz sleeping from CT spawn. And JKS, he's been at B on his own. The lonely Valentine's Day tale.
Yeah, and Valentine's Day red.
And now he has no chance because his whole team's dead.
Man, 100 Thieves were one step ahead that entire time. The nade, the molly that landed as soon as they were going to execute. Hunter blew his position on Cap because all his teammates are over at long. And when they said they were going to execute, he ran through the molly, or he ran up to fight A site and then had to fall back. There's a number of times there 100 Thieves had all the tips. They had the right stack. They started at 4 on A. They had an op to work with. They had help for Jacob on long. And so you think they're definitely going to do it, but there's just something about the way that G2 are taking long. They're so potent at it. They're really good at finding those trades. Neutralized Azur completely, who has also been a rotation god, helping out his team by flashing him, and he wasn't even blind when he turned back. They just got him to turn at the exact moment that they peaked. So they've got like the spacing on their executes down to a science, it seems. Whew. And then further, we've got two opportunities to trade here, and they get a kill apiece. But that's not enough. That's not enough.
Very real chance for him to even pick up a third there, but Kenny bests him. So here we are back in it with round 13, full-fledged buys on both sides. The double op still for 100 Thieves. Liaz is going to feel the pressure here with that utility. He does really good damage onto Hunter, in fact. And this has created a little bit of space for them to play out mid. Azur's not expecting them to be there so early. It's true, we haven't seen G2 go through those doors that fast, but the door swings both ways. Jacob is starting to lurk out from long, quickly executes Nexa, but Kenny's there to plug the hole and take it back 4v3.
Did you see that? He tried to pre-fire Kenny in spawn. There was no one there at all. He was trying to pre-fire the op with his M4, and Kenny had already pushed through suicide. Now it's going to be JKS to try to catch someone jumping up, but it doesn't seem like Hunter's going to make that mistake. He's sitting patiently, as a Hunter should, trained on this angle, and his two teammates probably have their attention on long. If I'm G2, I'm thinking, let's just trick these fools and go long again, right? It's working so well for us.
Could be round in the bag. Again, there's still a chance for G2 to finish this half with a lead, if it's only one. But gonna dodge some shots. And come back
he sticks around the audacity.
Damn, there goes Amanek, but Jax, he's picked up a crisp headshot. You have to wonder, JKS giving them a bit of an opening, but here they go, corralled towards the A site. They may just commit, and that's going to play right into the hand of Liaz. He could give chase to this. Look at them try and dodge. 20 seconds. He knows he can cut them off. Dodges the flash.
The jump.
Oh, and he's gotten the bomb down. 18 seconds remain. Kenny, he has everything to do now. He's desperate to get to that bomb site, and he will be given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Down he goes. G2 taking back around and denying what would have been an awesome 1v3.
That was so nice from Kenny. It was really, really smartly played from Liaz as well, committing to the information, realizing they have almost no chance but to go back to B or just fight him straight up. He got that little bit of info as they were turned, running off of Cat, and thought, this is my timeout. Man, look, Kenny. He obviously, he misses that shot, he's dead, right? And there's a chance that he misses that shot.
I love that you called that Kenny might just go for it. He doubled back through window, took a chance, and really left that down to the wire. Oh, and what a gift this is. G2 roll out of bed to an open B bomb site. I mean, sure, it is just USPs. We'd always favor them to take this and tie at 7, but it feels real good when you get that bomb down with 0 casualties on top.
Also, just like to point out, you know, Liaz making the jump in mid to the box. If he doesn't do that when it is an easy jump fundamentally, but to do it, like, to make sure that he lands that means the difference between him getting close to winning that round in the 1v1 and not. if he doesn't land it in the smoke. And that's all just to say that having good movement doesn't mean hitting technically difficult jumps. It's just being able to get to point A to point B with the least amount of friction possible, being incredibly efficient at all times. That's what defines good movement in this game.
That's such a frag hunter highlight right there. If we can, I mean, you've got Nexa, taps 2 heads at the top of mid. The rest of his team realize it's USPs. And then you have 4 guys on the exact same angle, literally body blocking him for the shot. Launders, they're feeling good now because they have closed the gap. They've tied this up at 7 rounds apiece, and they could even nab an 8th. There's a buyback for 100 Thieves. It's not all the utility in the world. It no longer features their double op. Hell, it doesn't even have 1. But they've done more with less.
Aggro Cat again. Kenny still buying guns, but he can't help out with any type of flash. Instead, they'll just try to attack this head-on with the SG. But the aggro cat presence has now receded to just around the corner. It's a little bit dangerous here for 100 Thieves, I'd say, this early on, considering the nades of G2, that they could take a lot of damage sitting in this setup right out of the gate. As they're getting some good information early, just making sure they're not clearing anything out. Here they come. Yeah, Molotov comes in. There's not much they can do to react. I don't know. Very aggressive positioning, but I'm still liking G2's odds at this moment.
As that smoke fades, Gratisfaction's going to be in a tough spot. Timing could be his. Denied. He does get the info. There's a lot of bodies starting to pile up on this catwalk, and they're going to go off of this. G2 able to find themselves, a double entry, but nicely done. JKS, he's gunning for a 3rd. The flank is hot from Azur, and he goes off with a flash. He's denied by Amanek, who started this kill count. Here comes Liaz up from CT spawn. An ambitious jump, 25 seconds, and Nexa doesn't have to rush the plant. Liaz knows this.
Second chance of the 1v1. Nexa's making this a long round. He's going to go for the plant now. It's actually a fake to get some more information, but Liaz is 1 step ahead.
He's just going to play the post plant. He is going to play the retake, and that's now the bomb down. Double flash along with that smoke for the T. Liaz is just honing in for the headshot. It's really going to come down to who makes the move. You've got to be on point, and Nexa's in a position where he is so committed, but he tries to get ambitious.
How?
And gets shut down.
How does he do that?
100 Thieves going to take away the 8th round of the half. They will finish this first one in the lead. Despite it being slight, it is theirs for the taking, Launders. Liaz in the clutch.
As soon as he put his gun back in his hands, it was an instant 1-bullet headshot and revenge for Liaz.
Hot damn. Ladies and gents, we'll be back with the second half of map 1 in just a bit.
Side. Nice.
Nice. One short.
Short one.
Boosted one.
I don't see him. I tried to plant single box.
Nice.
One more city. Short
Nice.
down.
Let's go!
I love that.
Bit of a pop off there from Nexa. That was his pistol round win, a 4K for him.
Yeah.
But in the end, we are now sitting with a 1-round advantage for G2 over 100 Thieves.
Means virtually nothing, right? In Dust 2, in Dust 2 language. So we'll see what the second half has to show.
They are also winning the opening duels 9-6 to the favor of G2. They've also won 3 of the 5 clutches. So we are nearly split down the middle. And everything tells us that. The stats, the score, the facts.
Yeah, and both teams playing well. That's pretty much all you've got to remember, folks. Now we're going to get into the second half and potentially see who can take a lead. As was brought up on the desk, you know, this is a veto in favor of G2 potentially, or maybe very clearly for some. The interesting thing, though, is I think we had the manager, 100 Thieves manager backstage.
Gomez.
He was Gomez, yeah. He knew, he had a feeling that this was going to be the veto.
Yep.
So that might be a feather in the cap of 100 Thieves.
Let's find out. We've got that pressure down towards the A site. Kenny's trying to stomp out the smoke. And he's flirting with the idea of peeking around this. If he mistimes it, well, there could be the entirety of 100 Thieves ready for him. But they'll cool off. They'll allow for the possibility of a wrap back to B to sink into the minds of G2. Here comes a follow-up, 2 more smokes, and Jacob gets Kenny S. He was doing the same thing as he did on the 1 smoke, but this time he dies. Nexa, off of the flash, he comes upwards and can only take down 1 player. So 100 Thieves should be able to get themselves into this bomb site. And G2, they're going to take this time to clear the flank, make sure there's nobody coming up mid, make sure they can focus fully on the bomb site, on moving forward. But in a 4 versus 2, it's going to get tough. An attempt at the flick from these pistols, and it's not going well as Liaz looks down from above, swoops in, and drops Hunter. Only Amanek left, and there are way too many T's to take. That's 100 Thieves with a second pistol.
T's pull off the pistol twice in this match with pretty much the exact same strategy. Difference in the setup here for 100 Thieves. They get up to the A site. They're a bit spread thin. They use Nexa as a mercenary with a flash over the ramp to go and peek by himself to see what kind of damage he did. Whereas what we saw from 100 Thieves on that first pistol round was a spot down long, a much safer setup, Azur with a boost behind the smoke on the long cross, and then playing a lot more together to try to defend. And I think they ended up both losing, right, from that perspective. But because 100 Thieves, I think, had a more calculated approach. So G2 now, moving into this round, will have the initial buyback with the scout involved here for Nexa.
And the start of the first half was tipsy-turvy. Back and forth rounds for the opening 3. You must always believe in the force buy. But here we have it, 100 Thieves. They have shifted the odds back into their favor. There was a time where G2 had it on their side of the scale. But here we have it, Amanek above, looking to drop 2 bodies, but Jacob bests him cleanly. And because of that, B site has been taken, and G2 Esports, more likely than not, they're going to try to move the little that they have into the next round. Would have been a save regardless, so everybody's going to try to walk away a winner.
I'd love to see what their D2 looks like on T side, to see what some of their strategies are going to be coming up. Every reason in the world for a G2 to hang back, not take too many fights, use all these guns for next round, not invest one more time and hope that they run into the stack. It's definitely the prevalent way to play the eco rounds, and for good reason. You win, you can have a high chance of winning if they come to you, and a good chance on the next round if they don't. Enter has a good opportunity in the trade. JKS wants a fight, and JKS will lose a fight. The Mac 10 can't be recovered, but what's a Mac 10 to a CZ anyway?
Oy.
Ooh, okay.
Quick little head pop. See you later, Gratisfaction. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves happy. They've got those 2 AK-47s, and they've grabbed themselves double digits. 3 rounds the advantage as we move into the next.
Had a question about why Nexa was the one scouting, but that question was answered.
Yeah, very quickly, huh?
Yeah, quickly.
Hey, man, I feel like at this point he can about do whatever he wants.
That's
He's
true.
18-10, and there was a fair bit of that first half that he was the only reason they were in it. So he has come into the new year ready to roll. As we said, whatever was saved moved into the next one. Got a little movement towards long.
Whoa. Yeah, Azur's just living in all of G2's heads rent-free right now with long control. He's fallen off already. They're still watching it like hawks, just praying that it's going to actually be a long take, but it's not. The whole time, it's just a fake. Cost them a few $100 to run it. Now they can go into B if they'd want to. It's only going to be Amanek left alone here. Left side fence with the USP and Liaz with vision, with his mind's eye, dedicated to stopping. Oh, so close to getting a kill. Can actually ice him out completely.
Yeah, when the USP is just not enough. Had backs turned. I feel like the unfortunate move with that as well is like if this is a full-blown gun round, he just smothers out 3 of these Ts. Whereas now from here on out, they're going to check that. Jumped his gun. Bomb planted at the B site yet again. G2 have to scurry away.
Yeah, this one's a little crummier because, you know, you want to get your kills here. So we can say we can give a lot of points here to 100 Thieves. They've done great on their anti-eco so far. Very minimal losses. They've had very little resistance on the sites they've picked. They got the bomb down on all 3 rounds, and they forced G2 into saving because that's what they're incentivized to do. From spawn, though, long distance with the Deagle. Kenny S looks to be a menace, and he can get at least a kill.
Could work a bit more. That bomb's about to pop.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Jax.
Yeah, we'll definitely take those trades. Jax wants to try to grab a gun if he can.
And we have it.
And the storyline changes a little bit. Those are actually really important kills, you know, and they cost G2 a lot less than they cost 100 Thieves. We're seeing AKs go down here in the exit into the playground. So good round here from Jax and Co.
Look at that shrapnel fly. G2 having gone for the back-to-back saves immediately into the double op setup. We saw this from 100 Thieves at a point in their defense, but it's G2 straight out the gates with it.
Can be a little risky unless you know what to expect from your opponents. Interesting that they're going to do the double ops of the 3B Hunter moving right into fence, anticipatory of some kind of fast exec towards the site. And look at the consolidation of the T's here at mid and the tunnel choke point. It looks like they might get what they're looking for.
Has been consistent B hits since the start of this second T side.
Interesting, though. They're going to be able to clear out mid for free. This is going to make the CTs a little bit nervous. They might try to push a choke point.
And they could very well be walking into the lineup of the offense. Amanex looking to get that skewered shot through more than just one, but he drops Liaz first and foremost. He's going to get pinned into the corner, and Amanek here on mid, looking for a second. Ooh, over top of the scope goes JKS. He is just dodging bullets and firing back with headshots so crisp. The B site crumbles, and it looked like they had that from the start.
You obviously can't drop that trade. You'd think that they'd still win, so it's not that terrible, but yeah, that's really rough.
Damn, that's some hardcore parkour.
Yeah, just over the rainbow. The retake isn't even on. This is what's the risky part, obviously, is like no matter what happens, Counter-Strike, you could have the perfect strategy. You know, you could have the perfect breakfast with exercise and come into the match all prepared, and you could still get hit in a way that makes no sense, right? You could like have a great setup, 3B there waiting for the exec to come. That the ops, the actual extra op in the site as well to stop the attack and still lose the round, and it's just so expensive. You can kind of guarantee with the correct strategy and everything else, 70% success, but you know, not 100% success, no matter what. That's the nature of the game. So it's a bit of a risk, and they won't be able to rebuy into that second op. Luckily, they still have one to retain.
Look at this guy.
This is crazy, and it is JKS to also get the kill. We would think the trade's coming out no matter what, though.
Right.
So
you know, normally flailing bodies are just distractions, but this one's got a bit of a bite back.
That's true.
So 5 rounds the advantage, and more importantly, 5 rounds in a row. We have the 100 Thieves back on fire. It's going to be a quick clash out long A. Working it through the doors. Jacob on the cusp of the corner already, but he's making noise, so Jax is going to hear this. And he's worried about that lineup spam, so he creeps back as his teammates crawl forward. It's just these pistol players off of Catwalk, but they're looking to get the work done while 100 Thieves sit comfortably in their spawn.
Look at the bomb nomadic, just going all the way over towards the tunnel, so it crossed as two CTs come to the top of mid with their pistols, and they trade for information, but like ships in the night, they've already passed. It's looking like some type of B play. This is interesting. I have no idea who could be at advantage, because even though G2 have a lot of information now, if they take too long to make a move, or if someone falls back, then how much is this worth?
Yeah.
They're very far from sites.
Well-timed wall of smoke. That's going to draw Kenny's attention. So now no longer any info on mid, and that big flank from G2 thinks it's going to find...
Oh, it pulls them that way.
The back of 100 Thieves. So it is all on Amanek once this moves forward. You've got to assume that G2 is going to start second-guessing this. They have spotted nothing at the 30-second mark. Now they're going to see that one op towards pit, but is it too late? Because Amanek's going to have to get 3 kills with a single mag of ump and only one for him. Very quickly, though, Jax is going to try to sprint back up towards door, and there's no smoke. Still, Liaz able to cross, and JKS has to give cover. Oh man, boiling down to just the 10 seconds.
He got hurt. Oh, that could give away wow, it could be an insanely important kill. JKS will turn his attention to the tunnels, reload, and someone will be on his back. That's Hunter.
Done. Liaz back in from the corner of the site, removed. And G2 get the retake rolling. There we have it. It looked like they were fools on the opposite side of the map.
So many variables there that make the difference. You know, if 100 Thieves execute early, if they don't use 2 people to commit to the fake, then they might have a better time there. G2 making a great info play at a weird time and responding to the wrong pressure, but then still coming back for the rotate. And also, they're able to get better guns. So there's a couple of things that go well there for G2 in what could have been a very, very unfortunate round. And yeah, although the bomb going back to respawn as they're pushing up mid. Very interesting stuff happening there. 4 rounds is the difference, and a really terrible buy here for 100 Thieves as they try to steal back the momentum, buying down to 0 for a Galil and a CZ. You wouldn't do that in 2018.
You know, whether they realize it or not, they did go to the B site last round and found 1 player. They'll have to ask themselves how much of that was because of their elaborate fake. But realize it or not, they are facing the same situation. Amanek completely cut off from any reinforcements because 100 Thieves waste no time to go into this mid-split. So if you thought Amanek was screwed last round, well, this time he is gone empty-handed. And already bomb planted with nobody else nearby.
Don't even try it, right? The op in the B sites, you're behind the smoke, you're not even in a position to help out. Look at this and contrast it to the way that Azure played mid and how helpful he was to the B players so often when it's tough. I mean, I'm not even discrediting how G2 played this. It's really difficult, but Azure was always in a good place to help out. And there was lots of situations where 100 Thieves were played 1B as well. Too much pressure to do too much from K-Sharp without any of that mid-presence. Amanek was really hung out to dry there, for sure.
Very much so.
A good call, though, from 100 Thieves to identify that that was the right place to go.
Perfect chance to do it, right? Lickety split.
And the thing is about these buys that on T side, if you don't have a lot of money, if your first guy gets an entry like that and there's only 1 person there to defend, you pretty much win the round because everybody knows you don't want to retake B if you don't have to. Ton of incentive there just for them to fall back. Kenny S was actually the only person to get a kill. So I guess that Molotov did do something.
Just got
helped out.
Splattered. Never saw it coming. Which I guess is the better way to go out.
Yeah, fast and never saw it coming.
Yeah, no panic. No time to worry. Just gone. What's up, London? You guys with us, man? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? You guys are, hey, oh, hey. Man, we are 1 map deep into Group 3. It's been 2 awesome weeks here.
It has, yeah. We've been spoiled. And this is one of the tightest groups. It's not the group with the strawless, but it is like a group that just feels like it's way more even strength, and it's also got, it's still tier 1 competition. We still have so much to learn about G2 in this year. So they've got a roster you'd think they can actually commit to at this point. Especially if Kenny's going to come to play.
Ooh. Kenny. Where are you?
He is opping, yeah.
We'll find out. He's already going to have his 2 targets pass. Again, 100 Thieves fast in their initial sprint down mid. But their smokes will fade. And at any given moment, Kenny S could snap like that. See you later, JKS. And
fast.
They're going to get 1 man down into the CT spawn. 2 players down into CT spawn. We're getting weird. They're going to start running up ramp. Nexa regains vision just in the nick of time. And Hunter, he's playing with
Oh, that's
smoke.
tough.
That is luck.
Oh, he's going to put that out.
Oh, finally. He's given a second chance at back. Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. And how many more die? Jax gets back into cover. Minute on the clock, easy plant for Gratisfaction. He wants that money.
That kill, that 1v2, we're in business. Here, a lot more difficult. If Gratisfaction finds a way to win this, it's G2 who messed up badly. He's up on his perch on the single box. Not many other places he can be. Nate comes out, does a good bit of damage, op shots in. Can he make this happen? Misses the easier one, but that's a round that they should have lost anyway.
Yep, there we have it. Given a chance, I like the fact he keeps it proactive, tries to block down Catwalk, doesn't let Jax get away without that warning shot down long. There were chances. But more importantly, G2 pick up a round and pick up 2 ops, something we saw them want from the get-go.
It was actually, it's so tough for them because the molly that lands to flush him out of Goose is the one that should win them around, but he's in the corner and he knows where the molly lands, but the last couple ticks can bring that fire just a bit too close. And he was very lucky for it to last as long as it did.
It's like, had he thrown it quicker, he would have given himself away and not gotten the bomb plant kill.
Yeah.
But not throwing it led him to pick up that bomb plant kill. But then he had to throw it after?
He had to throw it after, yeah. It just worked out beautifully for him.
Things got messy. But?
And terribly for 100.
Woo! That's a bit of a warning shot. Ooh, good job by Hunter to peek back into that scout. You know, he's not down with the bullying of his little brother. Amanek still stands on 30 health, but he is in the depths of that B-bomb site.
Precarious here for 100 Thieves. Good for G2 to be in this long setup this late on, even though they've gotten a kill in the tunnels, because it looks like 100 Thieves are thinking about going towards this, probably assuming that G2 have pulled some presence. But the opposite is true. They're moving in.
Not going to get both. G2, you can look at the health that they've given away in order to get opening kills. They'll be happy with it, but they can't slip. Oh, they're going to keep this one rolling. Jax goes back in for more. And unfortunately for JKS, that was going to be his escort. Now he is tasked with making his way up mid. Hunter spotted by the boxes. And finally something going the way of the Aussies. But it's stripped back just as fast. And we have JKS 1v4.
Individual duels won here in long that dictate the round completely. And of course, Hunter also has to get his dink off before he dies, even though he gets caught off pushing through that mid smoke. But really great info plays here from G2. A nice round overall. And they had it from the jump. They kept their A setup, and they knew that 100 Thieves going to run into them. They did the damage in long nice and early to make it a 5v4. And it leaves JKS now to have to save 13 HP. He's going to run. Oh, it's actually someone running at him. Oh my God, so lucky to live in that moment. And G2 have now crossed the threshold. They're now into double digits.
3 rounds the difference. I believe the lead at its most was 6. That's neither here nor there. Halfway gone.
No money to buy. They can at least keep that 1 AK. We saw how much of a difference that made in rounds previous, just to be able to get 1 entry. G2 seeing this AK, do they want to think we've got to be worried about the B site? There's 2 ops here, so there's 2 ops and an MP9. So I'd say B is very appealing. But if I'm G2 and I know it's like this low of a buy, I'm going to play that similar setup where you had 3 inside of B. Maybe this time 1 a bit looser outside towards mid to get info, 2 in the site. And then you should be safe. We'll see if 100 Thieves even want to go B because they're probably thinking this is quite obvious.
Well, right out the gate, we get that 2-1-2 from G2. Ooh, Hunter, ambitious. Sprints into the lower tunnel. He is met by that 1 single AK, so suddenly we've got a second weapon in the hands of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, no armor, though.
That's not going to help.
Yeah. Makes things a little harder.
Ooh. Wow. Hell of a shot. Down goes JKS. Although, if there is a silver lining, it's that they've used that to make their way to the opposite side. And that's going to draw the attention of Kenny as the 3rd mate comes to join them. And now, the entirety of what's left of 100 Thieves is up cat. They still have that AK. They've managed to lose their MP9. All 3 players on 100 health, and I mean, just Nexa.
This AK's got to literally beat Jason Bourne, though, because he's got an AK with no armor. He's coming. Could potentially see someone on the ramp. I don't know if Priya's trying to help him out. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
But no kill is had. He's in the perfect spot to try to bait the shot, but not take the kill. Bomb could potentially get planted. That's something. Insignia would go too high and far.
Yep, and there's that flash behind Nexa. It's going to allow for him to clean up shop. But hey, all things considered, 100 Thieves happily going to put down that bomb.
Yeah. Whole round, G2 did not respond nicely to noise complaints.
Not at all.
You made some noise, they killed you. So
no warning.
Maybe they'll learn a lesson. 2 rounds of difference. Full buys out, nice and healthy here for 100 Thieves. SG in hand for Azza.
You like that wallbang shot from Kenny? Does that get you going?
I mean, I liked it. Why? Did you like it?
No, I liked it a lot. I just want more of the AWP duels. I feel like that was one of the narratives we were having talked up before this match started. Time will tell if it has a heavy impact in what is the last 6 rounds of map 1. Here's Jax with a crisp headshot versus Jacob, but bodies for 100 Thieves piling here on the blue box. There goes the 3rd before finally they're able to respond, and Gratisfaction knows he can peek into this, but the AK's ready from Jax, and he's now toppled. JKS 1v4.
Got to write him off. He's going to pick up the bomb, but yeah, barely anything to work with. Last spot, I mean, the long control just falls on his face, as we can see by the minimap. We've got the 2 deaths from the CTs for 4 trades. That's beautiful from G2. They are working on levels right now, looking to make this comeback. They look super strong.
Again, not shying away from playing these active plays. Yes, the round previous, it was still 4 pistols of the 5, but we saw Hunter go down into the lower tunnels. This time, Amanek working through T-spawn when they know they have that massive man advantage. But I feel like, what is this? Kenny S firing through smoke. Jax doing a great job of getting a double kill. You know, you saw how adamant 100 Thieves were on taking long A, and you saw the costs.
G2 look like a real 2-way team here, especially when it comes to long, which is a huge focus of the map. It's sometimes what makes the difference between you and a better team. And this is something that 100 Thieves has struggled with in that first half as well. That problem might cause them problems in this, because there's not that many rounds that G2 need to win. They could really stumble across the finish line if 100 Thieves aren't careful. And in fact, after this round, we're going to see a half force around that G2 should win. Lead into another bye, but it'll be 13-13 at that point.
Yeah. Although we are in that dangerous point of a Counter-Strike match where all it takes is a slip-up versus a bye like this, and 100 Thieves can forget about their struggles in the gun rounds. So do not get caught sleeping. Already lots of players working their way up cat, so I mean, you know, numbers game. If it's just about the trade frags, then this could get them in a 3v3 post plant, maybe a couple guns, but we can't ignore that early utility damage. Look at this. Kenny plucking one off early.
Solid response. They want to move out as fast as possible. Obviously not a lot of utility to work with here.
They're going to attempt. And Kenny still has cover. It's not like he's hyper extended over towards the deeper boxes. Nope. He's on Goose.
With the perfect amount of nades used here. Just like a, yeah, just
stalling them.
Exactly.
Still, Thieves able to stutter out from Catwalk. They're going to start closing that distance, and Kenny's, got himself a shot. All too easy by the looks of things for the first time here on map 1. It took them 27 rounds.
27.
But G2 are on fire.
They're on fire. Gotta love to see that. That's nice to see. Yeah, and they earned it, man. Their CT side looks solid so far. It feels like G2 or 100 Thieves are running into all these different areas of the map and facing new bosses. G2 are doing great on the holds, coming out positively in trades. Fantastic anti-eco right there, and they're gonna go right into this and maintain this double op setup versus Gratisfaction's 1. The tunnels control is out. They're running quickly into lower, just skipping all of this info, a potential op peering off of cat, just not even worrying about that. There's no one there right now. What is 100 Thieves planning? I wonder. Where do they see the weakness here for G2? Certainly not Kenny S, is it?
Shouldn't be. Gratisfaction welcomes him into a peek.
He hit him.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Given a chance, deep nade. Woo!
That probably wasn't worthwhile grenade to throw.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kenny's got arms that big.
He's just ambitious, right? Like he's always going to try it instantly, and that's part of what makes him such a good. He's a very impulsive opper.
And when have impulses ever gotten anyone in trouble?
Yeah. Like sadly thinking of a number of times, right?
Yeah. It's like, don't tell them that one time, you know.
That is a big bit of information. It looks like Kenny, you know, a bit scared now, or just thinking about the round in a new way. Has moved off. Double push off of long, like what Jacob did, but now reinforced. They're at the top of mid. Oh my God. And 100 Thieves have no idea.
The thing is, they've missed it though, and there's this lower player looking at nothing.
Is he looking? No, he's not even prepared for this at all. Oh my God! I think he's. Oh no!
Oh, it could be a tech, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Let's come back to that. What's important is that this catwalk push has just been obliterated. Hello?
Yeah, we're gonna have to
see what happens.
Yeah, work on that. That's unfortunate. After the round had begun, obviously the rules, but that's a really rough round to lose. I think. Do we have enough to potentially buy? That's a thought. You would think, tough one to analyze, but you would think that you know, G2 with the double push out long, once you get out of the doors and to the top of mid, you have to give them a lot of credit there that they're either going to get the trades or they're going to catch someone from behind. But obviously, you know, can't take away from the fact that that's a rough spot to be in here. We don't know what JKS would have been looking at.
Yes. Although odds are probably not the wall.
Yeah.
Wherever he may have been. A little frustration. It's a hell of a time for this to happen. Unfortunate, Mo.
Yeah, don't know if this is like a easy fix solution or if it's going to be. It looks like he's back in the server, so reconnected. We'll see if his limbs are working.
All four?
Hopefully all four, yeah. Yeah, he's playing again. Folks, he's back on his feet. He's healthy.
Are we ready up off of this? Okay.
We are live. Okay, yeah, JKS, nice. I almost had to take him on a gurney out of here. He was in such bad shape in that last round.
G2 keeping it on fire, still leading by 1.
They're playing for OT here.
Yeah, man. That's man, that's a kick in the teeth.
It's really tough.
Feels bad.
Yeah, it feels bad. This is really tough for them because they got the armor. They've got enough to potentially win, but you know, it's 13-14. G2 could easily step into match point right now. Not many ecos have been won. Only early on in this match. It seems like the rust is shaking off for both teams. They're looking a lot more clean on their anti-ecos. So it's going to be a tough ask for 100 Thieves to pull this back. Look at the firepower meter. It's basically 10% of the length of G2's. We know sizes and everything, but in this situation, it matters a lot.
Yep. Still a world where 100 Thieves can use what they've been given. We've got that utility being thrown out on mid, a little bit of tick damage, so as his presence will be called, you can see Hunter getting a bit uncomfortable with the idea of players near, but Amanek, he's only going to get a few chances, and he misses the first 2, creeps back, gets the third, and even manages to hang on. It is a sweep from G2.
Could be an easy first map here now, because they've got the match point, they held it down right there. They aren't going to make any compromises on their buys right now. In fact, they're looking at like 16K a piece almost on all of their players. So not only did they come into this basically on fire, but they had such low losses on the rounds they won. They've just been able to build up a bank majority alive multiple rounds in a row.
Man, Amanek, you know after he misses those first 2 shots, he is sweating. And the problem being, ooh, little wall bang. Okay, something early to the favor of the Thieves. But Hunter also had to step up in that because once Amanek misses 2 bullets, sure, he's putting his own life on the line, but also making Hunter have to come in big. The fact that both those players recuperate with 2 kills apiece, a thing of beauty on the B site. So they survive the half buy, and now we find ourselves here with guns on both sides of the coin. The 29th round ready to unfold here, and it's a little bit of patience from the 100 Thieves as they go for the op boost.
The one to lock it up, it's going to be Cat. It looks like they're going to commit fully to this, right? No one's behind watching any flanks. JKS is just at mid sitting there, probably going to come up right after, potentially going to hold for the long push, but in general, they're going to commit minute mark crosses, and they're executing. It's on Kenny S now.
Go, deep molly. It's going to flush out Goose. They're not going to find anything for it. Kenny comes back in. Instantaneous frag versus Liaz. There's the second for Kenny S. And now it's a 3 versus 5 with map 1 on the line. They've gotten themselves the post plant at the very least. G2's map pick going well, but JKS is ready. Looking to seek revenge from the mishaps of a previous round.
Imagine he wins this.
Flash goes over. He's got Azza also looking into the wall. They're dodging these flashbangs. These CTs need to avoid lining up, and they'll do exactly that. All 3 kills have been taken, and G2 Esports pick up map 1.
Wonderfully done. Really good. You know, from beginning to end, it's a tight match. It's hard to even see who picked the map because they both played so well on it. But hats off to G2. In that second half, they definitely look clearly stronger. That was nice from them.
Yeah, both teams off to a strong start at the beginning of the T side, but it was 100 Thieves that kind of dropped the ball, and G2 ran away with it. So they will have that advantage as we come back with map 2. It is Vertigo up next.
Who's up?
Flashing?
I have a flash as well. Wait, wait. Door close. Okay,
Let's
go.
go.
I'm flashing.
Let's go!
Let's
Defuse,
do
boys.
this.
Defuse!
I am alive,
Defuse.
bro. Chill.
Defuse for G2!
Well, hilarious comms, also much reason to be happy for G2 Esports.
They've been focusing on diffusing in their boot camp, obviously. For those people who don't know, G2 in the past have had issues with that.
I famously know that reached me as well.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty epic.
Some of the newer viewers, they don't watch all the tournaments.
Exactly.
So, you know, I want to make sure they're in on the joke as well.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Wonderful chat. But hey, overall, when you look at this, it was G2 Esports' map pick with Dust 2, and it didn't go extremely well straight from the get-go, I should say. In the beginning, it was good, but they got caught back up. But 100 Thieves wasn't able to finish. So let's break this down into kind of the components of the game. Because in the beginning, G2 had a phenomenal start on a map they well prepared.
Sure. I mean, obviously, it is their dream map. Like, I will say from listening to the comms, they are kind of pogging it a little bit. People are just calling what they're going to do, and they play off their skill. Like, in this game, the actual stylistic and personnel matchup of, like, the more skills on the G2 side, it's supposed to be about fundamentals and tactics on 100 Thieves. That played out, but then the map is what I think swung it, because the difference is, perfect map to have just fraggers on if you're G2, get into a bunch of rounds, win a few rounds that are here and there. But you look on the 100 Thieves side, if the normal Dust 2 team, you've won the game when you have the lead that they have and you have that many team rounds left. But you saw this isn't one of their best maps. It's not a map they have the super deep playbook on. They ran dry, I think.
Yeah, to be fair, after they had lost the Force Buy battle in the start of the game, they were 4-1 down. They actually needed clutches to get into it. We can probably bring them up. There's 2 clutches here within the first half. There's the JKS 2v1, and then that one's going to be followed up with the last round of the half, which was the Liaz clutch as well. So if we can bring them up, these were big rounds right now for the side of 100 Thieves to be getting back into the game, right? When you look at the way that they weren't clean rounds that they were winning.
This shouldn't even have been a clutch for JKS. They should have easily taken it on this one.
Yeah, they had that one, and then the one against the Liaz within the final piece, he's swinging out, and Nexer actually is the one taking the aggression on that duel, but it's a left eye peek. So going into that fight, which I'm sure we'll be able to see coming up after this one, he was doing the best he could out of a bad situation there, but those clutches were key to Renegades, bloody hell.
No, you can't do that
being
anymore.
able to at least win the half, right? Because the last round Liaz one gave them the 8 to take it across. And then as Dung was talking about, they were up 13-8, and they still crumbled here. Now, look, I think we got to see some good moments from Kenny. Nexer towards the top of the scoreboard, 27 kills to his name. The guys from G2 look very comfortable on Dust 2.
Yeah, and it is correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel the way Counter-Strike can be won nowadays or in this period of time is by if you're a heavy fragger and you're doing good on a map like this, you actually have a very big chance to win, even if your tactical playbook isn't that deep. But don't you think that on the other side, 100 Thieves should have had a bit more in their playbook, deeper into that game, or can you not fault them for that?
When you look at their map pool, they're not a team that chooses the Dust 2 games they play. They'll play, they don't ban it, so they'll play it if the other team wants to, but the reason why it's one of the least played maps for them is you see it on this one, it doesn't play into their strengths. Like, when they had all those T rounds, if they look back now, they'll be kicking themselves. Like, why did we just waste them on things like just always going catwalk over and over again? And for example, one thing they didn't do is read that this double setup at long A means you can mid to B all day long. Like, they're begging you to do that because they've got the slow rotation time, but they just kept going in away.
They were leaning Kenny a lot towards middle, right? So they could have 2 orbs, Amanek over towards B to lock that side of things down, then Kenny was floating middle and then rotating back towards A. So we had some vintage Kenny moments towards the end there. He was coming alive, 25 kills for him.
Absolutely, he finished off
this was a big clutch as
the
well.
map tremendously.
That round right there could have gone awry, right? It was a Liaz 1v3. He gets the first kill on Cat, and then they both run mid to B, which is a very curious call. Liaz jumping over the smoke there, but it's good to see Kenny on a map like Dust 2 looking comfortable, and you could see on the CT side it felt like he had more freedom. On the T side, I wouldn't say so much. He felt like he wasn't going for all the picks that you would with an AWP spawn, but he got it done. 25 kills, can't be too unhappy with that.
Chad, I heard you say in the green room that some of these moments were classic Kenny S. What does that mean?
Well, it's just the positions that you see Kenny hold, like mid-long. You always know he's going to get 2 kills. He's so good at evading those flashes, and just his crosshair placement in those situations is second to none. Only world-class AWPers can do what Kenny does.
And let's hear what he has to say, because he's standing by with Banks.
G2 taking their map pick of Dust 2, and I've got Kenny with me. And the first thing I've got to ask, I heard you have had a bit of a situation change in how you're being utilised now, and certainly you had a good game, but how does it feel?
It feels great. I think we've shown a lot of strength. We showed a lot of characters. We believe strongly in our strength as well, city side mostly. It was a slow start. It's really not easy. This tournament seems really different from the other tournament we played, the atmosphere and stuff. So I think we were a bit nervous at the beginning, but afterwards we released a bit of... we were getting loose, pretty much. So that was fun to play. Yeah, as you said, we performed really well as a team. Also, I'm feeling confident and good within this team. They put me in really good situations, and if we manage to start the game properly without being too nervous. Would have been maybe a bigger gap.
There we go. Well, a happy Kenny seems to be a good Kenny on the map. As we look forward to the next one, which is Vertigo now. And in the beginning, we said, well, hey, G2 picked Dust 2, and then still 100 Thieves went for Vertigo. They all thought it was going to be 2-0 anyway, we heard in the pre-game interviews. How does that shake things up now, Thorin?
I did think 100 Thieves outplayed G2 for most of this particular map, but at the end of the day, it's Dust 2, and you have to shoot people on this particular map. You don't win by just outmaneuvering them. If 100 Thieves have actually done their homework on Vertigo, this could be a very good chance to get back in the series. I don't think it's necessarily, again, playing in their wheelhouse, but I'm assuming they've got some interesting boosts, some things we haven't seen before, so a chance to maybe completely throw G2 off, I think.
Yeah, something that they played against Astralis back in IEM Beijing. They pushed them on that map in the Grand Finals, the only map that they were close on, so something that they've been working on a lot here. But I think they have to deal with the tilt. There obviously was that crash that went down late in the piece, round 27. That tilt is something that you just have to deal with. You know, these unlucky things happen, and they have to mentally recover from that going back into map number 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have to mean anything. It's how much stock you put into it yourself. We'll see if the 100 Thieves can get their mind back in the game as they go onto Vertigo after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map 2 of 100 Thieves versus G2 Esports. We had ourselves a close affair on Dust 2. There was moments where I felt like the Aussies were going to take that home, and then G2 swung it back.
Yeah, they did, and they looked really good in the second half, so, you know, I want to give them a lot of credit. I thought especially their antics at long, whether it was on T or CT side, in taking control of it, getting the kill, or holding it down, definitely edged out 100 Thieves. So now we're going to move into Vertigo, another interesting map, where it feels like, apart from one or two teams at certain points, dude, nobody really has this map 100% figured out. People are still trying to figure out what to do at mid. They're still trying to figure out if they want to go for B execs or if they're going to go back to full-on A plays, and game plans seem to change at the drop of a hat.
Well, I'm all for it. Let's get weird on Vertigo. It's always a good show. Over here towards the A sites where we're going to start things off. G2 obviously on the T side. The Thieves hold the line. So far, so good. No casualties either way.
Yeah. Another move up. They're looking to take control of J-Hall. 3 CTs pushing out. Instant headshot back and forth, actually. But it looks like it's the CT. Oh, my God, JKS! The 4 headshots right off the bat. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous.
Let's get that cued to the replay real quick, because we need to see how a man that slick just wrecked the ramp. I mean, for a moment, it looked like G2. 3 CTs lining up like that should have been easy. Here we have it.
There's just no way to expect that. What a crazy way to start things off.
Damn, man.
Last bullet, 3 for 3, just out of ammo right after he gets the last kill. And obviously still has the sleepy eyes.
Looking to fight back with a vengeance, but here we have it. Anti-eco versus just the Glocks. Not even a bomb plant for G2 in that pistol round. That one's gonna hurt the bank account. Like a Friday night out. Azza playing back behind construction. He's gonna have Jacob try to come help him. He's not even gonna shy away from these gunfights. They've got grenades, they've got USPs, and it looks like they've locked down another round. 2-0 the start for the Aussies.
That's a nice way to begin things, that's for sure. A lot of money made there. As you can see, the amount of kills here are basically mostly in the hands of Azza. There's not going to be too many other guns upgraded. Definitely a good round here for G2 in terms of firepower. They're going to be looking quite strong. Money spent is about equivalent, but the amount of MP9s we're seeing, you'd think, okay, 100 Thieves are going to do something a bit atypical here. Maybe go for some early aggression, because they've got to make it a bit closer to G2 before they can win trades. Oh, what a spam from Jax. That is just wonderful.
Man, I was thinking to myself, like, this could be a great grenade, and suddenly Jax takes control of the situation. That'll wake you up.
Amazing.
I feel like Azza's never going to throw that grenade for the rest of the half.
He's never going to stand there again, that's for sure, unless he spams back. But yeah, super good way to open up a round. Don't see a person and get a kill. Now the 3 swing in front of the Molotov at mid, and it looks like we've got a lot more mid presence as part of the strategy here for G2. A lot of teams are wondering what the potential or value is of taking mid. Let's see if G2 can show us what that value is.
Yeah, they are very much all in on it. They have no presence over on A. Just making sure nobody flanks the depths of Forklift. Nexus floating around just beneath them, and Hunter here too. So they'll sit and they will wait, and they've burned the time down to 40 seconds. We saw them doing this on Dust 2 even. Those late splits in the final 20 seconds.
They hold this position. They rock it back now, back down the ladder into the spawn, looking to make a move on the A site.
I mean, we talk about the sound playing a key piece of Vertigo. You can hear everything from everywhere. So when you boil it down to 30 seconds and then decide to move almost everyone to the opposite side of the map, I mean, they have to walk this entire way. They are playing a dangerous game. Lady Luck may show her face here. 8 seconds left over. JKS could try to commit to something on the A side if he wants to stop that plant.
No Molotov.
I don't think they have it.
They can't even plant the bomb. Oh my God. That's a little bit ugly. Obviously, you know what? I was going to say, even though this is coming down to the wire, they walk all the way, they got the rotates they wanted to. They had JKS in a rotator spot holding the A side alone. They have someone at mid. They've established mid control. All 3 other players are on the left side of that mid control, so they're so far away from being able to trade. If they just kill JKS, they get it. but not even enough time to plant on your own clock as well.
Crazy part is it's not like JKS goes in and pulls like what we saw from NAF last week, which is the wall bang through. Like there was still timing for that bomb plant to maybe sprint a little. All right, that is an awkward way to give away a third round, especially when it's not like 100 Thieves even had to work for it. They literally just sat back in spawn and allowed G2 to offer over the round.
Interesting that, they spent all their money here because they saved all their guns. They just basically made nothing off of that. They're going to move fast on the entry. MP9 gets taken out. Both players on the B site gets taken out. So all of a sudden, it matters a whole lot less. Let's see if they can get some constellation frags. Maybe even pull this back. We've got a 3v4 situation. Molotov to push a player out of position. And it has been difficult for teams to win in the post plant.
Jacob
on B.
Within green, just trying to play around these corners, and the flashbangs are going to allow for him to go for that reload. JKS near. Ooh, they've got 3 CTs for the retake, up close already, and they're starting to get their feet onto the bomb site itself. Low health for Jacob, and Amanek is going to have to work his way around this smoke. It's a quick bomb tap that elicits the spray down, so now they know exactly where he is. He's going to have to go for the reload, and the defuse has been snuck through. 100 Thieves with another robbery of a round.
3 to 4, and that bomb goes down. But we're just seeing it's such a huge problem for teams because of that separator smoke between the generator and the wall. It just allows these CTs to take a bunch of favorable angles. If they have a Molotov for default, if they can clear out the back of the site. Look at this. All these CTs are working on the exact same fight. It's much more difficult for the Ts to get anything done, especially if you're going to be out there in the middle. So sometimes those rounds can get a lot closer, but a lot of the times you're seeing if they've got the right protocols, you're winning the round on those retakes. We're going to have a T timeout called as they have to now think about what's happened. Maybe not so much strategy here and actually just T.
Yeah.
Some T.
All right, guys. First, remember, plant the bomb. Second, don't let them defuse the bomb.
Yeah, but it's more complicated than that, right? It's really difficult to. This is a huge problem right now on Vertigo. Is teams can't figure out how to win post plants on B.
Yep.
It's an issue. It was Liquid when they tried it for an entire map versus Astralis. It was part of their strategy coming into the map. By the end of the map, they were going A every single round in a row. So I don't know if G2 are going to try that again or what the case is, or if people are just having more success in practice than they are live.
A weird one, but alas, it leaves us here. G2 favored on the Betway live odds. Obviously, map advantage is going to favor them well. Their map choice of Dust 2 getting picked up in quite a close fashion. And these teams had a record on Dust 2 split down the middle, so G2 now edges that 2-1.
Pushing up for the B hit once again. You can see, they've got no one else on A. They're going to commit to this at some point. Minute 20, and they're already in position. Smokes will come flying over. 2-1-2 setup. Aggression down the A ramp, so they're pretty confident that is 100 Thieves that it's going to be B.
Well,
we'll see how it plays out.
See how they're able to handle this. Good pop flash off at the side. Liaz able to get one player removed from the hit. Azza inside of the smoke could wrap back around these Ts. Oh my god, they're all still all over this site. Here comes Azza in from close proximity, dropping a second player and a clean sweep in the retake. Dude, I love that. They're not forcing the issues. They're not standing in the open. They're literally smoke camping, letting G2 try to play their post plants, making them think that it's all clear, and then popping out and sealing the deal. A 5th round.
We'll see how many times Azza can try to pull that off. I think they're very lucky to find that G2 just moved directly into their execute at the beginning of the round, because 100 Thieves won that last round. They got utility advantage, so they're very happy to play calm.
Sure.
It's G2 who are taking a risk by coming in so early, especially considering that last round. They baited out way more utility. They brought it down to the wire, put the bomb down, even had a man advantage and still lost. You would think like G2 might try to work the map a little bit more like they did. Did such a good job at mid, actually. You wonder why they won't try to, why they haven't, or why they may not in the future try to condition 100 Thieves into wasting some of their nades at middle, at the beginning at least. But now we're moving into what could potentially be, well, they start off on fire, 5 in a row. They've begged the op out of Kenny. Everybody's bought down a 0 from G2. And they've had a couple of rounds that are just really sad to think about, but they got to forget about as well.
Got to move along. It is only 5-0. Ooh, JKS fears not a man on the other side. Spam shots, actually. Look how close that is to hitting the mark. But 100 Thieves ready to go for this. Gonna try and get their eyes down range. They've got to be cautious. There are bodies on both sides. But this gunfight could be a tough one. Flash misses the mark. Gratisfaction misses the shot. JKS still playing off of the short shelf. Could go for the peak. And he does. Dance with death.
Yeah. They're winning the positioning battle here. Jacob going for the spam. Oh, doesn't go. But Kenny S does.
Nails the first one. God, that was tense, man. Considering we had like 6, 7 players all incrementally getting closer and closer. But the only shot that really hits the mark is Kenny. Jax is low, but so be it. Still, CT's not shying away from this, not looking to fade into the bomb site. All G2 have had to do is wait. Nexa gonna put down 2 players. Azur only able to manage 1, and Liaz is nowhere to be found.
Monster.
So G2 has to win this round.
Yeah, it's a monster entry here from Nexa. And just as you're saying, no matter how unfortunate G2 have been so far, there's no way they can drop this one. Liaz will be stuck back in the site, but it's kind of okay. I mean, if I'm 100 Thieves, I'm very happy with how this half has gone so far. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to win this next round, you'd think, just based on the money. Actually, yeah, no, they'll put together a buy. And G2, on the other hand, they've got one thing that works, and it came from 3 amazing entries on the A side. So still not a lot of game tape for G2 to look back on and think, let's try that again.
Yeah, there's also a world where, as opposed to 100 Thieves moving their pieces forward, being caught, as you can see on the mini-map, so closely together there, they could have waited onto the bomb site. Could have forced the execution, could have tried to play like we saw in the post plant on the B site just 1 round prior. I mean, I don't even know if you call that a retake if the CTs never leave the site.
That's tough, yeah. Semantics on that one. I'll get a second opinion. These are such good entries. But again, yeah, and 100 Thieves are there fighting on the A ramp, flashing for the retake, trying to push off of it. G2 are ready the whole time. So that's kind of good. I mean, at least they got the fights they wanted to take. What's going to be the new approach for 100 Thieves is going to be A again. Definitely have a feeling we're going to see a lot more action at A after those couple of rounds that we saw at B this half so far.
Seem to have an inkling as to all these players here early. Oh, wow, Gratisfaction. This man is dangerous.
What? Was that through the sandbag? Kenny found that. Of course, the pixel peek and he'll nail it.
Oh my God. And he's gonna have himself a second chance. I mean, Gratisfaction's on the cusp of death here, but I love that he's not shying away from this. He's not scared. He knows his head is undercover. Either of these ops could blow right through it. Millimeters.
So tense, man.
There it is. He does wait around long enough to drop a body. 4v4. But again, it's just the intensity of these standoffs at A.
And Gratisfaction will move into a new spot. Incognito mode, walking the entire time. Kenny S flashes himself into that position and will have to move off the angle now, so the CT Opper wins the duel finally.
Yeah, that's a good underhanded flash just to take back some real estate. And Gratisfaction decides not to shy away from this. He's going to play close on the fire, 30 seconds for G2, and they are working off a man disadvantage. They've got the utility to make this execute happen, but the longer they wait, the more thieves that end up showing up to the show. Here we go. Smoke up and over, but dealing with 2 players inside of short, this could be a catastrophe for the T's. Sure, 1 Molotov flushes JKS into the open, that's something, but they need these short kills, and they will come up empty-handed. A rock-solid hold by Gratisfaction.
Let's talk about Gratisfaction, man. That's beautiful stuff from him. Positionally, like, one thing I love is that even as his teammate dies basically in his arms, right beside him here at the sandbags, you have Kenny lurking around this box. Gratisfaction is relatively out in the open, but doesn't fall completely off of his position. He's not scared of Kenny that whole time. You have to appreciate kind of the gravitas of that positioning and the fact that he's just going to help his teammates because otherwise they're going to lose. Gets the kill on the A ramp, gets the 2 falling back, and he also takes out Kenny all alone. He is more than invaluable at this point now for their A holds, and he's been really good at being aggressive too, which you think is supposed to be a lot more volatile of a spot for the CTs to be in. Look at this again. He's just just audaciously peeking at A-Ram, not scared of Kenny whatsoever. This time it looks like, whoa, he's very close. Oh my God! The reaction of that to hit him off the side of the sandbags once again in flux.
And he sees another one. He's not going to be able to deal with JKS just yet. He's honed in on it, takes a shot to the head. JKS has this minimal position, so he had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He dies to the op of Kenny S. A second pickup from the sniper of G2 already, but Jacob's playing games.
It doesn't look like they're even going to molly him out, but yeah, they're not spotting him right now. Nexa's got a nade out.
Can we just take a moment to feel for Liaz? He's been at this B site 3 rounds in a row and hasn't seen a thing.
He looks like a guy who just likes reading books and hanging out by himself anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's just chilling in the B site, appreciates the solitude.
This is his ideal game of Counter-Strike, perhaps. But here it goes. They've got the double smoke past the bomb site. Still, nobody's actually cleared sandbags until now. Kenny.
Dude, Kenny.
Cerebral. Well played by him, but still, there's a challenge at the A site. Getting that bomb down. They've done it. CT's just on the other side, and Liaz picking up a kill through smoke. That's going to be great. However, do they go one further? Follow-up utility here as the belts of G2 run deep. Now out of nades. Just that single flash, and they're gone. They're going to go ahead and retreat. That's G2 Esports slowly but surely inching their way into that A site 2 rounds in a row.
You want to learn how to work the A ramp, you got to look at Kenny here. Even Gratisfaction that previous round, so much data and just like how to play against your opponents, especially if they're opping.
Yeah.
But then Kenny catching him off guard as he's crossing back from the sandbags to the A site. Through that same corner of the sandbag, just an amazing reaction speed. I'd like to get the calculation on that because it didn't seem like he stopped at all. He was just trying to bait a shot out if possible and just nailed this. Oh my God, yeah.
See, Gratisfaction makes that slight error, right?
Guess he
moves
gave him
forward. As long as you stay as far back as possible, sandbags will cover you at all times. But Kenny S just sniffing him out. Hounds him down.
No, you didn't know he got a clue as the drop-in came. Yeah,
you see the frustration from both the players.
Jacob seemed a little bit unaware of how much he was exposing himself, though. So not sure what happened there. But yeah, from there on as well, Kenny goes to make it a multi-frag round. All important positional kills. Moving on to the A side.
You know, I said it when this series started. I wanted Gratisfaction versus Kenny S. And right now, that's what we're getting at this A site. So, I'd love to keep it rolling. But unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they're going to have to go ahead and take one on the chin, Mohan. They don't have much to play with here.
But potentially, yeah. I mean, take one on the chin in the sense they lose. So they're still going to buy, but yeah, they're not going to get everything they want.
Yeah, it's looking light.
Yeah, we'll see what JKS wants to grab. And yeah, Gratisfaction with a scout, it's something. What's interesting though is with the rounds that we've seen so far, it looks like Gratisfaction could potentially still have like a huge impact if they play the A ramp the same way. You know, I'm kind of turned off by the fact that we're seeing so much of this A ramp back and forth from both sides already, and it seems like they both know what each other are doing. There's not much outplaying in a more macro tactical aspect from both teams. It's mostly relying on their operas to win their duels, to get these individual duels slightly in their favor on the A ramp, but everybody knows that the party's on the A ramp.
We got to fix a coach mic. 6-man of any good team. I already see players unpausing, so it's just a matter of here we go.
Okay, we're back into it already. That's good. Quick fix. Anti-cheat is on. We are locked up. 10 seconds to go before we start the round, and JKS decided it was deagle time. He's going to go ahead and pick that up along with a little bit of utility. This round has bled down. I'm not sure how much of a factor the utility has been, as long as you have a couple of important grenades left over for the executes.
Gratisfaction has no armor, but he has $1,000. And he's immediately going to get pressured off of this A ramp. Nice grenade. Damn, half of Jack's health gone. That's going to open up the scout for an early 5v4. As long as he hits the shot, aim punch could be such a brutal factor for Gratisfaction. 9 out of 10 players over here on this A site. Kenny S is going to be given a chance to walk forward with the scope already in. Killing an assist from Nexa. That's a great start, but here comes Azza trying to line up more than just the one. JKS down 2. And once again, it's G2 forcing through the defense at the A site.
Dude, Nexa knows everything about the A sites. In terms of getting these trades, he's been so super sharp. Him and Kenny are a great tag team. They are working this beautifully, and as you pointed out, you know, they took a little bit of a knock there. There's 100 Thieves with the amount of stuff they could buy. They would call it themselves probably something of a full buy, but they also hedged their bets with that save. So I mean, maybe with $1,000 saved on Gratisfaction, so potentially still thinking about the future, but looking at that as an opportunity to like completely swing back the momentum. Like if they were able to pick that up, then you know, then G2 might have been saving. So.
Yep. Ooh, MNX gotta be cautious because it almost costs Jax. Again, Jax is gonna start a round with just 50 HP.
One thing I do like is that, you know, with all the A stuff going on, if it is 100 Thieves to make an adjustment to think, what else can I do? Oh, that's a nice boost. Maybe they go to mid, and G2 already have like really good mid protocols, and then they could potentially keep that going. So I guess as long as A site works out for them, it could potentially get rougher for 100.
Splattered. Here's Liaz back in with the P250. He's gonna try to just tuck himself away, hope it goes unnoticed, and he does drop the bomb carrier. JKS with a pistol kill, 2 at a distance.
Wait a second.
Where has this come from? Oh, baby, there's a chance. Ooh, but MNX had enough. He's gonna take down 2 of the 3. Here comes Jacob out of the smoke and almost able to push it to the 1v1. An excellent round coming out of 100 Thieves considering their minimal investment. The boost was nice, the P250's on point. Mwah.
Wow. Yeah, and MNX saves the day for sure. So great boost, a couple of cool, interesting tactics to pull it back. Nice long-range shots here from a few players, mostly from high ground. Buy-in here as Gratisfaction spends everything, so he did the math perfectly. He's got enough for the op, a couple of nades, his armor as well, and everybody else has pretty good nades as well. No incendiary though. Gratisfaction gonna fall off as a couple of flashes come his way. Could have been a good move from the T as they posture up now to attack the A site in a very similar fashion.
Actually, Gratisfaction doesn't have his armor.
CT is looking a lot more timid. Oh, he doesn't? Okay.
No, aim punch could be, again, an issue. Last time he died so fast it didn't really matter, but at least this time it's not just a scout. You know? I feel like op, unarmored.
Yeah, it's
still a hell of a beast.
It's only the nades you have to worry about, so if you don't play those positions, then it's no big deal. You know, if you miss and get sprayed down by an AK, you're dead no matter what.
Seems we're going back to the B site. Liaz, ready to play.
Yeah. Well, this is like a better spot because, you know, it's versus a force buy. They have them so scared of A that they've got 4 players there.
Yeah.
One of the op is going to be retaking.
He can't let his guard down at all. I mean, again, he's been left to his own devices on this site for so long now, but it is very much a commitment coming in from the T's. They have to contemplate bursting through that smoke. They clear him close, and then down goes the second as a empty-handed. It is a clean sweep of the B site. They're actually able to clear out those corners, unlike last time when that came back to bite them.
I think 100 Thieves felt a little bit of pressure there to try to end the round fast. Yeah, moving in, not allowing the plant to go down, wanting to help out Liaz while they had the opportunity. But the rotates were late. They didn't have any incendiaries, which is key to those retakes. And no way to push the guy off the back of default. So potentially some great calling here from G2. Just working off of their information. Next to playing the brain game.
Big old brain game. And also, still playing very well. His entries have been huge. He's on the top of the scoreboard for a 2nd map in a row.
Right.
So.
And they're converting a lot of the 5v4s, not all of them.
Doing work, man.
Wow. I love his ascending nices.
Yeah. It's almost, it's musical. Meanwhile, Kenny S still making the off sing. And Jax, that's confirmation bias. You know, you get that wallbang kill one time, and he's going to do it for the next 40 rounds of his life.
Yeah, why not? It's if they can't stand in that wall, you just let them know every single time. If you're foolish enough to play here, get the kill, once, twice? If that's a round, then it's worth it. Especially in this early portion of the round, first 10, 20 seconds. G2 working it slow, and you got to think the breadth of their strategy is going to go up to this. Same turn of the corner here by the sandbags. Up onto the site. they're playing games at mid. Azure, what's he waiting for? Will a flash come over for him, or is he just going to try to take this as soon as somebody makes noise? Yeah, he comes up with a peek. And Amina cannot protect Jax. He did not want to fight. He was gonna fall back.
Ooh, oh, sorry, bro. I was blinded.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's when
you
you
threw like 6 flashes at me. I couldn't do anything.
Make a quick excuse and move along, but ooh, Jacob popped on the. Ooh, Hunter just going one after another.
That's kind of been how it's been, right? Like before you know it, first entry turns into 2.
Yeah.
One player does most of the work.
And those bomb sites slip quickly from their fingertips. Here's Hunter, chance at another frag, and he will do exactly that. So making quick work of the pistol rounds and tying things up at 6.
Yeah, G2 on fire, 6-6, and their T side just looks really nice now.
This is near mirrored image of the second half of Dust 2, where we had 100 Thieves starting off so strong that it looked like they might sweep it, only to lose that momentum and then some. But luckily they are back in with another buy, and they've got that op on Gratisfaction.
Much more incendiaries can make the difference. What is the adjustment that 100 Thieves need to make? We've got some presence at mid. Again, Azure has been great at turns on CT side in terms of moving around, being of assistance to both his A and B players. Bomb here. Is that dropped inside of lower potentially as they work things? Not sure, but they'll jump over. New lane of attack into B. Let's see if they can make use of mid here. Boost onto the site. Liaz, does he have another thing coming? It looks like he's might be inching into the crosshairs of Kenny S. He is so damn close. There's an opportunity here.
Oh my god.
Earned by gaining mid. And there it is. Oh. But he doesn't hit it, and he gets spawned. He has to give that up.
Liaz will not peek that again.
It's lucky stars.
An early warning. Obviously, that's going to call that the open mid play could come back to bite them. JKS looking to just lock this down from CT spawn, but he's also giving away a little bit of movement here for G2, trying to maybe corral them into a false sense of hope. Look, now they're going to start rounding that corner, and he could re-peek right into this. He's got to be worried about that new door. But, oh, damn. He could now come back into what is the setup. G2 going to try to pull the trigger on this quick B crunch. Liaz from both directions going to feel pressured, and he swings wide. Stops it from the spawn, but Nexa's on site with the bomb down already. A frag grenade, ooh, negligible damage. He gets his gun back up, peeks in, and he's got the smokes to play around with. Ooh, there's the first one. Good headshot. Gratisfaction falls. That's a sound cue, but his attention's so
Drop
turned.
the peek. There it is.
He's ready for him, but cannot stop the op of the Aussies. 100 Thieves put out the flames of G2, and they are back on the board.
Finally,
Only 2 survivors, but damn, that round was dirty.
That's true. They move off of a win, so lots of money here for G2. This is where things get really interesting. You wonder what G2's mind is on right now. They want to go back to what they work with. They want to try that B exec one more time. The thing is that 100 Thieves, even though they won that round, they're going to try to buy up a lot of utility. They had majority dead. So they won't be able to afford, I think, full utility on every single player, which I think is going to make the difference. Though they do have, no, they actually have put together. They picked up a Molotov. They bought 2 incendiaries. They have lots of HEs to work with. That makes me very scary. And once again, it looks like the default here is towards A.
Yeah,
Hunter's jumping up fast. Could get off, but no, not just yet. Flashes come out. But these initial flashes have come out before, and they've waited.
This is kind of where all the French success began on this T side. Was Kenny cracking open the A site. Let's see what's in store. Gratisfaction standing on the top rope. Looking to elbow bomb anybody that walks around ramp. But man, it's almost uncanny. This position from G2, it makes me anxious. It's so far forward that you don't really have eyes on flank.
It is unnerving.
But you're not so far around these corners that you're ready to take these duels. Still, JKS, he comes into it. Oh, ruins their setup. Side by side with Jacob. See, CTs, they push into a spot where the Ts have no cover, but these last 2 players try to bounce back, shut down by the flank.
Wow.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's a very anxious positions. If the counter-terrorists decide to push you, you have no cover. If you get hard flanked, you're done.
Yeah, and Nexa was it was just a can opener, right? When they came around the corner, he was able to isolate 3 trades, break them break their heads wide open, come around the A ramp onto the A site, but they can't call based on that, I guess. So it seemed like G2 won of those fights to begin with. On that round, I mean, it changes the thought a little bit. Is that exactly how they thought it'd go? Was there something wrong there about the communication that allowed them to eat those flashes when in the past they didn't? These are questions we have, and it looks like G2 think that they could definitely do that or win a round like that in the future. So they're going to go right back to it and try it again.
Ooh, missed off shot. There
it is. Nexa gets 2 and potentially 3. The trade is even better.
4v2 still. There's a chance. Liaz is going to scurry over as quick as he can. He's still wary of a flank, but I mean, G2 have just been so all in on this A play. Let's rewind one round. They're in the exact same position.
Yeah, they're in the same position. So that they believe that on that last round, something went wrong that they weren't planning for, something they didn't expect. Maybe they're happy again for 100 Thieves to try to get aggro down that ramp. 2 players here left over on what is the last round of the half. They're going to move in. JKS, monster on the pistol round. Not so much right here. Liaz looking for the spray down. 2 players up, but he can't get away, and that's round 1 for G2.
Yeah, he tries to get a grenade off in time, but down he goes. A final attempt from the Aussies, snubbed out. 8-7 the score. They still have that lead. They'll be switching sides, and we'll be right back. In the exact same fashion as map 1, we finish the half at 8-7. Again, it's as close as could be, but we are on the map choice of 100 Thieves, and they're switching over to the offense. I've got to say, Mohan, I have high expectations for them. I'm hoping they give us something fresh. I hope they approach Vertigo with some kind of new look, because this map's in a really weird place.
Yeah, I agree. It's in a very strange place, and I think G2 responded well to their shortcomings on that half. And I'd like to see what 100 Thieves' plan is and if it pans out a little bit better. Looks like A to begin things.
Yeah, very quickly. Already going to be trying to challenge Hunter off of the short shelf. He has support now in position. Jax coming in from behind to try and hold the line, but they've lost short. Ooh, Liaz tries to trudge into the bomb site, and that's going to cost him. 2 versus 4 still for 100 Thieves. And I'm curious to see if they play the kills before the bomb. Azo wants that money. And all of a sudden, they're going to get flushed out. It's a rapid push in from the counter-terrorist, looking to retake by storm.
Kenny, man. I love Kenny right now. He is so nice with it. All his kills have been so impressive, and it's like on pistols, on ops, all these pixel peak angles where he's winning duels. He seems very like hyper-focused, like ready to react. And obviously hitting flicks too. That's a beautiful pistol round.
Yeah, and when I talked to him yesterday, I mean, that's what really he had to say in the interview. That's all he really had to say, was that he had taken the time off, he feels fresh, he believes in this face of G2, and he wanted to kick off the year running. Well, this man's sprinting into bomb sites on the retake, popping heads all over, and getting this score tied at 8 apiece. It's wild to think 100 Thieves, they had an 8-7 lead, but they lost the opening duels 5-10 in that first half. So constantly playing off the back foot, just like they will here in round 17. 2 Kriegs, 3 Deegs, and a nice bit of utility.
Yeah, the solid plants to help the buy get a step up. They're going to go ahead with all this utility and attempt an A hit. I think they have a very good chance of getting through here with a couple of kills, unless Amanek has something to say about it. He's got the UMP, looking for so much damage. He finds a bunch of it. He's actually got 2 players down to the point where they just get peppered off easily. It's just Azur and Liaz who have to move up. They'll both be able to pick up Kriegs, which is nice, but it's a 2-on-4 situation, so yeah, that's not so nice.
Az is also not working with armor, so I feel like a bit more of this falls onto Liaz. He's been the last man standing in so many a situation, but at least the A site's pretty much been given over, all this free real estate for them to get closer.
Kenny just got boosted, in the back of the site to see over top of default. Let's see this angle.
Ooh, could very well catch them off guard. This is M4 versus Krieg, but element of surprise, no problem. Here comes Liaz with some kind of an answer. Now, he could molly off Kenny from getting into the bomb site, just try to get that bomb down if needed, but he's left it behind. So he's looking to play kills at the 30-second mark, and he'll do that. Cuts it down to the 1v2. Could predict the flank.
He knows that someone's here for sure.
Yep.
That guy's not going to show his face, though. He's a sneaky mouse. He's going to allow for this plant to come down. It's a 2-on-1. Doesn't want to blow it. But Jax shows himself.
Ooh, dangerous. He's going to tap that bomb. 10 seconds left over. Now that flank's very much activating. Another kill from Liaz.
He's just got to assume.
From a 1v3 to the 1v1, it's going to take a headshot. Nexa already up around the ramp. He's seen him, and all he has to do is connect. But it's Nexa again and again. He is so on point in this series. G2 take a lead.
You have got to love it. But I also appreciate, Liaz was lagging behind in terms of his performances. He dropped off a lot, but he really appears to be extremely smart in the 1v1s and the 1v in the clutches in general. It's good to see he's picked up a couple of them. It's good to see he's last alive in some of these situations because he always finds a way to make it closer competitive and at the very least gets a lot of damage off on the other team. It's sad, obviously, to see him lose a round like that, but you think, G2 are going to win that 9 times out of 10. The rate G2 up a round and up a map. Very close now to potentially just closing this out 2-0. I think you, as well as I, can see a world where that absolutely happens.
Liaz buys back in. All right. Yeah. Solo Krieg.
He just had, I guess, a little bit more money than everyone else. Or, yeah. Maybe somebody else did. Grav's Faction has enough to buy up in a bit, so it's okay to have. Like, we know Vertigo, there's lots, it's like kind of like Nuke in the sense that there's very valid spots to have shotguns, to have SMGs. So if that's part of their buy, that'd be totally normal.
But this is a tough pill to swallow. I mean, they come in with Liaz ready to rock that Krieg. He's down to 49 HP instantly, and instead it swaps hands to Aza. Now, he does still have armor at least.
Yeah, that's something.
And he is most certainly capable. But he's going to lead the charge here. He's taking that forefront. Look at this sneaky position just next to the crane.
No, we've definitely got fresh stuff here from G2 in terms of how they're playing it. Again, the flash to trigger things. He's going to go off, get a kill, spot 2, fall back. They don't even see him.
Nope, and he's ready for more. Liaz pops his head up, now relegated to one of these pistols. It's Gratisfaction who's going to have a chance with a bigger gun.
Okay.
My, oh my, 4 kills and money, baby.
You shall not cross.
Amanek
picks a spot on the ramp and wipes it clean. That's so nice. So much money, too, involved in those kills.
So ready off the flashes. Just milking it. You lined up, you got wrecked, and now you're buying back in with everything they have. 100 Thieves down by 2, trailing. As G2 have gotten themselves onto the double digits first, here comes Hunter, and it's gonna cost them. Jacob, first bit of success here. Kenny off of the side of boxes, denied by Azza, and Amanek, well, he succeeded last round. Can he line them up again? Seems not. We've got 100 Thieves with a 4v2.
Things not so hot this time around as they attempt the same strategy, but it's actually 100 Thieves to bring the tempo one step higher. Now they've got mid control to work with. Bomb actually pulling its way back. Jack's running through the fire, realizing the importance of the rotation at this moment in the 2v4 to take a risk, but the risk does not pay off, and in fact, him and his teammate will both die in basically quick succession. Glock to the head of Nexa, and that's round 1 for 100 Thieves to pull it back. All it needed was a little bit of extra juice.
A little pizzazz. They threw it at that A site and then immediately sprinted back. I got to give props. DJ actually showed us JKS perspective. 2 rounds ago when we had that lineup from Amanek, right? JKS was just creepy crawling outside of the B bomb site. And, you know, information, name of the game sometimes on Vertigo. And you saw how adamantly and quickly they were able to move that bomb over to the opposite side of the map. It paid off. JKS, again, ensuring that his team have an alternative route, that they don't have to smash their heads against this A wall over and over. Kind of like what G2 did. You know, they didn't succeed at B, so they kept trying at what worked. It got them here, still holding on to a 1-round lead, but keep your eyes on Hunter. He is close smoke on short.
Yeah. He wants to push. I don't know if they'll expect this. Interesting, smoke can help him out a little bit. Jacob will spam into it and catch him falling back. Kenny left alone on the A site. Well, Amanek's a bit farther away. Jacob picks up the pieces, Kenny's body as well, and let me drop the fire behind just to make sure he couldn't leave.
He's just cutting him down at the knees.
Yeah. Good anti-eco so far.
Yeah. Doing a really good job of just slipping into the side of this A site. They've left bomb behind. Don't need any unnecessary losses. Counter-strike, counter-terrorists.
Counter-strike.
Counter-strike.
Always weird to hear that.
You ever heard it? Heard of that game?
I heard it. It's a pretty good game, yeah.
I think it's all the rage.
And we've got the that way Oz flying in, 1.33 there.
For G2?
For G2, just slightly in the lead on this map. Once again, well, this one, it's going to be tied up. Both are going to hit double digits, and then we'll find out what happens. In terms of game plan right now, Connor, who do you like more? Like, what do you, from what you're seeing? We haven't seen the full...
The full spectrum.
Yeah, we haven't seen the full spectrum, full buy versus full buy, 100 Thieves on this T side so far, but I feel like I really like what we're seeing from G2. I have a lot of faith in their first map, and then also what we've seen in the first half. Even though it was tight, right? Even though it was 8-7.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see at what point, if needed, 100 Thieves are able to kind of change direction over towards that B site. We've been talking about it. Vertigo, just as a map, is a bit awkward on that side. You know, the post plants particularly seem to be a struggle. So, seeing as they are one of these teams who have decided to pick this map, I would like to see their style and their hands playing at it. But that is not a problem just yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Thank you.
Since they picked it, I like that point. Since they picked it, you know, maybe they're one of the teams that have worked on that specific part of the map more than anyone else.
That smoke's been consistent. Constantly throwing that one out early. See where it lands. They're on short. Woo, that is Molly damage, baby. And Kenny S.
Wait.
How has he managed that?
Didn't seem like his angle was that deep to be able to pull that off. Amanek stuck having to spray. Gratisfaction doing his best Nexa impression up the A ramp. Double entry here to open things up, and it leaves one player alone, Hunter. Not just any player, Hunter here. On the A side, teammate coming in slightly behind him.
Did have the highest blast score of anybody in this server before the match. So let's see if he's tested. But again, 100 Thieves, they can decide to head elsewhere if they want. The option's there. JKS worked up the B stairs, saw nothing, and has decided to come back over to his comrades. So shoulder to shoulder, it is an all-in at A. You can see that big flank working its way around T-spawn, but for the time being, it is just going to be Hunter at bat. Smoke starting to move past, and he is able to retract himself enough to come back in by surprise and kill Azza. That's the 3v3.
Yeah, highlights the positioning there. That was great. Pulls off, gets a kill, falls back.
Another smoke up. Ooh, then that flank comes into play. Jax able to snap back JKS. Takes the man advantage into the hands of G2. The retake meant to get rolling, but Liaz has other ideas. He's cleared one of the two players on the bomb site, and low HP for Jax puts him into a very awkward spot. Oh, the HP is so low, it's gonna take one bullet, and it connects. Liaz back turned, Hunter drops him down, and G2 back in the lead.
Getting the plant down, step one, getting the kill, step two. That was something that was the puzzle, the piece of the puzzle that G2 were able to figure out on A. Once they got the bomb down, they definitely had it. Wow, that comes down to the wire. G2 win the round. They take the lead as well. And this is where it gets scary for 100 Thieves. This is one of those establishing shot rounds where we look at how good their bread and butter is going to be. That's an interesting way to get that kill. For some reason, we didn't see 100 Thieves get that as quickly versus G2. And I wonder if that's because it was G2 to be a lot more careful about when they turn that corner. They made sure to hold up specific positions on the ramp, clear the sandbags guy, get the operas to get flashed off, and then look to wrap J-Hall. And in this round, no, that's a free kill. That's a shot in the back. That should not happen.
Hello, here we go. Kenny, not sleeping, sprints in for the pick. Feels a bit pressured, doesn't like it. Smoke in his face, dirt in his eyes. So he retreats ever so slightly. That is really good wallbang damage. Jacob down to 17. They're posturing up here, puffing their chests, trying to make more noise. Oh man, they are not winning this early spam fight.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. G2, they know that they're spamming with a purpose. They know all these angles, but they don't know how much it's actually done. Hunter, it's one of those kills, doesn't matter. Kenny S right for the headshot with the AEWP and will move in for a second kill. Gratisfaction back turned here, but behind a wall as well. Well, we'll see the wall bang come out. We know Kenny S, when he gets bored, he's going to shoot at stuff. Ooh. That's a flick up, but Azur manages to come out ahead 4-4. And they're inching a little bit closer, but the bomb is still very far back, and B is still wide open.
30 seconds, and Amanak, that close position's going to get cleared. We'd seen him succeed from there. Now Nexa over on the opposite side. Rapid headshot versus JKS. 2 members of 100 Thieves left over. Still no bomb control. Yeah. 20 seconds. Where is that
Not
thing?
even time to win. They can't even get the bomb.
They need all the
G2
frags.
do is
That's what they need.
Stay alive.
2 more kills. Oh man, all Hunter has to do is hide.
CTs don't realize this though. I mean, they're not going to throw themselves at the fight, it looks like. Hunter, now that he's scared, he's going to fall back. But yeah, that's it. I mean, objective-based game, right? You can try to get the kills, but it all revolves around the bomb. G2 will win another round and take it to 12 to 10, excuse me. One step closer to taking this series 2-0.
I mean, we saw G2 fumble around because of bomb. And now that's been swung back the other way. Yeah. So an anomaly on each side.
Yeah, that made it look like they were so nervous and shaky in the first half, but that was the only round they really messed up that badly. But it's 100 Thieves who can't afford that now. They can't afford that at the moment. Very healthy buy here from both sides. Still the FAMAS and the UMP, but for G2, but that's really no big deal. I think for the most part, they're taking control of the situation, which is the thing to understand. How does Kenny even come up with that kill, man?
Wild. There's Jacob, at least early answer. Now that he's not sent to low HP early on. Poor Aminex trying to play on the forefront of this bomb site, but the frontier's wild out here.
Oh, Kenny again. He's just twiddling his thumbs, looking for something to do.
He's using the sniper like a shotgun, swinging it up close. Ooh, a leg shot. But it's enough to have JKS scurry back there. 15 health, would have fallen to the USB. Another great flash, an attempt to on the spray down, but just one frag. And Jax, he knows he's susceptible to the peak, so he too retreats just a bit behind the wall.
Huge on the counter utility. It's 3-3, but it really looks like, you know, G2 have got things under control. The push up again, but the flash is no good. Goes a bit too high. Easy to dodge there for Azur. More pressure now on Kenny as he moves in to the execute itself. From the smoke. Can't turn around, take Azur out on the A ramp.
Oh, grenade.
That's a bomb plant denied at the very least. 37 seconds, though.
A little start to the 1 versus 3. A little bit of damage versus Liaz is going to be enough to drop him. He sees the player further back on ramp, knows that wouldn't have been the planter. Here's the retreat down short, so he has a good idea as to where both of these players are. Does he fancy his chances? He's been smoked off.
Try to push him into a lurk.
Bomb's halfway gone. Liaz, audacious play here. He's decided to come back over to the left. That's what's going to catch Nexa by surprise. Really smooth moves there. He went back short and then inside of that follow-up smoke, swap back over.
Yeah, I like how you described that audacious play. You know, it's one where it just has to do with the psychology of the situation. Nexa's trying to get him to push through the smoke. He comes back. Liaz takes that as a way to just kind of get to a brand new spot.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah. Nicely done. Nice attempt in the 1v2, but very nicely handled for 100 Thieves. 11-12. As we really round out this game. Round 24, timeout called for the CTs. G2 going to talk about the economy a little bit. They're going to have a conversation about the money, okay? No one's really putting food on the table for this round.
It's just dried up baguette and half a bottle of wine.
Yeah, a couple of breadcrumbs. They've got...
a bowl of heavy cream.
It's very cool, very modern. They've got no money left over.
Nope.
Kenny S can maybe buy pistol, but I don't think he's going to. So what's the eco strategy? I haven't seen them faced with this predicament in a long time. What can the CTs do here that'll be interesting?
You know, it's a 6 strat. This is the Henry G special.
All right, let's hear it.
I've played a Vertigo Pug or 2 with Henry G.
Okay.
And if you're ever on the CT side, you're in one of these weird half-buy situations. Now, it works best right after losing pistol, okay? The creme de la creme here is Armor MP9s. All 5 players rush top mid.
Oh, Armor MP9s.
Yes.
All 5.
All 5.
You guys win a lot? Or?
Well, that's not the important part.
Right, I'll forget about that.
You know, it's about the teamwork and the
Minor
camaraderie.
details. Okay.
But I do feel like you can at times catch players, especially Ts, sitting in the first hallway of top mid. You know, we've seen a couple members sit back behind the, let's say, generator up here where all these wires connect. And that's a good spot to be if you're holding for the top mid push, but it also forgoes any top ladder control. So if anybody wants to make sure that pistols can't take top ladder.
The thing is, we're seeing, it was like the first half, that would have been nice for 100 Thieves to use, because G2 were doing a lot of stuff at mid, like on their T side. It's just not as much of a focus for 100 Thieves. So, I mean, they could come out with a fast flank at worst, right? No one's going to be here to wait, so they're pushing through. B, they're doing the chaos drop. It's all USPs. The sprays here for JKS. He catches them off guard, and there's not going to be a player to die, I don't think.
Nope, just one. Just poor Jacob.
That deserved a golf clap.
Yeah, that was great.
I think so. It was just an anti-eco. Can't get too excited. But it is, at the very least, right now, numerically right now. I mean, every round is just so big. If you could pull the eco out, you'd be on for something interesting. Jax is so little money, man. They can't even buy on this round either.
All right. No, this is where they, you know.
Wow, that was such a big swing, that 2v1 they were able to close out.
Props to them.
Wow. Okay.
They get to reap the rewards. Quick and easy last round.
Look at like, you taught me this.
Yeah, he doesn't know it quite is. Is this it? It must it's here. Clearly missing the mark. Monkey see, monkey do.
Well, I mean, that might be the strat. CT's here at mid for one of the first times. Yeah.
As is caught hopping. You know, it's not just USPs like in the last round, so you'd hope that 100 Thieves haven't been lulled into a false sense of security. They double back down to the base of ladder, grab their bomb, and start heading strong towards the A site. Why? Because Gratisfaction's already worked up short.
They're making a lot of noise, though. The rotates are out instantly.
They're running over. Now, they must know Gratisfaction could be close. Ooh, there's lots of bodies starting to pile up here, but there's most certainly an opening for a plant. It's a scary prospect when you hear these deagles rattling off, but he is going to get that bomb down. And once these smoke fades, should be easy pickings. That is a dangerous game, Jacob.
Yeah, for real.
But he's tucked in.
Tightrope walker over here.
Ooh, that's a big kill.
Wait a second.
Pop flash.
They're close.
Meant to keep anybody at bay, but Nexa not scared. He's going to move this one forward. Little bomb tap. That's going to reveal a position that's pretty easy to deal with. I mean, Jacob has nowhere to go, so JKS has to clutch this 1v4. He doesn't get the man off bomb, and they've managed it.
Yeah, get loud. That's insane. They were able to get close enough that they could pull off the defuse. 10 seconds to go, but it turns green. Amanek locks it down. That's 13 here for 100 Thieves. They had their economy broken. That was one of the easiest rounds so far to pull out. And you imagine that they win that on an A retake with pistols. This was so nicely played from Nexa and his team. I mean, here they bait Gratisfaction out with the fake the fake defuse and his teammate shooting.
That's rough, man.
Let's go! And he comes out of the tall grass ready to spray. There's no chance there for Gratisfaction. Everybody,
I mean, that's
contributing a whole lot there.
That's a real kick in the koalas.
Yeah. Is that what you call them?
That's so rough. They made mincemeat of the USP play. Just Eagles to work with in the next. You saw them get a bit ambitious. Jacob's play as well, you know, like once the smoke was on bomb, you understand why he had to go for the spam, but he has a bit of a gimmick position. Rough spot as G2 managed to hold on to a one-round lead. It seems like that's where they've been for the most part of this map, but here we go, bringing it back into the site once more. Hunter with the high ground. You gotta be careful if you're Liaz here. He is the solo bomb carrier. He closes that distance and he punches in the digits.
Oh, he's lucky to see no grenades coming his way, but he can't actually escape that easily. Smoke goes down to his left, but he still can't move away safely. Luckily, cast the spell and Harry's out of there.
Here we go. He's looking to float back into safety if he can find it. Azza's gonna be coming in with this late lurk. There it is, fire at the feet. They burn out the witch. Gratisfaction looking to switch back momentum. Azza's flank is down for the count, and he's seeing around. Oh, another!
That's it!
Jacob with a team kill.
Oh my God,
That's gonna sting. G2, not yet here with the win, but at least one round closer.
Joey, cue that up. Was that off the corner of a spray, or did he just kill like somebody who, was he beside an enemy at least, or?
Gratisfaction was inside of the smoke.
Yeah.
Just on the side of it.
Right.
This is the replay.
Okay.
So Jacob's behind him on ramp. This is the flank not going well. Jacob tries to kill Jax.
Oh, thank God for this rewind. Wow, production, baby. Yeah. He's a little bit in the way. Okay, so it's okay. I mean, he probably would have died anyway, but yeah, team kill doesn't help. 14-12, man. And we saw 100 Thieves after things went south. They decided to go light speed up the A ramp. So luckily they didn't do that this time. We have time to talk about it. Oof. Great aid there on Gratisfaction. Down to 56, near perfect.
He's got shrapnel in his mustache.
Might be a good look.
No, 14-12 isn't. But they will trudge along back to the B site. Nexa, ready and waiting. He definitely just saw something. Shoulder peeked it, drops the smoke, and retreats behind Big Green. Jack's at bat from mid.
Yeah,
Molotov, frag. Looking to do a good bit of utility damage. I mean, damn, look at the HP here from 100 Thieves.
Highlighting mid control again, G2, part of their game plan, both sides. And it looks like it's going to be the reason that they win on this round. Nexa, oh my God, after they get that info, do some nade damage, comes through with a spam. However, it's still even strength. And the 100 Thieves are split up. Kenny S has made presence now on the B site. They got to be confused as to what the setup is here for G2.
They're not quite sure what the heck's going on. Here's Gratisfaction, just peeks in as Hunter comes off the angle. Now that could give him a good bit of timing. I mean, in Hunter's mind, he just checked this, and he is very concerned with what's been going on at the B bomb site. Smoke in his face, if he jumps up, Gratisfaction might catch him completely by surprise, but no, it's Azza with a good headshot to keep them here even 3v3. Bombs down.
In the post plant, you know. I mean, oh, there's something. That's a slides off his teammate's head.
Yeah.
You'll see something. It won't be worth anything, though.
An electric slide, two-man boost. But the drive-by is a miss. Jacob, oh no, he is
poor
just
Jacob
stuck.
has to just sit there and die. Are you kidding me?
That's a bit awkward. Little small mistake is made. Azza, he's gonna go down after just the first one. Gratisfaction trying to connect a headshot here. He's got 56 health to work with, and Jax is already on that bomb. He has to go for the peek. He has to stop it, and the mag goes dry, but I don't know if there's time. Yep, he's got it. Oh, a 15th for G2, down to the wire.
Dude, so smart, just budgeting that ammo because he knew what he had to work with and couldn't come through the second headshot. Such a good attempt. 3 rounds the difference. G2 could potentially win this 2-0.
What is that from Jacob?
This is crazy. I mean, he's set in a couple positions there where it looked like he was kind of uncomfortable. It's like someone told him to stand there, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do.
Right. Yeah.
It was like someone was like, "Go fix that bookshelf," and he's like, "I've only ever built IKEA furniture. You know, I don't know how to do this."
Poor guy. Cuts his own hand off.
Yeah, so he was exposed maybe not his favorite map. He got exposed in the sandbags with his back to Kenny S up the ramp for that early kill. There, he's jumped out onto the railing.
Yeah, right. No, that's like
a little bit unaware of exactly how much he's showing. Yeah,
and you could argue as well that when he was tucked into that closer position, well, he kind of jumped the gun on the spray down too. So like he played into the weakness of his spot. He was caught with just his rumpus sticking out a couple times.
I guess, you know, for him, it's like the indignation of falling and dying was not worth it. He was like, I can just be Metal Mario here behind the steel pillar and hopefully last long enough that my teammates can come out and help me.
He did survive an op shot and a couple deegs on the follow-up. Man's got health.
It wasn't enough.
Nope. And here it is. Final attempt, perhaps, for the 100 Thieves. 3 map and match points. G2 looking to take their opponent's map choice. In our pregame interviews, every player predicted their opening match going 2-0. And that may be the case. Here we go. Hunter's got that opening kill. He's going to hear walking on the rafters. Nexa.
They're looking for a boost, but Nexa's smoke, I mean, could he get that information? They're making too much noise. He's going to push out. Yeah.
Ooh, but
try to take down the bottom of the totem.
Doesn't line it up right away. The spray just good for 1. Amonek's going to have a gun advantage over Liaz, just working with that MAC-10. And here's the big flank from Jax. He could be the nail in the coffin. He's going to decide to pull this off. Clears Jacob, who's not watching flank. Down now, 2 quick kills. And G2 have picked up this second map, victorious on Vertigo, Mohan. Who would have thought that they would have come in with such conviction?
Local moves, baby. That's huge from G2. Looking super solid in both halves. And again, it looked like their game plan was even stronger on Vertigo than 100 Thieves, so you got to give it up. They look very strong.
They look fresh. I mean, that's what they talked about. Just coming into 2020, sitting down with their LAN games and just starting the ball rolling as early as possible. Well, they've done exactly that. And we've got some good stuff to talk about. I mean, there were openings for 100 Thieves, but there were also mistakes. And at the end of the day, that's what came back to bite them.
Nexa, a great start with a 2-0, but it was when we were talking to the teams, many people expected that 2-0 to come out of this. Obviously, it's going to be a very positive feeling for you guys, but how does this 2-0 feel? Pretty special after that little beef with Kassad in the middle?
Yeah, it feels really good to win, of course, as always. I think both teams were pretty shaky at the start. I think for us personally, it felt like we had some first LAN jitters or something. You know, we didn't play for some time on LAN, and neither did they, so you could actually see it and feel it in the game for sure. Both maps were extremely close. It was just like some individual plays that won us the game this time, but overall I think it was a great game to be a part of.
Now let's go back to that Dust 2 a sec as well, because that was a comeback and a half, because you guys were almost looking down and out of it. What was you kind of saying to the team at that point?
Yeah, that's where you could see like the jitters most clearly. I failed some of my shots, and we were all like just too hectic and all around, you know, bad communication and everything. So what I said to the guys is, we're not doing like any mistakes. We're just like scared. All we have to do is we just play default. We do what we actually practice, and we like trust the setups we have. We don't over rotate or like fall for fakes or whatever, so we just trusted our setups. We did exactly what we did in practice, and it worked out like towards the end of the second half.
Now on Vertigo, did you expect that pick to come in, and did you kind of have any ideas what they might deliver on it?
I had no idea it was going to be Vertigo. Like, historically, for us, I mean, I don't know if it shows on the results, but we feel very comfortable and very good playing that map and getting Dust 2 and then Vertigo second, which was in 2019. It was like, if we don't get Dust 2, we would pick Vertigo. So they gave us 2 of our best maps, essentially. So I would say the veto went in our favor, and yeah, it's how the game went also.
Now, you were having a good game, but we saw Kenny also kind of rolling back the years, especially on Dust 2, this new system with him working in play. Do you feel confident in what you guys managed to achieve during your practice time now?
Yeah, I still feel pretty confident with what we did. Although Kenny showed some really good signs, this is like not even 10% of what I know he can do.
Whew, big words. Well, I look forward to seeing the rest of it, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Short one. Headshot. Nice. 1 HP. Nice. I'm defusing. Sandbags. Sandbags. I'm defusing for win. Nice, François. Nice.
Best Greek player in the team, bro.
A lot of happiness in the G2 camp after a phenomenal 2-0 victory, I would say, in their opening match here at Blast Premier. And I just want to check in with what Nexus said there. We got Dust 2, of course, we picked it and we're very comfortable in it. And we were surprised that Vertigo was let through as the second because we are so comfortable on it as well. And for a team as 100 Thieves that has the fundamentals down, and I would think has a good read on what the pick and ban should look like, that is quite surprising. And of course, this is results-based analysis, but it was a huge mistake, Duncan.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, it is a gamble certainly to pick that because there are other maps in the map pool that are not good G2 maps that they could have just gone straight into. I mean, the obvious ones, Train, like Chad said there. You could have obviously done something like, I mean, in this scenario, you couldn't pick Inferno, but basically almost anything else except Vertigo. So the idea was if you picked Vertigo, you better be really confident you got something amazing on it.
Yeah, that game, if you look at it from the 100 Thieves side, which is what I'm doing, unfortunately, everybody at home, that second half was super frustrating, right? You look at all the rounds that they're able to get into the bomb site and plant, and then the retakes came in, and then these little situations where they had a good post plant set up, but then a smoke would get dropped, or they lose that eco round. Those kind of rounds right there, you could just see the tilt building and building and building because it felt like they were doing everything they needed to put themselves in the right position. They just couldn't close. Now let's throw another team, throw these boys on the pile of one of the better teams in the world, coming on in without any officials under their belt and looking rusty.
Never heard this before.
Exactly, right? It feels like we're just a broken record at this point. We're seeing it again. So now it's a question of, do they bounce back? And now they have to see who wins out of EG and OG, which if it goes in this fashion, I'm a bit worried.
Oh, you seem very worried, so I suggest we take a quick break and then we dive deeper into what didn't go so well but went great for G2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Blast Premier Live from London, where we wrapped up our first best of 3 of the day, G2 winning versus 100 Thieves. And I need to ask you guys something, if you could explain it to me. I come from a world and a game where G2 wins everything, but the World Championship, and 100 Thieves always loses. And I was told it was the same or different the other way around. Here, 100 Thieves always wins, and G2 doesn't. So what's going on?
I mean, we can start on what he picked up there, which is like, I think what we're seeing in this tournament is normally the year never takes this long to get going.
Yeah.
You start playing in January usually. You've got tournaments then, or if you're going for the major sister, you're in the cycle already. So the fact that we've had teams like 100 Thieves, it's got to be like over 2 months since they played an official LAN game.
71 days to be exact.
That's a long, long time. Remember, we were saying how Astralis at like 58 was really pushing it. So if even the best team of all time comes in and they're a bit rusty, they don't have that match fitness that you'd have if you're playing week to week to week. I think what you see is like a lot of the other elements were there. They were making a lot of good Counter-Strike moves, but in terms of literally just the basics of shooting people with the gun, they were way off. I mean, there was one player in particular, right, that you kind of highlighting.
Yeah, Jacob is who I want to focus on here because he's normally up the top. It's JKS and Jacob. It's that duo, and then who's going to chime in as the third star of that team? Well, we wait and see when the game unfolds. But here in both matches, Jacob was very, very quiet, and normally he's the entry fragger on the T side. They lost opening duels on Vertigo here, 19-9. They only managed 9 in terms of opening kills in their favor, and the same can be said over there for Dust too. They lost that 20-9 in terms of opening duels. So they were really struggling in that aspect of the game. And then a lot of the rounds that they were winning were either they were trading efficiently somehow, like JK's getting jumping Krieg kills or things just falling in their favor.
Well, we're going to dive a bit deeper into that as well as what worked for G2. But first, we have Azur standing by for an interview.
I've got Azur with me after a tough loss there of being 2-0 in their favour, but very close games, mate. The first thing I want to come back to is that Dust 2 portion where it looked like you guys had it in the bag. What do you feel went wrong?
Man, it was just both games in general, just T-halves were pretty sloppy. Pretty sloppy from both teams, to be honest. I think it being our first LAN and it being their first LAN of the year also, there was a lot of mistakes, and it came down to the mistakes at the end of the game, and they made less than us.
Now, when it comes to Vertigo pick, even Nexa just said he was very surprised by it. Was this you guys trying to get a punish pick in there that maybe just didn't go the way you planned?
With Vertigo, we're just pretty confident on it, to be honest. Yeah, we like the map, so we played to our strengths for that, and obviously it didn't go to plan, but Vertigo is a pretty good map for us.
Now, in terms of what you guys going forward, right, you'll find out who you face later on. Is there a favourite team you'd rather face in that to maybe give yourself a confidence boost to have an incredible lower bracket run?
I mean, it's hard to say. OG, they're a dark horse. EG have always been like a hard team for us in general. So I probably lead more towards wanting OG just because of that. But it's also hard to read OG just with there being such a new team and stuff like that. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. We just got to come swinging tomorrow, and that's all that matters.
That's what I like to see, and that's what I like to hear. What are you going to conversation-wise have with the team now tonight and kind of planning for tomorrow?
So we're probably just going to look back at the games and just look at our mistakes, what we fucked up, and that's pretty much it. And then after we find out who we're versing, we'll probably prepare for them tonight also, and that's all it is.
Well, hopefully no more F-ups, mate. Good luck going forward. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, bro.
I love that he went for it. Just said the F word because
caught himself and then still committed. So maybe they could have used that in the server a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say.
Good on the second map.
For sure.
Second map.
Of course, they aren't out by any means. Tomorrow they'll play whoever loses the match between EG and OG later today. I do want to turn the attention a bit on G2 Esports.
Sure.
G2 Esports, over which we had a lot of questions and didn't peg to win, especially Nexa. To remind everyone, a very young player who is now the in-game leader, but who's also fragging the most on the server out of G2 Esports, 2 maps in a row. How important was he to the win?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the problem. It's easy when you look at the tactical side to see all the mistakes of 100 Thieves. They were in winning post-plant positions, like you say. They were getting good first halves. But there's a reason why they lost this game, and it wasn't just on their stick, as it were. I'd say if you look at the guys from G2, they hit every check mark of who you needed to play well in this game. So Nexa was fragging out of his mind, having a whole bunch of good T rounds that got them in the games. Kenny S, I'm sure we'll see him later, was, as you say, it was old school highlight, Kenny S. And then Hunter, he could even be quiet at times. He was still putting up some pretty good frags at certain key moments, and I would say overall performance, like you couldn't really ask for a better distribution for your G2.
Any team, when you have your in-game leader with a 1.47 rating, they're the highest rated player over the entire series. You know, you have to look at that and go, who did something right? So with the man on the screen, you can see 51 kills to his name. He's the youngest member of the squad, and he takes a lot of responsibility. We heard with a lot of the communication going on that it was messy for G2, and they're still able to get it done with that in place. So props to
If you win that many opening duels in the IGL, you can do a lot.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong, but being the type of IGL that frags heavily as well and is able to keep that control in the key moments, that is a rare thing. And this is a 1 map or 2 map, of course, sample size, but that is something to look out for in his development.
This is actually one of the big sort of feathers to his bow, as it were. That's one of the strengths that he has, is that unlike Azza, who used to be a star player but had to sort of give that up, give other people space, sometimes has to just be the hard entry at times where you get fragged. It's a totally different game as how you call. As we said, they didn't seem as structured. You don't have to be if the IGL can get the kills and then open the site up and he's still there to call.
Yeah, when they're winning, you know, those eco rounds and the gamble stacking correctly, or the retakes that kept going on down, those are like crunch frags at that point, right? If you win or lose that duel, you probably win or lose that round. And there were certain plays that he was making that, you know, he didn't have to communicate to his team to do. He could just do it himself. Exactly. And you've got, when you have him getting, okay, so in this round right here, this was picked up. This was the eco. He's pushed close. Gratisfaction didn't even know he was that close in that scenario. So those are 2 huge kills, and he just continued to find impact throughout this game. So Nexa, as an individual, being such a young player and such a young in-game leader, still has a lot of room to grow. And if he can continue to have performances that are even half as good as this, then G2 start to look dangerous.
I'm wondering, how do you guys see like the longevity of that fact that an in-game leader can like grow their skill set as an in-game leader and on top of that keep fragging as much? Usually does it drop off one or the other?
It definitely helps if you have his style of team. That's the thing. It's very rare. Like when Glaive occasionally has had the odd tournament where he was actually the MVP, that's basically an outlier for all of history. It doesn't happen if you're a tactical in-game leader usually, because so much of your mind is on every single aspect of the dynamics of players and spots and what the other team's doing. So I think you need sort of a team a bit like this. You need a team that's going to be a little bit looser. People are playing, hopefully they have a lot of skill and can make their own decisions. I would say he could continue it in this squad. The question is, can G2 be one of the best if they play that style? That's what I would worry about.
And once again, we'll just touch on that communication again. If they come like that in a game which is a little bit closer, or they're back and forth in those clutch rounds, they probably lose, because the breakdown of communication in some of those situations, we heard they were just talking over each other in the mid round. It sounded like some of the things Nexa was calling was just getting completely disregarded.
Short-circuited a few times.
So that can't happen, you know, when you're talking about if they make it to the in the upper bracket final tomorrow. That can't happen, right? They need to be able to have their communication a little bit clearer, making sure that they're on top of those situations. But I want to look at that CT side from them. They made things very frustrating for the 100 Thieves guys. They were constantly going for fights, and that can be allowed when your individuals are hitting shots, right? Just throw a quick flash and take a lot of duels. And you could see in the mid rounds, 100 Thieves, they were setting up for executes. Next minute, they're getting pushed and having to fight, and that just made it so awkward. Making it onto bomb sites, getting the bomb down, that's fine. But when you're in number disadvantage and you're trying to defend, that's where the problems were. And G2 did a fantastic job of playing the game on their terms.
Yeah, and we see it there. We, of course, heard talking about Kenny and giving him a bit more responsibility again, of course, on that AWP as well. And we also heard in the post-game interview, that's only 10% of what he can do. I don't know if that is true, but, you know, we're seeing some glimpses of that classic Kenny, like Chad dubbed it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, not only is he hitting all the flick shots here, but I think actually it was a lot of the CT frags really decided the game, because when you have a player like Kenny, with the way that he plays the CT AWP angles, where he'll just peek into you, that just cripples your confidence if you're the T side. If you think he's going to hit that like 70% of the time, you start thinking very differently about how the map is, where there's space on it. So I feel as though when he's got a baseline level like this, G2's going to be in any match.
Yeah, and if they can get him to maintain this level, that's what's scary, right? Because Kenny had periods of time where he was good for very long periods of time, but he hasn't been himself in a couple of years. So
how many AWP kills?
Yeah, that's 31 kills, so what, an average of 15 over both maps from him. And then you think about when they started getting back into that Dust 2 game on their CT side, was the double AWP setup with him and Amanek. So it's all kind of clicked for G2 here, and it's a really good sign for the team, because Hunter was somebody who I thought was probably going to be having more of an impact. He wasn't even one of the top 2 fraggers, right? So if they still have that crutch of Hunter to fall back onto in the future, it's starting to look like the talent is deep. And that is obviously contingent on Nexa having that level of performance.
Even though, listen, yes, we should definitely praise the G2 performance. They did everything they needed to win. I will say, I'll go back again to actually what Kenny S himself said in an interview before this tournament with HLTV.org, which is, he said 100 Thieves, what makes them hard to play against is they're a team that make very few mistakes. You cannot say that in this match. In this match, there were a lot of scenarios where I won't say they gave it away, but they opened the door. And each time G2 had the frags to come and take the game from them.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, because as said, of course, nothing is lost for 100 Thieves, but it could become very, very dicey. As said, they have historically had really rough matches against Evil Geniuses, so they're going to hope that they're not up versus them. So what do we want to see then? They've got a day now, Chad. What were the biggest points of contention for you?
I just think they need to clean up some of those post-plant situations, right? They were being a little bit too lackadaisical, giving away kills, you know, peeking behind smokes, not expecting to get spammed. Those little situations right there is what they would need to fix, because the rest of their game, they were outplaying G2.
Yes.
Like their CT side on Dust 2 was fantastic, the way that they were taking territory. And a thing that does get them into trouble, and this has kind of been historic with them when they were Renegades as well, is when they go for the force buys, if they win like after that pistol area, they're conceding 3 to 4 rounds every time and then getting back into the game. They were lucky in the Dust 2 first half that they won a full rifle round without an AWP and without full utility, right? That's not how they want to be approaching it. They're very structured. You want Grat on the AWP, you want your riflers, you want your full utility to lock things down. So they play a very risky game with the force buys in the early stages.
But they were unlucky with the crash on this too?
That didn't help at 13-13, and I think a lot of frustration there probably carried on through, but they still made the second map competitive. And look, if you're going to hang it on that, and then you're going to go and lose the second map, then you don't deserve to win the series anyway.
That's not a winner's mindset, exactly. Yeah, you've got to put it behind you.
But with the OG versus the EG game we have coming up, I just hope that EG don't start in the same fashion of what we've seen from all the top dogs. I want one of the top teams to come out and go, hey, look, you know, we're not messing around.
I think that's an apt point, because when you say, you know, 100 Thieves, they know their fundamentals. We've known that for a long time, and usually they don't make the mistakes when they have to finish it out. And a thing or two has to do with not being warmed up completely. So we'll see if EG can break kind of the curse that we've seen from Astralis and now again from 100 Thieves, but we'll see. We're going to take a bit of a break. It's actually a long one, but you can go out and get some dinner. We'll be back on air at 7:10 London time, which is 8:10 in the rest of Europe. So we'll see you then for EG versus OG.
It'll be our first event.
We're feeling confident against OG. We don't know much about them. Obviously, they're still a new team. They've attended a few events which we've watched and scouted.
I'm feeling very confident considering the practices we've had and the talks we've had within the team.
Kind of don't know what to expect from the EG team. I think they can be very up and down, but to be honest, I just really want to focus on ourselves.
Blast has been looking really well in these past couple of weeks that I've watched.
Just the fact that you're sitting so close to the fans, it's very, hype, and I saw the new, the glass thing with the frosted glass that they did, that you can turn on and off after the rounds.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then we might jump over the glass.
Score prediction for me would be 2-0.
I'm actually confident we'll take it 2-0.
2-0 EG.
I think it'll be a 2-0 in our favor.
Right now it's our chance to prove that we're capable of beating these teams.
Obviously it's all talk right now, so hopefully we can show that on the server.
We're just going to hopefully play with our confidence and our skill, and hopefully that shines through.
Always you just want to do your best. It's just in the nature of being a competitor.
Welcome back, everyone, to Blast Premiere here live from London. My name is Shox, and I'm joined still by Thorin and by Sponge as we embark on the second half of the day. Of course, in the beginning of the day, as we pull up the bracket, a bit of a stunner. The Australians are out for now. They'll come back tomorrow, but not victorious versus G2.
We'd say that's an upset. I think, if we just looked at the two teams and where they've been setting, definitely an upset in that regard. Now, whether we have another one on the cards here with EG versus OG, well, I want to wait and see. I'm hoping not, because so far, all the big dogs, Liquid, Astralis, 100 Thieves, they've all started very slow.
We've got to have some favourite come in and win. Now, I just want to make sure that if Cloud9's watching, don't try and buy a 100 Thieves team just because they beat G2. Like, that would be too much for you. Oh, wait, they've already got a good org. Never mind that one, because I know they get a little bit nervous around my results are on G2. No, this is one where it's obviously death to say this on the Blast desk, because we've had so many big upsets. But this is one that on paper, even where people say EG loses to the worst teams and stuff, usually there was extenuating circumstances, like when they lost to Greyhound, they'd come right off the flight from New York. On paper, they should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
Yeah, I would say though, Thorin, I know you've said in the past, for instance, that EG is a team that has an incredibly high ceiling, but man, can they drop off if they're not performing. And these could be those situations. So what are we expecting if we expect a high level of EG? How strong are they?
Well, the guy in the middle is basically the barometer of the team. If Breezy's really, really good, if he's a top, let's not even say top 5, just a top 10 player in the world, this team can do anything. They can seemingly beat anyone except Team Liquid, bizarrely. Meanwhile, in a world where he's not as good, even when the two guys to his right, Cirque and Ethan, have played very well and been MVP level players, they look like about 70% as good a team, Chad.
Yeah, this team is the most in flux, I think, that we would say in the upper hemisphere of Counter-Strike teams, right? You look at the skill ceiling for these guys, they could be the best team in the world, but can they maintain that? And so far, we haven't seen that, right? Obviously, there was that New York victory, which we just touched on, but since then, their results dropped off. Now, they're going to cite burnout. I think some of their play style has to do with that, right? It is quite heavy on the individuals, and this boot camp that they've just had, it's only been 2 weeks. They've only come back recently, hoping they've added some strats to that, because you can't just rely on your individuals to show up.
Yeah, you cite that burnout. Now, they did play a whole lot of games last year. That is true. Can you elaborate when you say it's the way they play that kind of incites that as well?
So when you look at the start of last year, and Daps was still the in-game leader of this team, and they were known as NRG, right? They still had that base of an in-game leader who could have the strats to come out. Now, I'm not saying Stan's a bad in-game leader at all. I think Stan is a better in-game leader as a full package, as a fragger, and adding that to the team. But I don't know if they've had enough time with him, enough of a downtime until recently, to actually integrate what style of play Stan wants to have, because it was very reliant on the individuals. Breeze getting the multi-kill, Cirque opening up with the AWP. Then momentum carries them through, right? And that's what Stan was known for before. When he was on Optic, they won that E-League season. It was exactly that. Individuals being able to snowball rounds, and that's not going to work against the best teams in the world.
But is it going to work right now?
Because
what we've seen is this pugging style just from G2 a while ago, and just in general, the teams that have played their first matches of the year here, it is working. So if 3 of these guys are in the HLTV top 20, if they're fragging, it's game over before it began, Thorin.
Yeah, especially because at the moment, if you look at the two teams, the experience and the big names on OG aren't actually the star players, although I did see that in an interview with HLTV.org, Valdez said they were going to try and make him more of a star. So at the moment, it's actually the younger, less experienced players on OG that have got a lot of the pressure to perform. And so if you want to just put a direct head-to-head, that should edge it over to the EG side of the equation, I think.
We'll see. We have a bit more insight as I'm a Pet is standing by with Banks.
When it comes to the playing OG, right, they've got a lot of experienced names, but they've got some other names in there that maybe not so recognizable, maybe not on the top level. Is there something you guys have noticed or thought of, like, okay, there's a way we can exploit them a bit?
Just from what I've seen, from my preparation, I feel like they're very, like, a scrimmy style team. I think
they do have a lot of inspiration from ENCE, obviously, with Alexi B, from when he used to be on the team. They're kind of like just like a single pop flash type of team. And, you know, I recognized it instantly, and so I don't think we're going to have any surprises in this match. Like, we'll know what's coming to us.
They know what's coming to them. We will see indeed. There we see the guys of Evil Geniuses waiting to take to the stage against OG. Now Team OG, of course, legendary in esports, and it remains to be seen how legendary they will be in Counter-Strike. What do we make of this?
This one here is a mixed bag, and it's in a very weird way. I think if you look at the two guys on the right-hand side of your screen, Mantu is a name that you have probably not heard about if you've only been following Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He's the pickup that these guys have actually had to take a bit of a gamble on. He's the AWP player for the team, and then Issa, you remember him from the Hellraisers days when he was paired up with Woxic. He can be a good player, but once again, another individual who can be very up and down. Then we gear on over to the MBKs and the Voldas of the world, the guys with a lot of experience who have been around doing this for the longer periods of time. They haven't been, you know, that for the team, and I think Volda, based on the interview that Duncan's talking about, has to be made the star of this team. At one point, you know, his name was, well, if Astralis ever need to make a change, Volda would be the one.
Yes.
He's not that player at the moment.
Yeah, and I've, you know, Thorin, you said multiple times as well that you're very excited about Valda's possible development as a player. Why is that? Why does he hype you so much?
I mean, one of the interesting things is, despite the fact he's not a super experienced player, he's played a couple of years at the pro level, he's much older than a lot of the other guys, and if you ever talk to him, it shows. Like, he has a very, very sort of like even-keeled approach to the game. But in the game, he has an all-around skill set. Even when the North teams, before he was the IGL, were there, actually, he's someone who always showed great potential, no matter what the performance level of the team was. So I feel as though he's just someone who's got like the professional athlete sports psychology type mindset.
We'll see what he can bring. Let's talk about that IGL role then for OG. Of course, earlier today, an interview came out with Alexi B that he will be solo getting that role today in the games. Of course, in the past, we've heard maybe it will be a shared responsibility. Of course, MBK, Valda, and Alexi B could do it. So what do you think of this?
It has to just be Alexi, right? The thing is, it should just be Alexi doing it. That's the whole reason he was picked up. Why would you worry about having MPK calling the CT sides, or why would you worry about have Valda chipping in as well? You want a secondary in-game leader to help, but you want to have a clear leadership, because too many cooks in the kitchen, we know that doesn't work out. And if, you know, you're calling over the top of each other, the ideas aren't, you can't have a clear game plan. So they need to just settle on letting Alexi B call the shots, and everybody else has to take a step back and just do their roles.
Well, when it comes to potential for growth, Alexi B as a shot caller could, of course, be greatness down the line as well.
I think so. I mean, at the moment, we don't yet know what he'll be like with a different squad. Obviously, those are all finished players, people he's played with for a few years. But I will say, if you just look at the difference between ENCE with him and without him, it's been night and day. They've had none of the great things that made that style that they had, where famously they had so much tenacity, so much grit in the game. So if he can bring some of that to this team, I still feel like some of the players aren't quite there. But we could use another team with that kind of style of play, the great fundamentals, good tactical approach, get more out of lesser names.
We'll talk to MBK for a second to see what he has to say about the IGL issue, I think.
Now, when it comes to comparing this team to some of your older teams, what are some of the key differences for you?
This team is created from scratch. There is no background between players. There are like two that play together already or anything like this. So like the fact that you have 5 different players with 5 different backgrounds that came from different roles that have to adapt, you know, it's like a lot of things to work on. So we need a bit more time than that another team could have needed. However, this diversity makes our strength, and so it's not a matter of like putting it together, keeping the best out of every part, and then moving forward with it.
There you go, citing the fact that they started from 0 and are building everything up as a team, as a plus. I mean, I can see that.
Twice in a couple of years for MBK. Didn't you have to do that with Vitality recently as well?
The problem with that, right, is NBK, how many times have I told you to stop trying to be the in-game leader? He's like that dog where when you put the other dog's dinner down, it's trying to get in there immediately, like, right, lock him in the kitchen while we feed the... Because whoever the IGL is, just learn. You've done it like 3 times now, mate. They're the IGL, you're a really good player, and everything but being an IGL. Let's just keep those two worlds apart.
We've had so many players throughout CSGO's history who have taken over an in-game leadership role out of either necessity or maybe...
Couple in this team.
Yeah, and it's always been a problem. You get that tainted brain, you can't go back, and it seems silly, but when you're just a fragger, you can turn off your brain to worrying about what everybody else is doing. And that's been an issue. Valda has been stuck in that for a little while. He's never returned to that form since he took it over in North.
Yeah, and the other side of EG, they don't have that issue, right? It's very clear that Stan is going to call there and is very good at that in certain situations.
Yeah, for sure. I think Stan, you know, he has those leader type qualities, and he's someone who he's had his ups and downs with different teams teams. He obviously was on the complexity team back at the Face It Major, where he had to get it done with the likes of Shazam, etc. But now that he's been given a star team, it was kind of like he was lucky that Daps wasn't a good enough fragger. It's like, oh, well, we need to pick another in-game leader. Let's grab Stan. He's having another shot at it right now, and I'm hoping this team can be more consistent than what they were towards the tail end of last year.
Yeah, we will see. When you look at it, it sounds like EG should be the favorite, right? So how does OG edge this out?
Well, one area I'll be very interested is actually when we get to the map veto. Like, there's a lot of play right there because the guys from EG themselves, one of the reasons that they somewhat ran a dry after being so hot after the major was that they just kept thinking, no matter what, we will play Dust to win Inferno every chance we get. And you just look at the stats now, Chad. When I look right now, the last 3 months, 29% win rate on Inferno. This was a map they used to beat Astralis on regularly. So that tells you the story right there that they've had to. One thing you have to do if you're a world-class team is when one map goes, you've got to have that next one already sort of humming away, and then you switch straight over with no transition, hopefully.
Yeah, some of the moves that they were doing back, within the EG roster towards the tail end of last year was allowing their individuals just to use their skill, right? But when that strat base doesn't work anymore, when they're not hitting the shots, well, then nothing works, and that's when you see this drop off on certain maps that they were once good on.
Yeah, we'll see the map veto in just a little bit, but first it is time to meet our players, and James is going to give them a very, very cool introduction, I hope. So take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. Yes, it's time to shine. One last time for today. We've got OG going up Evil Geniuses. And let's start by bringing our teams onto the stage. First out is going to be the Evil Geniuses. They've got the support here, at least for now. It's time for them to shine, but the question is, will they fall like some of the other top teams have across the board here at Blast? We've seen many of our teams that we expect to come out so dominant have a slower start to the year, which has maybe been unexpected in results. But it's time for them to go up against the new boys on the block. EG versus OG, maybe something that comes in Dota, but now it's Counter-Strike time. So let's bring on OG Esports. They've got the louder crowd in the studio today. They've already played a LAN this year at Ice Challenge, and now it's time to see what they've been working on since then. They'll be going up against the Evil Geniuses. This is going to be a very tough matchup for them, and it's time to see how this one is going to go down. Mantu, you're on home soil, so come join me down here. Tarek, wakey, Tarek, come on down. You can have your little chat. It's completely fine, no problem at all. So how are you feeling, Mantu? It's quite a big stage for you now.
Yeah, it's alright. It's not that big.
Are these guys that scary?
Nah, not really. Tarek's a little bit washed up, so.
Tarek, are you washed up?
You know, I was going to take it easy on them, but now I'm about to bring the heat.
And in terms of him, right, he doesn't have much experience as you guys. Is this an easy target for you?
I mean, this is going to be an easy game. I'm putting it out there right now.
Well, I'm looking forward to the game. I'm looking forward to the heat. Shake your hands, boys. Take your stage, and let's get into it.
So we're going to do a little bit of analysis of the trash talk, right? Because this morning it was absolutely popping. What would you have changed?
Well, what I would say is this, first of all, I actually didn't know, because I know Manto has like shared nationality. Yeah, apparently he is British.
Yeah.
Fair play. He did a good job with that. On the side of Tarek, though, like, you could have gone harder.
Bring
than
the
Tarek.
heat.
Like,
What is that?
I'd have said, like, I won a major, mate. Like, what have you ever done? Have you ever even played at one? Oh, you don't qualify to my bad.
I did. Drop the mic and walk away. That's it. You don't even need to have that discussion.
Yeah, that would have worked indeed, but here we are into the veto.
So we haven't seen Vertigo be played for OG, so that makes sense. They're removing this one from the pool. For the side of EG, yeah, too many Gs, man. I'm not quite sure what they're going to be leaning away to.
And maybe Train if you want to get it off the map. It's one that's been played a lot.
There we go. They're a
it used to be
team.
a good map on them. Yeah, I agree, but they haven't played that much these last few months. I'm very interested in the OG pick, actually, because at the moment, like the map they seem to like the most to pick is Mirage, but I don't know that I would pick that against EG. That's actually been a map that they've been pretty strong in the last few months. So Inferno, as we said earlier, in your mind you think EG map, but actually 29% over 7 times I think it was the last 3 months. So not even a bad pick necessarily.
I think based off the stats, it's a great pick, but I want to grab those stats and I want to throw them out of the window. I don't think that OG have any business being in this game, to be completely honest with you. I don't think that their fraggers are good enough. If you just match them up pound for pound, and now coming off of this break, sure, we've been talking about EG and they've been having a break. We throw Astralis, Liquid, 100 Thieves in that mix. Look, the break I think is much needed for EG because they played right up until the death knock of the year, right? This is hopefully them coming out fresh. Them going with Nuke is actually quite audacious because I've seen them pick this before And then when their T-side strats don't work, they get completely blown out of the
thing
water.
is, though, they are still thinking in their brains. We have also beaten Astralis on this. I think they beat them, I think it was ECS Season 8 or something. So if you can do that, a lot's possible against a team like OG. The thing is, OG's map pool is very, very thin. So I don't necessarily hate it. I want to see what the decider is going to be at this point in time, because will they really flex in overpass? Looks like they're not going to. So I actually think for that one, I don't know if I'd want to gamble that against OG.
The Dust 2?
Yeah, it feels like you just give them away.
Overpass is the only map that OG have 100% win rate on. They've only played it twice, so there's not a lot there. You know, when you look at the caliber of teams as well, that has to come into the mix here. The reason that, look, the veto, I don't think it even matters.
It doesn't. Like, I've seen OG lose all the maps, basically.
I don't think that OG, and it's very dangerous, as Duncan prefaced before, saying this at the Blast desk, considering what we've seen happen, but I just don't think they're in the same ballpark by any means. This should be, in my mind, based off the caliber of these teams and what I've seen them do over the history of Counter-Strike, it should be a 2-0. It should just be a 2-0 based off recent history. If OG have something to bring on out, they're going to need Volder to be that superstar of the past.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say you're not wrong to think that. Obviously, huge fraggers on the team of EG. If we just look at Breeze, who's had an incredible 2019, top fragger there. Cirque is a beast on the AWP as well. But I think you got to give it an avenue, because we've seen so many upsets already. We've been wrong so many times here at Blast. So outside of Valde and for the rest, and you know, the strats of OG who've already played a little bit this year as well, there must be an avenue for them.
I'll give you the angle and why it might have a chance to turn around. It's like, this shows confidence that they were willing to pick Inferno. Yeah, you're right. Obviously, it's a punish pick against EG, but it wasn't a great map for them. They didn't have a high win rate. And as you said, they could have taken Overpass there if they really wanted to, if that was the only map they're good on. But that's also why I kind of referenced that interview where it feels like they're changing a couple of things. A player, someone being the main IGL, is like, I think they know that the initial showings they had weren't good enough. Like, that wasn't living up to the hype of the name.
Well, let's remember Alexi B with Ents. That wasn't a project that just happened overnight. They didn't just wake up one day and they were good. They actually had to grind the fundamentals. They built their entire team off of, you know, being together for a long period of time, working out the kinks, and then Sergey's becoming a star, then Alu's firing back up in the server. That's when it all changed, right? That's when you're catching off better teams who aren't as good with the fundamentals, and then you're able to beat them in the round you should win. Then you win a couple of clutches, and you can win a game from that point. Whereas this team, they haven't been together for a very long period of time. Rugab, the man behind them's only recently come on in as a coach. They haven't even worked out their roles properly. There's been too many voices within the game, which is, you know, a clear problem that's been reported on. I can only see negatives, right? If they do come on here and they have another massive upset run and we have the complexity 2.0, fantastic, but it shouldn't happen. Like, it should not happen.
It should not happen. You think it's a lot to ask for a team that is working with a lot. You know, they're building on that synergy. They're still building on that IGL role, and it's going to be today see how much LXCB can contribute in that. We have kind of the wild cards also in Mantu and Isai, I would say, because we don't really know, right, Thorin?
No, especially because, like, Mantu showed promise. He looked pretty good at CS Summit, but he just hasn't played enough at Tier 1. I think I have seen enough of Issa at Tier 1. It just hasn't been that good at the moment. So I would just say the big problem is you can absolutely point out the failures of some of the stars in EG, but they did have 3 of those top 20 players. And at the end of the day, if even 1 or 2 turns up, that should be enough, actually. That should be enough to get the job done in this particular match.
Oh.
Yeah, so right now on the screen...
Candlelight then, or what's going on here?
This is the thing as well. So the tail end of the year for EG, it wasn't great.
No.
You know, it wasn't the same level of performance as what we'd come to expect. And then for the likes of OG, they've played some online Counter-Strike to start off the year. They weren't able to qualify for Katowice. They're over their Ice Challenge. They beat Ents. That's their biggest takeaway from that event, right? So they've had some stat padding, some might call it, in that regard. And pound for pound, from what we've seen, Cirque's a better AWPer. Mantu hasn't had the opportunity to play at this level. Now he gets to play against the big boys. So if those stat lines are the same afterwards, but then we reconsider.
Yeah, we have a couple of minutes more before we get into the game. So we talked a lot about OG. I'd also like to talk about EG and kind of about, you know, the potential and what this team could be. Because as you said already, we've seen glimpses of absolute brilliance. ESL 1 New York comes to mind, obviously. But what do they need to build on in this year to keep that going and maybe have a shot at a major?
Well, one of the reasons I also stress that Breeze has to get back to being the best player in his team and as a result one of the best in the world is the timing of his game dropping off was actually so tragic, because actually Ethan had been fairly quiet up to that point while he was an MVP level player. And then Ethan sort of took over and picked up some of the slack. It's just he plays a different role. He's going to have different impact on the game, even which maps you're good on. So if they could have had it all at once, if they could have had that period like Team Liquid did in the summer last year, where you have the 3 superstars and they're all going off, at that point in time, they could be the best team in the world. That was really on the cards. So the idea they were up there at number 2, number 3, and they just sort of held position when there was a chance to push on, that's what I would hope you could see in 2020. Like, I issued the challenge to Breeze when he got ranked in the top 20. I said, if you make yourself a top 5 player next year, your team can be the best in the world. It's like that's not enough just to be a good player.
I think Stan as well obviously has a huge role. Stan and Tarek, as I'm going to call them the cheerleaders. Obviously they're contributing in the server, but they're the noisy ones of the bunch, right? They're the ones who are getting them fired on up. When you remember the moments from EG beating Astralis, when you remember that, you've got Stan, you know, they're winning rounds, he's smashing the desk, he's so fired up, he's in that moment, and that plays into them being a momentum-based team, because as an in-game leader, if you start feeling the game, we got the Betway odds on screen here, heavily favoring EG right now, but I just want to get back to the point of being a momentum-based team. If your in-game leader's feeling it, you can just continue to take all the liberties. And we've seen what happened before. I want to see it again.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see who's feeling it today. I know who, actually. 2 guys on the caster deck. It's been a while, but Anders and Semler are casting together. It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk, I guess. Looking forward to this one. Take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. And you're right, Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
There we go. It is Valentine's Day. I hadn't forgot at all. Don't worry about it. Always remember, of course. How are you doing, Sam?
I did not wake up to flowers this morning.
No, none of that.
No chocolates.
I flew in. There wasn't even around. So I know it's rough, isn't it?
It's been too long, man. Dude.
It has been. It has been a hot minute, hasn't it?
2.5 years.
Something like that. Yeah, we did it. It's a Blast TriCast thing.
Yeah, but that was a TriCast, right?
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
going back when,
it's
yeah.
not quite the same.
It is.
Now we just need to start talking about benches. They added a bench to Mirage. If we had a Mirage, you know, we could be talking about that.
That's really throwing it back. I wonder how many people will remember the how that worked out.
Dude,
but yeah,
I run into guys who are like, man, Nip TV, back in the day, Nip TV.
Benches. That's the legacy. I appreciate it. I can't wait to get into this game.
Yeah, me too.
I really don't know what to expect for this one. I understand why EG might be the favorites in this one, but I just feel like all the results have been crazy for these first couple of weeks.
Well,
so.
everybody's been cashing in their scrim bucks, right? You know, we've had this time off, but we've been getting great prac in, right? You know, we've been over here in Europe. That's something that OG can say. They've been at the hotel for a week ahead of time already, just getting ready. They've had prac rooms at the hotel provided by Blast. They've been, getting the grind on. But again, that's not official. It's you're getting your scrims in, you're banging heads in scrims, but does that translate to the live server? I can see why everybody sides EG on this one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Who was actually crazy enough to go with OG? I can't remember. Somebody went crazy.
There's always one guy.
There's one guy. There's always a Moses here somewhere.
Yeah. There's always. We're going to keep on him. I think that means we're going to get into the game as well. The shields are going to be coming up, and yeah, I can't wait for this one. EG and OG. That's also some nice mix going on. And it looks like EG are going to be starting on the CT side with OG on the T side. So, yeah, these pistol rounds are always fun. I feel like that's where people get real creative.
You got a lot of Gs.
Got a lot of Gs in there.
You know, when I think of Gs, I think of NBK as well, though. I mean, he is the kingmaker. Got to give shout-outs to Thorin for creating that video recently going over NBK's career. If you haven't watched that, go check it out. It is awesome. But,
absolutely.
NBK's a boss, and now it's looking like very early action here from OG.
Oh, they're not even stopping. And actually, Stanislaw just got boosted up. He's trying to hit the headshot. He does midair and a fadeaway through the smoke on NBK. That seems absolutely unfair. A bit of revenge here for Isa, but still a 3-on-4, and the bomb is going to be going down. Valda, I think he's going to have to beat Ethan on this one for this even to make sense.
He has to hold Banana. They have to have a way out of this to not have to worry about this pincer movement coming onto the site if you're OG. But Stanislaw, again, a 3rd kill for Stan. He's still alive. Tarek chimes in, and now it's all on Velda. Last man here for OG, and it's not for long. All 3 alive for EG, taking that site, no problem at all. But you got to give it to OG. No fear. Just go swinging at them.
Yeah, there was no hesitation. I really appreciate that. And who could have known that? One thing is the mid-air headshot. This is pretty good, but this is outrageous.
That's when you wish that it happens to you, right? You're like, oh man, through the smoke, it's so close, and Stan just pulls it off. No worries.
Yeah,
first pistol round.
Even comes in for that 3rd kill. I actually think that. So that plan was good for OG. The execution was good. You can't plan for the triple kill, so not really their fault. Can't really blame them too much.
Do you think that has to do with confidence? Just like get out there, shake it off, right?
Yeah.
Don't try and slow it down. EGs are the favorite, so just run at them and just try and get some damage done.
I hope so. I really much prefer that kind of Counter-Strike, so I hope that is exactly the style that they've gone in with. If you end up second-guessing yourself waiting, I think especially against a team like EG, if you're hovering around and waiting, it's like you're going to get shut down. The firepower on this team is so ridiculous. So, yeah, I'd much rather if they just picked something and try to follow through. And behind that bomb plant, they actually go for a buy in this round, which is pretty aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that the new CS? Well, no, I don't know if we can say new anymore. It's been a little bit now.
When did we stop?
But a little bit. Yeah, it's been a little bit now. But I mean, yeah, get the bomb plant and just proceed to a buy. Funnily enough, it doesn't always work out. It doesn't work out as often. I think HLTV had an article not too long ago at the end of last year, covering that, where we like to think that, oh man, these force buys are so effective, except that the stats actually showed otherwise. But OG willing to take the risk right now. They've put their money down on the round.
Trying to sneak in the middle, and it almost worked out, but they end up actually getting a bit of a return. Isa with the Galil taking down 2, and now NBK dropping down. Interestingly, he has an MP5, and he has a long history of picking up wacky weapons when other people won't. So 3-on-3 now, they're heavily damaged, and the bomb is actually, oh no, that's very awkward.
That's problematic. 3 players still alive, 4 evil geniuses. But this is actually throwing EG for a loop. They're expecting a bomb plant to the point where Stan is actually rotated back over to keep an eye on things over on the other side. Cirque boosted up, knows that somebody's in graveyard, though. He's just patiently waiting for Issa to take a peek, but it's not going to happen. And now the bomb has been planted, so the clock is now going to start running on evil geniuses. They need to get in here, and they need to defuse this bomb.
In the pit, just wait down there. And look, he's just crouching. He's going to get all 3 of them. That is some pretty good play. Just, again, when you stand up and you're not even sort of jumping or anything, you just have to stop crouching. It's so effective. So that's OG fighting right back, and I mean, I guess justifying the investment.
Velda's got some firepower as well. That's one thing, you can't really sleep on him. Well, Denmark just keeps cranking out top-tier talent. Let's be frank, right? Everybody seems to be coming out of there and just banging heads. But Velda, he can win these situations. You can see the experience coming through. OG are going to need rounds like these if they want to take it to EG. They need to rattle EG early on here and not let EG just get too comfortable.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It was a funny coincidence that actually the delay, and as you said, forced Stan to go back and check. That's a weird sort of. I mean, EG won't know it, but if they review the demo, they're going to see it and they're going to think, why weren't they just planting? And it forced OG to use a smoke that otherwise they probably would have used for a little pit. So it could have gone very bad in all kinds of ways. They're going to be trying to just try and crunch the middle there. A lot of CZs waiting for them, and Breeze will pick up 2 kills. He finds another one before the reload. That's way too much damage. And Stan is still here looking for a headshot, and he nearly got it. That could have been the end of the round right there, but looks like it's going to be an uphill fight here for Ethan. I don't know how he could do this.
How was that not a headshot for Stan? I thought he had him dead to rights, but 1v2 retake, fresh smoke going down. Ethan, oh, it's not a good smoke, though. So now it's a question of whether EG, they have the discipline to hold the angles. And sure enough, Montu not going to look away. He was trusting his teammate to hold short, and they get the job done. OG, 2 rounds on the board. And well, ready to prove the world wrong? At least at the beginning of this map, it's looking good.
It could be. There's still going to be a couple of nervous people. Just, if you've been following the first couple of weeks and even the first match today, maybe you think, oh no, is it going to be one of those games? But strong showing for OG, at least early on. That smoke, I agree, that's leaving a gap like that can be so dangerous. But I guess if they saw it themselves, maybe it can also be, you know exactly where to look. So it can work both ways. There's that constant conversation, right, on Mirage mid, where people say, did they intentionally miss the smoke in the window to fake someone out? Did he intentionally throw it so that to try and lure someone through?
I see what you're talking about.
Depends on how...
Layers and layers.
Yeah, exactly.
Feints and feints and feints.
The point is, we can always make it sound like they're doing it on purpose, basically.
Okay, Baron Harkonnen. We'll get
it.
All of the deep reading here.
Exactly. Like, no matter what, it's a good smoke. Just one way, it covers everything. The other way, it's tempting people to come through.
It's toasted.
Well, 4th round, and they're not going to have anything. Guess they're sorting out a microphone issue. But
yeah, I'm wondering if this was an issue that they had beforehand, because we were just a little bit delayed with getting EG set up. And this is one of those things where you'll want to get it solved before you even get live in the game. So to have the momentum kind of broken up here for OG, not great. You really just want to be putting the pressure on EG right now?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're right. I guess the only thing we could say is at least then they're having USPs in the next round, EG that is, so they're probably still going to have a decent enough time of it. But some of these rounds have been pretty good. They've been winning that fight at top mid a lot. If they can keep doing that, that's going to be super annoying for OG.
Well, this is the tough thing, because EG evolved. Yeah, I know, right? That's gonna keep happening, and we just have to accept it. I mean, both of these teams have had a bit of time. OG have had a little bit of experience on land, but they've also had time to prepare, let's say, for this first matchup. Whereas EG, it's like, what are you going off of to get in here, apart from ice, really, when it comes to OG. Yeah. But there could be that element of surprise. I don't want to go so far as to go for like a complexity moment right out the gates right now, but you could have I mean, there's so much experience on OG. Yeah. Why couldn't they catch evil geniuses off guard?
I mean, I think that's true. I think it's definitely a factor. And if you look at the other teams that are here, if you are EG, you're definitely going to be preparing for 100 Thieves in your group. You're going to be one of, just looking at G2 as well. I would imagine that OG is going to be one of those teams you say, well, we don't have that much data to go off of. It's going to be harder to research them, and we might consider them as a slightly less prioritized opponent than, for instance, say 100 Thieves. So if you're going to be spending your resources researching things, maybe they could fly under the radar a little bit. OG, that could be interesting.
I mean, it is kind of sucky for Chad. But in terms of my entertainment, it was great fun watching him twist and turn, watching 100 Thieves.
Listen, as if Chad needed more of a reason to be pessimistic about the world. He's already got that going for him. It's not one of his, his qualities. He's already figured out a way to do that, even if there's no prompting at all. MBK's picked up dualies now. The MP5 earlier. He's really going for all of it now.
He's just been playing too much of the operation, man. Yeah. Just get 20 dualies on Dust 2, the dually kills, Yeah. MBK is one of those guys who he's just out there farming.
So he's not actually done with it. He's like, this is an official game, but I'm still going to try and get that.
Gotta get those points, man. Gotta get those points, those stars.
Why not? Double grenade into the corner, and he was a little bit further back there, Stanislaw. Odds have changed slightly.
Nice.
It's not a lot.
Right, bump there. I mean, OG, they've got a strong start, so it looks like that nudged the numbers back a little bit over here. We'll be keeping an eye on those Betway odds throughout this series. And that is for the match as well. So already a little bit of a duel going on here, but some pressure. This is what you need to be doing if you're OG. Time to bully Evil Geniuses. As soon as you figure out these guys are hard ecoing, it's time to run in here and just start smashing.
Yeah, they've used grenades. They've led with the MAC-10. They're really trying to make sure they don't walk into any kind of a trap here. You have to just appreciate that OG are being very, very careful. And Alexi B looked like he had the right read. He's going to win that fight easy, and he's ready for all of it. Oh. Could have nearly had every single one there. That's some solid work.
Worst case scenario too, right? Oh, they're going to get the bomb plant over on OG. Again, playing it safe, realizing that Evil Geniuses had rotated over. They'll get the bomb plant for free. But it really is worst case scenario when Isa will win the round. When your guy gets 3 kills with the MAC-10. That's like the last thing you want to be doing. Go die to a rifle or kill yourself at least, something like that, because you just fed so much money into the economy.
Yeah, you're right. We've seen that in the past, right, where people run into Molotovs just to avoid the SMGs.
Just don't die to an SMG. It's bonus money in your opponent's pocket. And it feels like economy is more important today than it ever has been in the past. Teams need to be more disciplined with the rifles. They need to be more disciplined with saving their guns. A bit smarter right now with how they're spending their money in the rounds, because every round is so dangerous.
Yeah, I think especially true when OG are playing that T side, right? So a couple of kills like that, that's a whole an extra AK you could buy down the road. And they've already got a pretty good economy building, so could be a little bit of trouble. Boost here in Boiler Room to look for the headshot, and they'll get it on NBK immediately. That actually does work an alarming amount of the time. I feel like people are going to start to grenade that more now, or do something to try and push that out, because we've seen it a lot on Inferno recently.
Yeah. This is one of those maps where you can have the prefab grenade spots.
Yeah.
It's like, we know you like to play this, or this is worth it to chuck a couple of HEs up there, but it is going to be quick moving up short. Alexi taking point. Isa's there to get one, and we're looking for a second here. Isa trying to play it patient, but Breezy staying alive. That's all he needs to do. Tara caught out in the open, though. He's going to open this whole site up as Valde gets caught on the rotation. This is OG just being methodical.
I can't believe they've managed to slow it down in the middle of the rush, and they were leading with the bomb, so the whole game was up the second they turned the corner, and still, they've actually managed to put it into a 2-1-3. Now, there is a flank coming in. Stan is always going to get shot at the back. Isa with the headshot to take down Breeze. I did not actually think they were going to win that. There were so many things that could have gone horribly wrong. If Valde loses the fight over at Archway, then I'm not even sure it's much of a round anymore, but they managed to power through. And they made this choice. I mean, they had lost Banana at this point in time, and they could have either spent another 30 seconds, trying to flash their way in there and fight back or whatever, but they just said, you know what? If you want to have Banana, we'll do this right now. That's really decisive. You made this point earlier about them coming with that attitude of, really trying to take it to them.
Dude, Isa right there, man. He's getting pumped. Team is pretty calm on the side of OG right now, but Isa, he's making noise. Valde with 2, and very quick round here from OG. Very quick anti-eco. And they're looking like a beastly team right now. 5 rounds on the board on the T side. 1 round for EG. That was the pistol off the back of triple kill from Stanislaw as well. So, I mean, EG right now need to be doing a little bit of waking up. And this could be the round for it. It's looking like we're going to get a tactical timeout used. I'm pretty sure it's got to be coming from the side of EG as well. It's now or never. This is going to be the make or break round for your half if you're on the CT side.
Absolutely.
See that smile? He's not smiling anymore, Anders.
I was going to say, that's from earlier in the day. That's from like 10 minutes ago.
Before, right now, exactly.
I can't believe it. Yeah, this is wild. They've got so much money. They've got
Drago, we don't need to know how much
Visa.
money Seb is paying you, dude. It's fine. We get it. You're coach now.
You know what? It's good to be there, isn't it? Who have we got now? Who went to North? Just Jumpy now?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's over in North, I think it's called.
The memes.
The memes, man.
They're in.
Dude, and the question is whether the other coach died or not. I mean, whoever came up with that idea, man, seriously, I get where you're going, but you guys need to pump the brakes a little bit.
Oh, man. Yeah, it'll be fun to see what they manage to do, but good to see Raga.
Yeah,
definitely also
see Raga
get
back.
Fired up behind them, I'm sure. So, 5-1. OG winning 5 in a row. And you're right, they do have a really good buy. Double up on CT side Inferno, pretty much have all the grenades they could possibly want. So yeah, this is now. This is where they, if they have something, then here's the time to prove it.
Nice HE comes in, staggers them, but OG powering straight up short already. Alexi B once again taking point with the bomb, no less. They are committed to this bomb site, OG, and it's not going their way this time. Breezy still alive in pit. We lose Cirque on the site, though, so it's a 2v1 versus Breezy, and Valor's gonna jump at him. That's gonna cost him his life. Breezy still in this. Buys all the time for Ethan to rotate. And that was a big round for him. Quad kill for Breezy, and that's how it's done, staying alive in pit the entire time.
So well done. I'm so shocked by this round because I can almost guarantee you one single well-placed flashbang, because they're so close to the bomb site, and EG get wiped out in this round. But somehow it just wasn't there in time. It'd be really fun to go back and watch that in slow motion, because I don't know how Breeze isn't more flashed or anything. Like, there's just so one flashbang would have done it.
Well, the way that they're playing that too, OG, they're putting the bomb on Alexi, and they're throwing Alexi in first as the entry fragger, which basically means it's do or die, boys. We have to get this site, or the round is over, because that guy died with the bomb on the site. There's no backing off.
Yeah, no plan B, in other words. What do we do if this doesn't work? What?
It doesn't work? What do you mean?
Didn't plan for that. But, I mean, if you just look at it from OG's point of view, what they've learned so far in this game, as far as I can tell, is they can win top mid. They seem super confident. Again, they didn't have a fight there. They ran into the grenade, like you said, but they can do that, and they can get so close to the A-bomb side. If I know that on the T side, that's so much to work with. You can go back and revisit that any time, and again, one grenade that works out in your favor, and that's it. You probably win that round. So, yeah, let's see. Maybe they just want to, looks like they're going to want to test B instead, and I guess why not?
Why not? You just got shut down on A. Let's try the other site real quick. Cirque isn't too far away. He'll be able to rotate over, but he needs to survive a little bit longer than that. Nicely done here by Stan. 1-for-1 trade, and now Cirque's on the scene, and he has not been smoked off. There's a chance for him to step in here. Stan, once again, finding another kill. Man advantage now for Evil Geniuses, and OG, what is that? How does Mantu get that kill?
I don't know. It looked like he shot him right under the arm or something. Still 20 seconds. They do need a bomb plant here in a 2-on-2. So a little bit sketchy, throwing over the AWP to Isa and looking for a way to get that kill long range. The flick doesn't connect, but Mantu's there with a headshot now. 10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it. I can't believe it. Looked like OG had brought it back. You've got to point this out. Cirque is a little bit of a hero in this round. The fact that he could throw that flashbang, he's so exposed. If anyone peeks him in CT spawn, he's dead immediately. He threw that for Stanislaw to get that next kill. I can't understand how this isn't a kill for Cirque, but still, the fact that he went and froze the flashbang is pretty epic. So 5-3 though. That's all the money gone for OG all of a sudden.
It's all of their bank, but because they had such clean rounds, I was about to touch on that, right? EG keep winning these rounds, but it's a bit touch and go. They're not building a bank off of this, and so they're not out of the doghouse just yet. They've got 3 rounds on the board, good, but they don't have much money. Whereas OG, all right, they're losing some money. They had some money to start with, and now OG, if they can take this round here, it could get dicey for EG once again. Nice aggression from Evil Geniuses. This is the kind of confidence play we need to see from EG.
Yeah.
They need to be getting out there and bullying OG. They are supposed to be the favorite in this matchup, Evil Geniuses. They need to get out there and they need to take the fights.
It gives them so much to work with. Just a little bit more confidence. They have actually still gone and stacked the B bomb site, which, again, given the success over at A for OG, you'd think maybe that's a little bit of a risk, but they bring Breeze back pretty quickly, so they're just gonna Just for, what, all of 10 seconds, that was an issue. And now they have a very, very powerful defense. And it's, I don't know, 3 smokes and 1 Molotov there for OG to make something work. Still 50 seconds on the clock, but I guess it's a classic, isn't it? You're a man down, you just go B.
Yeah,
it's Inferno after all.
It's fine. You still have a couple of nades as well. You don't need as many nades to get into B. You got the coil smoke, you got the CT smoke, you got a molly for oranges if you want on MBK, and you just run in. Thing is that with that boost, he doesn't even care. You molly me? Doesn't matter. I'm going to shoot you in the face. And, well, nicely done. Ethan gets his 1. Stan playing it safe. Not going to get the flash. Still gets a kill on Montu, but NBK is there to trade it, at least still. NBK and Val, the last 2 alive here for OG. 18 seconds and looking for the bomb plant. Just now going to get it.
Yeah, that grenade was actually set up, I think, to try and hit the guy planting the bomb, but it was a little bit further back through the smoke, though, and that flashbang is going to be too late. So now it's on NBK, 1 versus 4, and I'd say chances are pretty low that he can make this happen. They've already spotted him out, and Cirque will take him down, and that will be another round for EG, their 3rd in a row, and saving pretty much everything, even upgrading into 2 AKs. That's a huge turnaround for them. And I mean, you said it. It had to be that round at 5-1 that they started changing it, and that's pretty much what they've done.
They seem like they're playing with a bit more confidence here. Maybe it just needed a few rounds, right, to shake off the rust on EG's side. Start remembering, hey, we're actually supposed to be the favorite team here.
Yeah.
We've got the heavy hitters. You know, we should be winning duels.
Hold on a minute.
I mean, Stan is actually popping off a little bit now as well. He's had a strong start from the beginning. 8 frags, but I mean, it's Breezy actually. And again, this was mentioned by the desk.
Yes.
If Breezy steps up and top frags for this team, it's going to be very hard for OG to match that kind of talent.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, at one point he was just trying to be the best player in 2019, wasn't he? He was gunning for that. Certainly had a string of events where it looked absolutely outrageous.
And then turns out burnout is a real thing, and
keeping up with Simple and Cyber is just really not easy, is it?
What was it? 13,000 hours, I think, from Simple. 13,500, something like that. He's got some crazy number in CS.
Yeah, he's a freak, isn't he?
That's the thing.
In the best possible way. They have set up really to defend this mid this time. 3 people, 2 at Arch and 1 at Quad there. They're up against Pistol, so it should be fine, but yeah, that's a lot of presence for mid. Only danger, I guess, is if they jump out apartments, or Breeze is going to be upset that they're coming at him from 2 sides.
I'm very curious to see what happens in the next round. This is a bit of a half buy coming in from OG. Pistols, Kevlar, handful of nades to work with, and an AK on Issa, so we'll see if that pays off for him. But again, they're being very direct, OG, in that they're gathering up, and there's not much like subtlety to it. It's, oh, we're here at this site, we're going to this site. It's not a fake or anything like that. EG have got to be picking up on this.
Yeah, oh, if Tarek had got caught there, he was actually transitioning into the pit. If he would have got caught in that running, that would have been terrible. They've smoked off towards Little Pit over at the library, and Valda will take down Tarek in the pit anyway. So pushing through, but they already know it, and he's in a little bit of trouble. He actually needs some backup here. He can't go down. He'll try and flash his way out, but the bomb will be planted. Stanislaw coming in with the flank, and he will get the kill on MBK as well. That's pretty quick, and now it's a 3-on-3, and EG have to win this.
This is snap decision time. Do you let them win out on half eco here? Or do you actually manage to get it done and save? This is going to be it now for Evil Geniuses moving together. All 3, they want to take this fight. It looks like Valda has been spotted, getting chipped down. Bit of pressure on him. Cirque with a nice flick. Takes down Montu, and it's looking like it's going to go EG's way. Nice retake on the side of EG. Bit touch and go. You see the decision where they're kind of hesitating. Do we pull back? Do we save? Do we play this safe? Or do we get in there and establish dominance?
I mean, it shouldn't have got to that point, but it's a good job that they won it back the way that they did. If they had lost that round, that would have been truly crushing. OG are probably doing pretty well to be at 5 rounds already, so that's pretty critical there.
What I'm curious about now is whether OG keep on this same path of being very straightforward with how they're going about their T side. You know, getting everybody together, like just running right up a site. They aren't even really splitting A. It's not like they're putting anybody over towards long. It's like we're going to put 4 bodies on short and just walk up short to get onto that site. So now do OG have anything in their back pocket that's a little bit more subtle? Do they take over Banana, leave a body lurking over there? Do they start getting into that kind of game here? Because if they keep running headlong into EG like this, EG have got the fraggers. They will start hitting shots once they get warmed up, and it's looking like that's what's happening.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't even seen yet that I think could absolutely start to happen is if someone like Cirque starts hitting AWP shots at the first corner in the middle, and then he falls back and hits another one, suddenly you know, you're down 2 people before you even actually get close to the site. So, yeah, maybe they should try and play it a bit more standard like you're suggesting and just get control of Banana and top mid and then see what you find out. A lot of presence at top Banana, though, and they're going to be fighting right away. That's an incredible flick there from Val. It looked like he actually wasn't in position for it, but he made it work anyway, and they're going to be happy about that. Stanislaw actually being flashed out into Banana, but that's dangerous.
It's like the pistol round all over again, right?
Yeah.
You get it all over again, right up to top Banana. Now you put pressure on EG, and now EG are going to be guessing, where are they going? Are they going to come B? Because that's what's been the play so far. Or are they going to rotate back? And here we go. OG, all part of the game. Breezy holding close, though. He can ruin it all. 1-for-1 trade. Cirque still alive on the site, though, and this is going to be it. Misses the shot, and that has got to be OG's round.
Wow. Never trust the guy with the M4A1 holding that close corner with... It just doesn't have the stopping power, does it?
Nah,
like anything would be better.
There, man.
Get
Yeah,
the
exactly.
MP9 or something. Anything but that. It's not that many people left, but I guess he was one of them. Stanislaw just going to be... Well, he's kind of close by. He's a kid. No smokes. If they forget, it could happen. There's a 1 in a million chance, I guess.
I think the million chance is him just saving right now. Where is that op? Oh, the op got dropped on site as well, so you can't even save that op. That's a bit of kick in the pants right now. You'd really like to be saving that AWP. Ethan could potentially drop one. Could drop one next round, but man, it would be tough.
They are so looking for it, aren't they? Woo! That's a good headshot on Alexi B, but again, yeah, there's more people nearby. It's not going to be an issue at all. Was it Chad that was tweeting about the radius of the explosion needed to be bigger to avoid people just picking up items or weapons, I guess?
Yeah, saving and I mean, I think he was talking about surviving on B site, Dust 2.
Yeah, I think that was it.
But it is still, that's just a tough break there for Breezy. Tough. But I mean, it is still a, like people surviving in pit. On Inferno has always been a bit questionable. It should be a little bit more risky for you to be able to get out of that site to give at least a chance for the CTs to whittle you down a little bit economically.
Yeah, there is.
Fight your way out.
It could be a fun thing to experiment with. Just seeing what would happen to the game if you increased it a bit. Would it have a big impact, or would people not even notice?
I'd be very curious. Right now, once again, rinse and repeat. It worked last round, so let's do that again. Take control of top Banana for OG. Oh, safe smokes going down from OG. Not sure about the molly, but the smoke goes down at least.
Yeah, they don't catch anyone with it, but they had that boost in middle. That was Tarek and Cirque boosted up to look in the middle, and they actually get ease. And look at how the weapons they have, EG. They needed that opening kill. That's huge for them. Really, really well done. Still plenty of time, and they really only have one smoke, which is a huge issue on that CT side right now.
Minute on the clock for OG. And so where do we go now? It's looking like group up and go here for OG. They've got control of apartments now. Once again, NBK is going to be clearing that out. And it's looking like the bomb is going to make its way over towards A as well. So OG looking solid. Group, I mean, this is what you got to do. If you realize your opponent doesn't necessarily have the best buy, you'd much rather just group up and go against pistols than run into the rifle, where perhaps the rifle is. They're probably gambling right now thinking Cirque is rotated over towards B. He got that pick on A, so maybe the op is out of position over towards CT or Arch, right? Maybe we can just YOLO in here. And so OG have a chance.
And right now, they're avoiding the op completely. Now, they are going to get really close to that Mag 7, but there are no more grenades left on the CT side. So let's see how good these grenades are for the T's, though. Stanislaw gets a headshot in on MBK just as the smoke goes up, and they only got 15 seconds. They need to move right now.
Oh, my goodness gracious. This is nuts. Another one here. Tarek. I mean, this is the shutdown. 6 seconds left on the clock for OG. The round is pretty much done. And Manto at that point is just trying to die. He does not want to live through that clock and just not have any money.
Yeah.
Too much hesitation there on the side of OG.
I mean, that's the difference between that smoke going up before MBK's dies and not is probably pretty big. But then these CCs, this is great work for Tarek.
That's right, I forgot the CZ.
Yeah.
Turns out you got a pocket machine gun.
It still works pretty well.
Still so good.
There are some people that are just freakishly good with that weapon. I'm not one of them, so I just don't like the weapon,
Is Flesha still the established king, like the CZ king?
He is still really, really good with it. Like, he's got some sort of weird ability. Ooh, that was Ethan going down. He got shot right halfway through the wall, I think. And there's another one for Man2. Now it's looking way better. And that was EG really trying to flex on them. You could tell they wanted to crush them from Banana and from middle, and they got absolutely slapped for it.
Stan gets this kill. Just wait. He's been so good so far.
He's got the advantage. I think halfway inside the smoke. Valda's looking at him, though. He knows.
Yeah. If it comes down to whether Valda's had the angle or not. Oh, he gets the headshot.
Unfair, isn't it?
It's a tough break, man. If he had an AK, he'd have won that.
I mean, it has changed a little bit over time, but obviously right now, the game definitely seems to favor the guy that is more inside the smoke. Like, they seem to get visibility just half a second early. I think Electronic established this for us really well when Na'Vi were here. He just got, I don't know, most of his kills from hiding inside of a smoke, which is fair play. If you find out that something, well, I mean, I think most people know that that's how it works right now, but he exploited it to a really high degree, so more power to him.
Good discipline here on the side of OG, though. It looked like they were gearing up to go hunting, and somebody pulled that plug on that and said, nope, because if you look at their money, they don't have much in the bank right now. And so OG, it's more important to keep your guns alive than it is to get rid of that op on Cirque's side. I really like that call from OG. They want to finish this first half strong. The game revolves so much around economy now.
Yeah, don't really want to be, I mean, you know, hunting down Cirque, that doesn't sound like a good plan anyway.
Yeah, the guy's got the angle.
He's so quick.
Rugged looking comfortable.
But now, you know, the pressure is on Cirque, though, to make something of this round. Wow, we couldn't even see anything, could he? They actually need for this AWP to work. 7 rounds for OG is pretty impressive. All right. He's not excited?
Stan's not impressed.
No. I would throw Cirque into the middle to battle these people with the AWP. Just get it done. Run boost him in there if you have to. Just do anything. Oh, they are going to run boost him in there. Well done. I appreciate the effort. It's a cool idea.
What are almost
just if I shout loudly, maybe they can hear it.
What do they do next, Anders? Come on. You've clearly written the game plan here.
Hopefully they don't follow my game plans. Probably it's not going to work out well.
Nice nade onto Alexi, though. Drops him down to half. 7-6 for OG in the lead now on T-side Inferno. And well, as far as Evil Geniuses are concerned, now it's back to pistols. This worked for them last time. OG were kind enough,
yeah,
you know, to give him a slow approach onto the site, let them pick away at him. But now Stan going to be falling back, and he's certainly going to die. Still hits the headshot, but it's not going to be enough. Brazy though, blinded, perfect timing.
Oh man,
can't catch a break.
You definitely feel the pain because it looked like he was trying to be very patient, conserving the bullets, like don't run out, and then the flashbang came through. Circus here and standing in the fire, definitely a new approach.
That's the op down though. What's the money at right now? It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a bit cut here for EG.
It's not looking good.
Just wondering if he's going to be able to pick up that AWP in the next round. Should be able to. So EG now. This is it, 15th round, and hoping that they're going to be able to put somewhat of a buy together. All right, there we go.
He was so focused, I'm not sure he realized that his feet were on fire. So, I mean, that's either that or he just consigned himself to the fact that he was never going to get out.
Just accept your fate.
Go on without me. Leave me behind. It doesn't matter anymore.
Wondering if this is the time. I mean, you still have 3 timeouts right now. Could be the good time here, but it's not going to happen. They're committing into it. They're running straight in, but you could have called for a timeout here just to kind of set this last round up for OG. 8-6. OG now in a position to end it 9-6 on T-side Inferno versus Evil Geniuses. Super solid here from OG in the first half.
Yeah, they are doing I think a better job than most people were expecting. They're back to this particular boost that they used earlier. They got the kill on MBK earlier, but this time he actually has a Krieg, and since he's, it doesn't even matter, instant headshot. I was going to say he would have been uniquely prepared for that one just because it was him, but still more people here, and there's that shot at the corner for Cirque.
Nice setup on the side of EG. And this is where Cirque starts to get to rotating around. He can go and find Velda now if he wants, and OG, bit of a tight spot. Mantu working his way in here, hoping that Cirque was still holding that angle. Not going to be the case. And they've been playing fairly passively short. So I'm curious if they try to wrap back around over towards Arch side right now for OG. Cirque is ready and waiting. Tarek is there, Breeze as well. This is a solid defense on the A side for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, everything is working out for them in this round. The only thing that may be a problem is they only have 2 smokes left. But with 5 versus 3, you'd still think, yeah, but is that really going to make the difference? 40 seconds, and they're actually doing a very good job at Ethan's got his smoke just in hand over at B-bomb site, so he's just ready and waiting in case somebody shows up. And yeah, that's just heads-up play. If you only have 2 smokes, and that was at a minute, and they still save them, that's some pretty good discipline.
Now you want to see Ethan just throw it. At 30 seconds, just throw your smoke, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, now I mean, because that smoke's going to last minimum 15, so now there's going to be very little time here for OG What are they looking at utility-wise? A couple of flashes. They will have a smoke for coils and one for CT. And this is it. Ethan misjudges, but a flash comes in. Doesn't save him, though. Alexi B picks up one. Stan only finds the one as well. 2 alive on the bomb site now. And OG, they can win this situation.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Oh, man, you could see he wanted that pre-fire as they came for the smoke with the UMP, and the flashbang was so good against him. Now, well, they're hiding in the corner. Mantu's there as well to pick up Tarek. That's pretty good for OG. They've now put it into a 2-on-2, and he still has a Molotov, Mantu. So if they're not quick, they don't have a kit right now. If he throws that onto the bomb within the next 5 seconds, they're going to have such a rough time. Cirque trying to make the jump. There's the Molotov on the bomb, and now Breeze in a 1 versus 2. And he picked up a kit in the meantime. I guess that's something, but how do you fight your way through this? He knows he's in a lot of trouble, and just trying to see if he could walk around, but they're not even giving him the fight. This is so well played by OG. A lot of patience, and it's going to be the round for them. 9-6 in their favor. A good double kill there at the end for Mantu. Oh, look at Isa.
A bit of a pop-off. I like it.
He's excited.
Dude, he's got to be making a statement up here. You've got some vets on this team, but, you know, as far as the rest of it, the experience.
Cool stuff. Well, we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back with the second half. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half coming up here between EG and OG. We're on Inferno. I'm here with Semler. We're excited about all of this because actually OG are just doing a really fine job.
They're doing a fantastic job on their map pick. It's worth pointing out that Inferno is OG's map. They may have set a trap for EG on this map as well. We've seen that so far this tournament when Complexity did that to Astralis.
Yeah.
Perfectly played on Complexity's part. OG, they've been pracking. They've been ready for this. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had that same level of prep going into this match. One thing that I just wanted to point out, Breezy, I think any team we play here will probably have a hard time beating us.
Ooh,
I don't know. It's not looking so hot right now, EG. It's not looking so hot for the Evil Geniuses.
No, you got to be careful, but I mean, I appreciate the confidence. Obviously, that's good to see, but it could definitely backfire as well. Look at what EG have bought here in this pistol round. That's 2 smokes and 2 Molotovs and a couple of flashbangs. So they're ready for an execute, leaning towards Banana. They're probably, right now, Tarek is second mid, Stanislaw is middle. They're just checking out if OG are going to be spotting anything out, but I'm assuming they're going to go for a full execute against Alexi B. That's shooting sparrows with cannons at this point, isn't it?
You hate to see it when
he's alone.
OG going for the gamble. We'll put 4 on A. They're going to come A, right? And unfortunately for you, it's not looking like it's going to be the case. You guys are going to have a tough retake on your hands here unless Alexi B can do some damage.
Well, there's always a chance for a random shot for the smoke. That can happen. But if not, I'm assuming it's going to be there's going to have to be a full-on retake. He has a flashbang and a kit, so he's just going to have to wait for everyone else to show up. Oh, there's the one random shot coming through, and he's going to be falling back. That's actually more than he could have hoped for. Now, 4 versus 5 retake. If he can set up that one flashbang for a teammate, I would say he's risking it even now, just trying to do that. Wait for everyone to get into play. See if they could do it. Is he going to be flashing over into Banana? He could do that against Cirque and Tarek as well. There's the flash. It goes high, and Cirque, he's not affected. Still firing that Glock. He's going to get a kill, and we'll follow up with another headshot. They still bring it back into a 2-on-1, and Breeze is now inside of the bomb site, and they're coming for him. Alexi, he's still got that kid in hand. He could still actually turn this around. The early defender on B, flanking out right, and Breeze, he's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end, and will win the round for EG. What a close round.
It's the finest of margins, Anders, when it comes down to this. You pointed it out. It was the perfect catch. Alexi B setting up that flash for his teammates, and what he forgets to say is, turn away, guys.
Yeah, don't look.
Unfortunately for him, he ends up flashing 3 of his teammates when they're taking a fight. It couldn't have been at a worse timing, even though it's such a great idea. It's such a great idea if you manage to pull it off. So, tough break there for OG. And Evil Geniuses, that's exactly what they needed. They needed to start this half strong. They're behind in this so far. 7-9, Evil Geniuses win the pistol round on the T side. They're trailing, but now they have a chance.
Yeah, that's definitely huge. I would, again, it would be fun to go back and look at a replay and just see where exactly in the air did that flash go off, and what was the results. That was almost the whole round, I think, hinging on the outcome of that flashbang, which is kind of incredible to imagine. Now we've got Deagles and a CEC and actually 4 smokes. That can put some pressure on a T side if they're really careful and slow and don't force them to use these smokes early on. That could be trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a minute on the clock right now. You would kind of want for Evil Geniuses to start forcing some of this utility out, and not a perfect... Oh, that nade, though. That hurt.
Tempting to look.
It almost made me think of what you were saying earlier. Just leave that gap, and then he puts the HE there because he knows that somebody's going to be taking advantage of the gap in the smoke. Next level nade games coming out here.
You want to ask them, but would they ever give you a solid answer? Wouldn't they always just say, of course?
Of course. I'm that smart. Look at the size of my forehead.
Oh, man. Valdir and Alexi B over at the B bomb site. They have set up the 1 smoke, and they still have an HE that Valdir just put out and his flashbang, but they're out of smokes in this bomb site. That's very bad news, I think.
Oh, we know that the Deags are in place. Ooh, Mantu, though, takes down Tarek. OG whittling down Evil Geniuses. 19 seconds left on the clock, and they've got to go.
Yeah, actually through the smoke, he actually does connect, but Alexi B about to get shot in the back. The Deagle, he'll get the 1 kill. 10 seconds on the clock. They need that bomb plant right now, and it can't be interrupted. The boost is super dangerous. No one's watching for it, and that's the round gone. Oh, no. That was the one thing they had to be looking for. OG will win the round. Time running out. Look at Rugger. He's taunting them. Eases back with the high fives. Everyone's having a party now.
That is so sick. The priority, knowing where the clock was, all you have to do to win the round is stop that bomb plant from happening. And now we'll get the replay here. This is Ethan. Ethan at this point is trusting his teammates. That's all he can do. And Cirque is just a split second too late. Split second too late, and that decides the round. Ruga. All right, then. All right, then.
That's unbelievable. I'm shocked by so many things. I can't believe that they weren't quicker to react, OG, once they found the first guy in Arch, the T player there, because that is a strong signal that it could be a B split. This time they've got M4s and an auto shotgun. A lot of fire. Oh, they've left all of Arch open though, and they'll catch Breeze. That actually takes a lot of the power out of it, but it might not be done yet.
So that's both pistol rounds won for Evil Geniuses, and then both follow-up rounds lost by Evil Geniuses. So Evil Geniuses right now really struggling dealing with those force buys. And well, right now, OG, it is a bit tit for tat. Cirque making it expensive. It's Tarek in a 1v2 now. Last Alive in a 1v1 could turn it around here for Evil Geniuses. This would be a huge clutch if he could pull this off.
It's looking so good, and for LXCB walking into the middle, he's picked up a Creek. That's pretty good. And I mean, I'm not even sure who has the element of surprise. Tarek is smart to have walked out of that bomb site and just repositioned himself. So now, kind of at even odds, I guess. LXCB walking in from one side. He's got no kit, no smoke, or anything to force this fight against Tarek. And Tarek is at a really nasty off angle. He just relocates, and this might be a little bit of a problem. Is he going to spot him as he jumps up into the graveyard? I'm not sure about that. His head is going to be showing, and the spam is not working. Oh, Alexi surviving on 13 health, and he's not going to have the kit. He just has to run. Oh, man, that's rough, because that should have been their round. They should have been 11-7, and with, just building an even bigger lead. What a huge, huge round for EG to be winning.
This is, and it's such a fast pace getting set here by both of these teams as well.
Yeah.
Just running right in on each other. And it's at the beginning of the round. You hardly have time to talk about the round pass before they're already struggling against each other in the following round. And so Evil Geniuses right now, that is the key round that they needed. If they had let OG just run away with it, same way that it planned out in the first half, where OG chains some rounds together, they start feeling it, and they just eliminate that margin for error, Evil Geniuses would be in a real tight spot on OG's map. And now, Evil Geniuses, once again, straight up to top banana, taking control, and Breezy.
Wow.
Finds Alexi B before he can get around the corner in CT, and kills himself.
Unlike Epstein, Ethan immediately goes down. I actually can't believe, I don't know what just happened at Top Banana. I just have no idea what was going on there. 3 versus 4 at the moment, and this is outrageous.
Anders, his teammates didn't leave him hanging. That's the important thing.
That's true.
The important.
Important to know, definitely. Hopefully we can get some actual replay. Yeah, this is outrageous.
It's toasty in here, Anders.
It is. The temperatures is rising here at the studio for good reason.
Valentine's, right? You know,
it's Valentine's.
To be expected.
Maybe they've put rose petals in the confetti machine or something. Get everyone ready.
I'm waiting. Well, they don't have to wait much longer on this B site. OG, as they go charging in, Evil Geniuses open it up with the one. Valda's going to be here. Cirque, though, not to be caught sleeping. Hits the instant headshot, and so rotation coming in from OG, but this is just going to feed money to Tarek. If they commit to this, it's going to get dicey. Yeah, they're thinking better of it.
I'm so confused about the setup in that B-bomb site for the remaining 2 players, because surely there must have been a conversation going something like, who's the first point of contact, and as soon as you're engaged in the fight, I'll swing out for the... It seemed like it was very disjointed, like from the first kill going down to, I guess, Valde sort of trying to do something with that rifle. Just seemed like there was an extra 1.5 seconds. Which might not sound like a lot, but it kind of is.
Would you chalk that up to communication then?
Yes, yeah, something like that. I guess I'm just, it could just also be maybe they're not so used. They haven't done that particular scenario 100 times yet between the 2 of them.
Oh yeah, hold on, let's see what this is about.
He's just, he's getting tagged and then it spreads. All right.
It just spread onto him at the very end. What a meme.
He knows. That's on Reddit. He's like, oh.
Let's get some 1Gs in the chat. Can we get some 1Gs in the chat?
As the coach.
Yeah, well, he's dancing
fine.
at the summit. All right, 10-9, OG. Hard eco now for them after that round where they'd invested their money, and so Evil Geniuses should be tying it up. They have the buy, they have the nades, and Issa's got the 1 dig. So that's a man advantage for OG.
Sit down. He just put him into the ground, didn't he? 4 versus 5 in this round, and the odds kind of, I would get, now it's 3-1 in still EG being favored, so we're kind of a little bit back there. I mean, I guess the score's kind of even up, so it makes sense.
Interesting.
That's how it started, I believe.
Wondering if they actually went even further over towards Evil Geniuses than they did at the beginning. Well, Stack from OG here. So this is a call that you can definitely make on a hard eco like this. Is just put bodies on a bomb site and cross your fingers and hope that Evil Geniuses walk in. It's not looking like EG are going to take the bait, though.
I mean, I'm wondering if people are making the same kind of calculation that you were hinting at earlier, that if they do win Inferno, then Nuke is up next. I mean, if EG do, because then you could say, actually, that's probably looking pretty good for them at that point in time.
Nuke, definitely the more technical map, too. So when you're talking about, roster, international roster, comms, have they had that much time to start mapping out or preparing for that kind of map?
Yeah,
Nuke is going to be rough, I think, for OG.
I agree. Definitely should be anyway. NBK is a lone tag. There's a lot of people running through middle and just tickling him with the pistols at range, but eventually he does go down. NBK spotted over the box. Ethan, that's a nice kill, because if NBK is allowed to delay all of this, suddenly the backup is there. They should not be winning this round, realistically. They have only 1 armor, no grenades or kits or anything, so might want to just try and box them in and make this really expensive and maybe try and steal a gun.
Name of the game. If you're Velda right now, I think you want to hold on to this Krieg, so you're not the one who's kind of going in here trying to make plays happen. I think it's got to be on Issa and Montu to try and find a gun here for themselves. But the bombs are ticking, and at some point, EG are going to have to start making their way over to the pit, and this is on Montu. If he can chip away at least a little bit at one of these guys, make it so that if you try and hide in pit, but Breezy's ready, hits that shot, insta-kill.
Yeah, you're right as well. Valda did not want to get involved, just happy to do that. They don't have a grenade to go for that Doja ending.
Exactly.
Well, it's all tied up. 10-10 now as we move into round number 21. And yeah, it's impossible to call at the moment. Valda doing really well at 21 kills. Right behind him on the other team is Breeze at 20. And I guess Ethan and NBK are kind of bottom of the scoreboard in some sense. Hard to know if how much, over time. I would guess that NBK early on is going to be putting a lot more resources into, just using experience and trying to, structure the whole team together and make all of that work.
He is the kingmaker after all.
Yeah, but you would want over time for him to feel more relaxed, right? Like he can't be stuck in that role. He has to be fragging a lot more as well. But I'm guessing that probably will, something that we're going to see. Hopefully we will see.
Well, they're on the CT side right now, and NBK actually does a bit of the calling on the CT side as well for OG.
You're right.
So they OG have an interesting situation now where they have 3 in-game leaders essentially, or 3 guys with enough experience who want to have a say in things.
It's like a whole Virtus Pro situation.
Yeah, exactly, and we've seen how that goes in the past. But I think the reality is that Alexi is still calling the majority. NBK's taking more of a role on the CT side, and then it seems like Velda is kind of in there as well, but not with a fixed role. But maybe that's going into it where NBK's feeling the heat a little bit. He's feeling a bit of pressure here, having to take responsibility for the CT side, and that may be impacting his individual game.
Yeah, it's really hard to know. It's one of those things that would be fun to investigate over time. Pushing away Mantu. I would say if they had gone for a wide peek there and he misses the shot, that's the B-bomb side done. Not that they could really know that. Cool attempt at a double nade, and they're also trying to fight for top mid a little bit. They want to, this is more of a standard play. Just force out banana, force out top mid.
Mantu, though. Mantu with the big plays. All right, you wanted to take control of top banana. Now I'm going to have that back, and we're going to see Stanislav rotating over towards CT. I like this a lot. Great information play here from OG.
Absolutely. They're even rotating Valda back. You're absolutely right. They're so happy they know everything.
Valda, Stan, they look the same a little bit on the minimap, you know what I mean?
Well, not far off it. Stan's got more of a jawline. Maybe not. We'll get someone. Get the Photoshops up and running. They have 3 people inside of the A-bomb site with 30 seconds left. They're going to get crushed from a bunch of angles. Valda going to get smoked off. Can he get there to help in time? 25 seconds, and that is not a good start for the defense. Isa out in the open and flashed as well. They all go down. Alexi with that MP9, that was never going to do enough. They would have had to get all 5 kills more or less. So they had the read. They knew what was coming. They had 4 people there, and it still doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's not ideal, is it?
Well, it's tough because Velda, it's like that smoke goes down at Arch, and then you might as well have not have rotated.
Yeah,
the impact that you're going to have in that situation. So it's like, does he need to be in library, or does he need to be through Arch already? It's a tough break for him. Mantu's going to find the shot. That's not a shock for Evil Geniuses. They know where he is. It's a question of whether or not they want to go in here and hunt too much because they don't have much of a bank on the side of EG.
I think the question at that particular moment, some good shots, is something like, how do you have 4 people at the A-bomb site, and I think at least the first 2 end up fighting where there's no retaliation, right? That they're just having individual fights that they either win or lose. Like at least, especially with like 20 seconds left, you want to set this up. This is the first one.
Yeah,
no one's refragging that one. And Isa at the follow-up. He's out of the open. He almost escaped the map there. But
yeah, he's got hops. All right, so that's. Yeah, you're right to point that out because they were all in positions where it's like 1v1 duels.
Yeah.
So if you lose the duel, you're toast. And then you got a man with an MP9 in pit. You're just hoping they're jumping off a balcony basically with that guy with the MP9 there.
Yeah.
But then maybe you want to put the MP9 on short instead. It's a tough one. Nice trade. 1 for 1, top banana already. But EG have taken the lead 11-10 on T side here.
Alexibi looked like for a minute he wanted to stand inside the smoke with the AWP. But then the saner part of his mind won that conversation. Was like, this is not a good idea at all, is it? What am I doing if that shot doesn't hit? They have an AWP and pistols, and that's it for OG. EG are actually about to run away with this game in kind of a sizable way. Their money's not that bad.
Yeah, this is the round where they need to win clean, right?
Yeah. Oh, they almost lined up for a double there. He's back through the smoke. That actually helps him out a little bit. They can catch him, and now it's a 2-on-2. He's got the open position. He sees the direction of those grenades. He definitely knows. He tries to make that jump, but he just can't see anything. The bomb is going to be going down inside of the site, and he's guessing at the angle, not really sure exactly where that is. The flashbang won't do much, and now Malder coming in from the other side with another AWP, and he actually legs him right through the wall, and Breeze is just quick to return. Now it's LXCP, and a missed shot here could cost him everything. He's trying to guess it. Stanislaw playing at the edge, and I don't know what he could do. He has to fall back. Man, that is so close. You wanted them to do that.
You really did. And at the same time, you know, facing into Kriegs, it's just a bad idea as an op now. It's so hard to win those duels. You gotta win. You gotta hit that shot, because if you don't, you're a dead man for sure. It's not repeak and, you know, you get a second chance at it. But that goes from them being able to save 2 ops to only being able to hold on to the 1 here for OG.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, though, 12-10. Extending the lead, but that was way more expensive than it needed to be for them. So it's still doable here for OG to bring it back. It's not end days, because EG's bank hasn't gone out of control. They're keeping it close here, OG.
They are keeping it close, and they've won 5 in a row catching fire right now. And
BK, buy a kit, please.
Get 1.
Oh, okay, he gets an HE instead.
Always need the 1, at least. 23rd round. Yeah, I don't know, 5 in a row, that's a scary thing to look at if you're OG right now. They do have almost everything that they want in this round, so I guess that's kind of good news. And again, a pretty good... I'm so worried about that last round, where they're doing kind of a similar thing where they had man 2 at the corner, and they knew everything about that A-bomb site, and they still couldn't defend it. That's not confidence building.
Whoa. Mantu trying to take the off angle. That costs him. Nicely done. And acceleration behind this from Evil Geniuses. All 5 here, ready to go. Quick rotation coming out from LXCB, and we will get MBK as well, but it's not going to be fast enough.
No, it doesn't seem like it. The smoke goes up. The bomb is being planted in front. Valden not going to get anything. The grenade, yeah, it'll do a bit of damage, but the bomb has already been planted. Isa is still at Archway. They have to just back out. They don't want to try and do this, and I can't really blame them for it. That is 6 rounds in a row for EG. And the immediate decision, like you said, kill, boom, let's go.
No hesitation on the side of Evil Geniuses. That's fantastic work on their side. You get that op. You pointed it out earlier. You can use that op as an anchor on the B site, and you can leave him alone. If he's playing passive and just holds, odds of him going down that way, not too high. Turns out, Evil Geniuses, they knew exactly how to go on it, and they managed to pounce and get that round. 13 rounds on the board now for Evil Geniuses, and a perfect round means their bank is going to get out of control now.
They might have a bit of an idea, EG, about how that's working out, because the way that they took Banana the previous round, they threw a Molotov in that position, and this time they boosted. So they have a strong feeling that if that AWP is in play, probably it's around that corner. So maybe if it's still in play and they know it, so... or they probably, yeah, they should know it. So then the question is, will they just try and like triple grenade it this time? Because if they do that, that would be the perfect confirmation that they have a pretty good idea about how Man 2 likes to play. Although he's on the other side now, so I guess it's all theoretical at the moment. But Yeah, EG seem much better prepared on the T side here than they did on the CT side. Maybe they just warmed up more, I don't know.
Great read here from OG, though. Time to go aggressive. Oh, but Breezy charging. NBK just can't catch a break. Caught with the nade in his hand, and it's a quick execute coming in here from Evil Geniuses. Trading it back, though. OG with 3 quick kills. Just like that. This time it bites Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, but a kill could have absolutely changed all of that. Now it's Suck in a 1 versus 4, and they should be able to do this. Valder will clean him up pretty quickly. Nice triple for Valder in this round. But if they had got the second kill up in the apartments, or the first one they ran into there, I think that would have collapsed everything.
I'm curious what happened on the rest of it, because we saw the apartments one, fair enough, but how did the other guys on EG die? Is they were so quick to move in. NBK dies so fast, which means that you should be able to rotate onto that site and have that long, and you should have the long, well, actually they lost the short pinch, I guess, losing that man in apartments.
Yeah,
but
that was
still,
part of it.
You should have eyes onto short, and you should be able to find something there, or onto pit, and you should be able to find something there. So Evil Genius is just losing all the duels, and OG, they get a second chance.
Yeah, that was. They're just going to go back to it again, saying, you know what, that worked, and maybe they won't expect it. A little bit of a power move, I would say. MVP playing close. Actually, the flashbang doesn't work that well against him, and they clean it all up. He's so bold right now, shooting through the middle. He was at a point where I think the first flashbang went behind him. The second one was pretty good, but they were already dead by then.
And that's got to feel good for NBK. He's been sitting on 5 kills for 10 rounds at least. So finally, and in a key round as well. So some confidence there for Nathan Schmidt. And now we get to see Ethan and Cirque still working with some time, but the bomb is dropped, and there's just a crossfire set up here from OG. What do you do if you're Evil Geniuses? You have to frag out, and that's going to be so hard.
Yeah, I mean, they have 1 smoke, so I guess they could, yeah, there's, oh, they throw another one, so fair play. They could do something, but then the Molotov just cancels it all out. And NBK, it's his time. He's going to get a headshot through the wall, and that will put OG on 12 rounds. So they're catching up, breaking that 6-round streak. And also NBK up to 9 kills. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's good. It was his time.
He almost doubled his kill. He needed to get an ace. Then he'd have doubled it in 1 round. There you go.
That would have been something. Oh, man. Just playing that position to not get flashed the first time around is huge.
So still in this for sure, because now EG with no bomb plant, they're on pistols. Big two huge rounds for OG to win back-to-back. And that's allowed them to take some control in the game, and it's also allowed them to build a bank. And so life just got very difficult here for the North Americans. And it's going to be a question of whether or not they can get in here and get a bomb plant on this eco.
Yeah, it did, and it's so, I don't know. I guess that's the problem with having a round where you only get six rounds on that CT side is they still have some work to do. Looks like they're going to try and explode out of the apartments. I'm guessing there'll be a flashbang setup. But no, they just go for it right away. No grenades and nothing. And that's dangerous, but they still pick up some pretty good kills. Cirque and Ethan are there, and now Mantu, he gets shot in the face with a stolen Krieg. What a huge turnaround here. EG, never underestimate their firepower. It's LXCB and Valder left, and I guess they almost feel like they have to go for this. A lot of grenades ringing through. No one can see anything inside of the flashes and the smokes and everything else. LXCB is somehow dead. I'm not sure if anyone will ever find out how that happened. And now Valder in a 1 versus 3. He picks up the 1 kill, but they're right underneath. And he might be standing on top of one of them. Ethan gets the kill. Triple for him. And that is 14 rounds for EG. Well, who could have seen that coming?
That's a kick in the teeth for OG as well, man. You win 2 rounds you're not supposed to. You get it done. You're back in the game, and then you lose to an eco.
Yeah, so
14-12. Evil Genius is 2 rounds away from picking up the first map.
I'm so confused by the fact that they didn't throw any flashbangs to get out of the apartments. That seemed like that would have been the worst possible move, and they worked really well. So fair play, I guess.
We can just go all real deep on that. Nice nade damage, though, at the beginning of this round. That's unreal. Ethan down to 2 HP.
They're not out of the woods yet. This is madness. If they lose this round, they're still in so much trouble, EG, in spite of everything. It is not really done yet.
Well, the loss bonus is still just kicking away here for OG as well, which is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's true.
So they are going to be on this. They're just going to be so hard to break. But Evil Genius is taking control. They're getting methodical here, taking control of top banana. You can still go down that checklist of necessary plays in a round on Inferno. Get top banana control, and then start putting some pressure over towards A. So apartments is clear for Evil Geniuses, and now you're just looking at top mid, and then it's pick which bomb site you want to go to. Nice nade onto Valda.
Yeah, right to the face. But they are very low on health here on EG. They need a clean entry into a bomb site. Any long, prolonged fights, I don't think it would be working out in their favor. Smoke to suggest some kind of explosion out of the apartments. I'm guessing that means it's going to be B. It just, you know, they're setting it all up, and they're doing this fake with 30 seconds left, so this is pretty risky. And there's 3 people waiting at B. Once again, OG more or less have the perfect. I'm assuming they're going to try and run back. We'll find out right about now. 20 seconds, and no, it's going to be the other way. Stan, look at running into the bomb site over at B, and now they're going to try and see if they can make this happen. 17 seconds, only Isa in the pit, but 1 good kill, and he won't have it. Tarek will take him down. That is very, very late to be doing this. If Isa wins that first fight, it's not clear that they'll actually be able to do it, and they still might not be out of the woods here. 2 versus 3. Excellent shot from Alexi B.
That was gross. He knows that he's apartment, though, so Ethan right now is playing with a little bit. There is enough time now for him to rotate it around to Arch, and that's what Ethan is wondering. Is he going to continue with this or not? This is going to be the make or break shot. You need to kill the man in library, and he doesn't get it. And so now it's on Tarek. Peeks out, finds the one on short. HE on him as well. Mantu trying with the wall bangs, playing with it. There's Tarek stepping up big. 2v1 just like that. It's all on Alexi B, and he's out of time.
Yeah, he's just fighting for the weapons now, isn't he? Oh man, this is quite the round once again. EG, I mean, if they had gone for the B-bomb side, there was not a lot of time left, and OG absolutely thought they would. 3 people stacked over there, and then instead they knock it out the park at the A-bomb side, 15-12. These last couple of rounds are some really disgusting rounds from EG's point of view.
Tarek, though, I'm thinking he's a dead man here.
Yeah.
And just masterfully plays the angle. Mantu just keeps going for wall bangs, hoping to get lucky.
Is he just standing? He's just dancing on that bike back there, isn't he? It's like some sort of circus act.
The Cirque du Soleil showed up.
Just balancing with 1 foot on the front wheel while shooting the creek.
YOLO!
They're coming right through Alexi with 2 big openings, though. Shutting it down, the grenade almost chasing him down. So this could still very well be overtime. They were seconds away from losing top banana right there. But good double kill for Alexi.
Alexi. Okay, yeah, that's how it worked out. Never mind.
And he's already rotated away.
Yeah, exactly. He was holding CT, just spamming. But the way that works now is that Evil Geniuses are down 2 players, and OG gets to just stabilize. An interesting call from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I guess they have been playing very slow in default, so they were just like, maybe they're not ready. They were ready, but...
Or maybe they misread the economy, but I'd find that hard to believe considering they have to know that the round bonus for OG wasn't going away. So they had to assume that there was at least somewhat of a buy going in.
Yeah. Well, you get the count wrong, I guess. The defense continues over at the A-bomb site with NBK standing tall. The bomb is on the other side, so I don't think it really matters what Cirque does here.
I don't think that OG know that, though. The smoke is down, and so NBK now just not showing anything. And Cirque has to find one of these players. Spread out. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He just needs some info, doesn't he? Just anything. Gonna pick up the 1, but yeah, MBK's there. I was gonna say, just if you could have just seen a gun barrel or anything, that would have been so valuable. But well, 15-13, and two rounds in a row here for OG. That sounds so doable.
Yeah, the way that they were set up there makes me think that OG, they didn't know where the bomb was.
Yeah.
Because they were all spread out across the map. So they're just thinking, okay, he's going to run around and one of us is going to shoot him in the face. So that was totally a winnable situation for him there.
If he could have somehow snapped to take down MBK, if he'd seen the gun barrel, he would have known. He could have taken the 1 fight. He would have turned around. That would have been alarming.
Now, playing patient this time, Evil Geniuses, not just going to go charging into nades and death. Instead, waiting to gather up and go. They have a couple of grenades to work with here, flashes and a single smoke on Cirque, and so they can't just run onto the bomb site.
If they catch them boosting, that would be funny, but I think they're going to be a second too late. Yeah, flashbang does nothing. Krieg is really good against those pistols. No issue at all, and the spray continues. No chance here. 15-14, and they brought it back to round number 30 now, so it's overtime or bust right here. If you're OG, they have to win this round.
Keep in mind, Anders, this is bonkers. Already EG are having a really strong T side, right? They're getting the rounds. And Breezy is top racking for him. He's got 26 kills. This is how it's supposed to be going for EG. Breezy's supposed to be at the top, and they're supposed to be going from there. And this is, I mean, if EG are the team that are favored in this situation, you have to be thinking that now's the time where the experience bears out and they just sit OG down. But the OG could definitely be taking us to overtime, and we haven't had too many overtimes this tournament at all, actually.
No, that's true. Weirdly,
what happened to CS:GO overtime?
Yeah, we've dodged that. Although Inferno is the classic map for it, so maybe that's it. You're right. Like they've already shown, I think, some pretty good knowledge about how to play this T side OGs. So EGs. So just one more piece of success, winning top banana again or something like that, and probably that's it. What do OG do though? They have all the grenades. They have everything they could possibly want. Couple of Galils and no AWP on the EG side. If they wanted it, they're not going to get a chance to have it here. And just to stand showing up to check out banana, nothing else. And they're being real careful in this round once again. And a much more, look at this, apartments again for OG on the defense and ESA down at quad, but nobody at arch side.
It's been such a short focus that they really want to put their attention here, and they've got the setup. 1-2 combination. Tarek wins the duel, though, and now Mantu doesn't even go for the trade. Tarek with both.
Oh, that is bad news. Mantu's here, but he has to do something. That's a lightning fast pick. He's down in the pit again. He knows they're coming for him, and they almost catch him mid-air. Wants to re-peek it, but yeah, they're moving closer. The bomb is still at the bottom of middle, and there's Tarek, another one. A triple, and this is almost it. He finally does go down. Valde with a pretty nice long-range shot, but he's probably going to get grenaded out of there. Alexi goes down. He was the backup, and now it's a 1 versus 3. And Valde, I don't even think he could do this. Circus ready and waiting for him. He's going to try and see if he could go for this, but not going to happen. 16-14 as OG steal it away. Oh, sorry, EG steal it away right at the end. Always got to be careful with those names. A lot of G's, like we said.
Evil geniuses. That's like, I'm just calling them evil geniuses right now.
Let's do that.
Let's just do that.
I'm on board with that.
But they do win out in the end. They do show that they are capable.
Yeah.
And while we are going to be taking a break, when we come back, we'll hear what the analysts have to say about the first map of this series. Inferno going the way of the evil geniuses.
Welcome back, everyone, to Blast Premier, where EG versus OG, first map in favor of EG. I was promised a blowout. I was promised a slaughter. I was promised a clinic by EG, Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
Well, I've been disappointed, haven't I? They still won.
Win's a win.
Yeah, win's a win, that's it.
But look, the fashion that they did it in, it was more, OG slowing down than EG speeding up. I thought, Breeze, in the early stages of the game, he was looking absolutely fantastic, doing his anchor roll well, very dynamic, and Stan was contributing, but it was quiet from the rest of them, right? We're kicking off here in the early stages of this game where we had the force buys back and forth, and there was lots of moments in those early stages that could have gone either way, similar to the 100 Thieves game earlier in the day. But OG actually were making some fantastic calls. They were moving EG around the map very easily.
Yeah, I actually do think this was the main reason why EG won this game was Breeze, actually. If he plays anything less than this, some of the troubled form of late last year, this would have been an OG upset. We would have been selling the whole Alexi B angle, because on the comms he sounded like he had a pretty good read for the game. Their T-side was not too shabby. But if a guy wins all the opening duels, gets 6 multi-kill rounds, averages a very, very respectable ADR like that, this is the superstar performance we wanted from Breeze.
Absolutely, and it's what we've come to expect. This is the guy who had the most trade kills in 2019 out of anyone, and he's also a guy, I think, who has such a control over his aim and over his ability that he can turn around situations where he shouldn't be walking out as the victor. And we saw that a couple of times in crucial rounds for EG.
Yeah, when you're looking at an individual like Breeze who's able to do those plays, it just changes the game, right? Because they're swing moments. They're not just rounds where, he gets a multi-kill and it's just a standard gun round. He's actually able to sway the course of the game. I have a clip that I would like to play. It's one that I made. This is my hard work right now that I want to share with everybody.
Is that the first time, or?
Yeah. This is from the pistol round in the second half. Alexi B with a bit of a flash here. That doesn't end too well for his teammates. Now, this setup, they were playing complete retake. We can see the flash, it goes over, and you're going to see his teammates with an overhead view pushing up Banana. Now, the idea, I assume, is to be behind the half wall, but once they shoot towards the car position, that's when they step wide. We're going to see it from the angles right now of MBK and Valda. This is Alexi's flash. Here it is. Alexi's flash comes over, completely blinds MBK here. He's going to get taken down, and we can see the same from Valda. Flash comes over. They're meant to be waiting behind the wall. Because they get into a bit of a scuffle, the flash will completely blind them. And from here, this round is won by Breeze, as you were alluding to before. But that flash from Alexi, it's all about the timing on doing something like that, right? So with that flash coming in, ruined the retake, so to speak.
Is that one of those things that is, okay, these are the growing pains of the roster as is it configured now? Is this type of that?
Yeah. It's probably just being flustered in the moment.
Like me right now.
Yeah.
You never know the knock-on effect, though, because I think actually, bizarrely, that flash effect lasted for MBK the rest of the half. I think he only became online the last 4 rounds.
Pretty odd, I have to say.
MBK for a very big portion of that game, right? Obviously, there was a huge string of rounds that EG were putting in the back pocket. MBK wasn't in the game. Then he had, a big multi-kill round. I think he had 4 kills in that round and started contributing towards the tail end of the half. But it was a little bit too late by then. When on the other side of things, Valda had a beast performance.
Yes.
Yep. Both the stars that we wanted to see for each team absolutely turned up. They gave their best, and we're going to see a lot of really good CT work at some points in time, I'm sure. If you're in a game like this and you're Valde, I actually feel so bad for him because across the board, his stats were what you would expect a guy who stomped the game to have. I mean, his ADR was over 100 at the end of 30 rounds.
But we can give a tick in 2 big boxes for OG here, right? They came out and they were competitive, and Alexi B was doing the in-game leading. That was what we got to hear. That was fantastic.
I can see why they picked them up, put it that way.
Yeah.
It did make sense in the end.
And Valde was the star player. Right? That is what we want. Those are the 2 things that we wanted to see, and that's what we've seen so far. So that's good signs. Now we need to see if they can continue to build on that, because Alexi was making some fantastic calls.
Yeah, he was. The problem was, you could see some of the players, they haven't quite gotten the hierarchy down that team. They weren't necessarily reacting as quickly as you'd hope when an in-game leader makes a good mid-round. And then I'll add in as well, this was their map pick. So this was one they really needed to actually scrape just through, because next up, it's the EG map pick.
Do you think this is the best result they could have gotten? Are you happy they were at least quite competitive, I would say, almost pushing it into overtime?
I think they could have actually won that map, right?
Yeah,
if I'm going to be honest, with the way that EG started that game, with how sloppy some of the other individuals that aren't Breeze were looking, that could have been a win, right? That could have definitely been an OG win right there, and we maybe would have been seeing all 3. But now with Nuke coming in, this is the most structured map we have in the pool, right? Yeah. And EG, they don't play it like most teams. They're a lot more fast-paced, and they're going to be using their individuals. Like you see Tarek in that last round of the game, picking up 3 big Krieg kills. He can do that, right? And that's kind of where they're going to do their best work. So it's going to be a very tough task for OG now. Maybe you get that clinic you're asking for.
Maybe. We'll see. We're first going to hear from Breezy, who put on quite the clinic in this one.
I've got Breeze with me after their win on Inferno, but it certainly was as comfortable as maybe some of us would have expected with us. A bit of Langier coming into this one, mate?
Yeah, it's still a little early for us. Yeah, I still have that jittery feeling in our stomachs, but I'm sure this next map will be a lot cleaner.
Well, you had an impressive game regardless of that, but were you more impressed with what OG delivered? Was it maybe slightly better than you expected?
Honestly, I think we were just playing bad. I didn't think what they were doing was that great. I think we were just, on our CT side, we were missing a couple of shots and people were just getting timinged. And yeah, I don't think they were doing anything great.
Now, going into Nuke, you'd certainly have a confidence because it's your pick anyway, but also for a new team like them and obviously the communication from different countries, probably going to be slightly harder in how they get that done. So do you think we're going to see the true EG this time?
Yeah, for sure. On our map pick too, so let's see.
And in terms of what you guys delivered in that game, right, what was the communication like when you were down and trying to bring yourselves back up? Did you find yourselves maybe a little bit frustrated at times?
No, we never really get frustrated. Peter's always really good at keeping us calm and composed, so yeah, we're always composed.
Well, I'm looking forward to see if you can get back to business as usual on Nuke, mate. Good luck.
I always love the handshakes or the high fives from Banks. In any case, he said it himself. He said a bit of land jitters. It's been a while, and I think that's fair. And what is impressive to me about that is that we've seen other teams have that and suffer from that, and they just choked for the whole 2 maps, basically. They didn't get it back. But EG, they got back on that horse, and they close out this one, and now go into Nuke, Duncan, which should spell a better game for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is also one where I alluded to in the pregame. It's not like it's been the best map for EG, but the point is they can play a lot of different maps. And it's actually one where they've had the big results over the Astralises of the world. So why not flex into it if you know the other team's a newer squad, still working on a lot of the issues?
Yeah, those Betway odds really swinging now, right? Before it was kind of respectable in Inferno, but now after that first map, and now that we're going into Nuke, it's really swung in the favor of EG there. And if you look at their last 2 performances, that was at Epicenter. They got a 16-6 win over Fours, and they had a 16-4 win over Fours with Crush standing in.
Yeah.
So they even get it done with stand-in. So pretty good results there. Even though Fours is not a tier 1 team, they're still a very good team.
Let's see if EG can close it out on their map pick Nuke right after this, or if OG can claw their way back in and give us a 3rd map. Let's go to a break.
Moscow. And here it might be 3. Down to the 1v1 and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. Na'Vi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh boy. What an impressive team. This is just the beginning now. 1 man left standing. How exciting is this? Trading blow for blow, and Flamey here with another. Oh my goodness. So hyped up right now. What a victory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map coming up here between EG and OG. We made a deal to call them evil geniuses to avoid some of the confusion. At least for my part, I could really use that. We're going to be on Nuke now.
So I agree with you, Anders. There are a bunch of Gs.
A lot of Gs. One Gs.
But there are 1Gs. We saw that. There are OGs, that obviously the OG team name is playing off of. And then you've got the evil geniuses. The logo we will not speak of. But the team actually looking very good right now.
Yeah, they are.
They managed to bounce back in the end and win the key round, actually. And that was more the EG that we were expecting to see all along. So I'm wondering what took them so long.
Well, what was the scoreline for the 9-6? They got 6 rounds on the CT side of Inferno.
And still managed to run it back, exactly. Got a whole lot of rounds on T side Inferno themselves. So you're thinking after that first half, if OG are doing it right, they should be just, it's still a CT side map. So,
yeah, and you pointed out this, right? I think EG won both the pistol and lost both the second rounds. So you get 9-6 and that happens. That's kind of setting it up nicely for OG to take that victory. And they nearly did, to be fair, but it just wasn't quite enough. So a little bit rough technical pause, luckily, before anything really happened. So that's good news. But it looks like EG are going to be starting on the T side and OG on the CT side. So on this version of Nuke, it could get real rough. That T side could be really, really good if people know how to play it well. I think EG are going to be pretty good on this map.
It's their pick.
Yeah.
So you'd expect for them to have a few strategies up their sleeves. We already have the pistol round going live now, so it was a quick tech pause, but we're back into the mix here. We will be kicking off the second map of this series, Nuke, right now with the pistol. So Evil Geniuses pick up Inferno. 2 players picking up utility on the side of EG.
Alexi gonna go inside with that CSAT 75. That's so much stopping power if you can get it up close. Some quick grenades. They've smoked off Mini. They've blown up the door, but nobody's really coming through. They're running outside, which seems like a really cool but ultimately very elaborate idea. And that USP took all of that finesse away. Circus gonna get... Oh, he actually jumps around the corner. He just picked up 2 kills, swaps into a USP. What a madman.
Cirque is bonkers. Dropping down the vents quick here. OG trying to get in position in Toxic. Can they get there before, though? Or are we calling it Detox, right?
Yeah, I think that's the official name for it.
Oh, fine. We'll call it Detox, but that was so quick there. There was an opportunity for OG to come in and actually put the kibosh on things, but Evil Geniuses will get the bomb planted, and NBK brings it back to a 3-on-3. Alexi B catches the tennis ball looking the wrong way somehow. That's a big opening. Man advantage now for OG.
Yeah, they've got it down almost. They've got a bit of health as well. Ethan goes down. It's all on Cirque, the man that started it all, and he can't actually finish it. They're going to get the kill on him, and they'll turn around very quickly without the kit, but they should still just have the time for it. He got 3 kills in that round. Cirque, the first 2 ones were fantastic. I actually thought they were going to lose the round as soon as Man2 picked up that first one, because it just looked like everything they were going to do was going to be red, but that's pretty well done. 1-0 in favor of OG. They get in there, they get the retake done, and EG goes straight for the buy. Look at this madness.
Yeah, this is. I wanted to see actually a split second before that, because I think they had the molly that went down on Heaven, and so they lost a frag for free there, EG, that should have been cleared, because that molly would have cleared. Who got the first kill? Velda? Mantu? I think Mantu got the first kill. Would have cleared him out of there, and so that first frag doesn't happen, and there's a man for EG that they would have had to go through if they didn't get the timing off. That's what I'm trying to get at here, Anders. So it seems like EG maybe a bit too quick there on the gun, not quite letting everything fall into place. And so once again, we're seeing a lack of polish here from Evil Geniuses that we really should be seeing. But, then you get Cirque just bopping heads.
Yeah, double AK and a Krieg. So that's a hell of a lot of firepower. NBK's out there in the garage with just an M4 at range, and this could definitely end badly. Now he's shown himself. They're going to go for the fight. They do line up for a big double. He's trying to buy time, just wants to be annoying at this point in time, and they're going to get the kill. Cirque will take him down. Still a 3-on-3, and still pretty good position for EG at the moment.
And they're getting boxed. Issa is now committed, though, so he's in a bit of a tight spot. Cirque, not sure if he spotted that, but they're closing in here, OG, on all 3 sides. Breezy on the hunt right now, wants to find Mantu, but they get peeked. The timing could not be worse for Evil Geniuses, and OG.
Wow.
Tough start there, but they get the job done. They maintain on the second round.
It looked like they were going to crunch that guy by the container from 3 different directions. I actually thought that was going to spiral a little bit out of control. But, yeah, MBK. I was going to say that the first kill that he got on Tarek just had a pistol, so if that was traded immediately by Stanislaw, that would have been very bad news. Now they have a flashbang and an HE. So I guess they're going to just blow up the door, maybe? Yeah, Stanislaw is going to be exploding it, and will they try and follow it through? The bomb has made his way somewhere else. Valdez down there with an AK, and he's got no trouble at all. He's going to do that all day.
There you go. There you go. Feel good frags, Anders.
It all counts, doesn't it?
You'll love the anti-ecos. Hey, see Valdez, he's got a grin on his face. He's going to be feeling good. Viking roots, you know, it's going back.
He doesn't have the. He's not quite as Viking-like as a Rugger is he?
No, that's true. He doesn't have the beard. Rugger does believe, like he does actually.
Still got some growing up to do, Valda, but it's fine.
Well, we got the Betway odds coming in, and OG clawing their way back. You know, at the halftime there, it was looking a little grim for him, but with a strong start on Nuke, Evil Genius's map, it looks like OG odds going back just a little bit their way. They still got some work ahead of them, though. 3-0 lead for OG.
See how much it'll take to convince the audience that that they've got it. 3-0 is good. It's a good start. Some slightly bumpy rounds, and now they are pretty heavily outgunned in this particular round. EG's picked up an AWP, and they've got AKs and Creeks. For the rest, they've got plenty of grenades. And the one thing they're lacking right now are fights. They're not getting any of those. It's early on, but we've seen teams run out of time on Nuke very often, actually. It happens on this map, I feel like, more than others.
Well, this is when it's time to dance. You've just used all your smokes for Evil Geniuses, and so now it is going to be time to commit into this. You do have quite a few flashes to go off of still, so... And there's one going around. Start to clear that corner. Nice whip. Alexi's going to be kicking himself. That's a kill that he should be getting every time. NBK long range with the MP9. Gets overwhelmed by Cirque. 2 kills going the way of Evil Geniuses to kick things off, but Mantu's going to stand tall and drops the bomb on the roof.
The bomb on the roof with 35 seconds left is definitely not a good look. I don't know how you recover this. Cirque is going to pick up the one. Yes, I mean, it's something. It could have maybe helped out, but Breeze is down here. 25 seconds. They go, oh my God, he gets a headshot. Oh, they gave it to him. He needed to run around. He would have had almost no time. I can't believe it. EG probably can't believe it.
OG can definitely not believe that.
I mean, I guess he might not have seen Man 2. There's a lot going on out there. He might not have been able to call that. So maybe they just don't know.
Do we have a reaction shot from Issa? Okay, yeah, Mount 2 fair enough, but do we have a reaction shot from Issa? Nope, doesn't look like it. We get 4. We get 4. But we don't get the guy who I think probably put a dent in his desk there. Issa showed that he's a bit energetic. He shows his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah.
That's a round where if you lose it, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting. But that let Evil Geniuses get on the board. 1 round on the board now for Evil Geniuses. T-sign. 3 for OG. And just, you know, this is where you start cobbling together that buy if you're OG. You got to snuff them now. You can't let the Evil Geniuses get the ball rolling on T-side Nuke. Every round matters so much for Evil Geniuses. OG need to just put a halt to it right here.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Their money is right at the limit there on that CT side. But strangely also 2 Mag 10s, which that suggests it's going to be a pretty quick play here. Just, you know, just put some speed behind and see if you can get into a bomb site. They're waiting for that door, and see, immediately Molotov into the corner, more smokes into Mini, and yeah, they're going to be running the Mac-10, jumping around the corner. I'm guessing no head armor on NBK. He's down here, has already spotted the bomb, more jumping tricks, but he's ready. What an amazing triple. He was actually pre-aiming that. That Molotov should have come at least 5 seconds earlier. Not sure it's going to matter. Yeah, he's going to get out and dodge immediately. Cirque will go for the fight, but he's also alone, and another 1 versus 2, and, you know, they gave him the chance last time. This time they should not even get close to that.
Yeah, they lost the shot, and he will get caught out. Mantu, not even giving away the position, taking shots at the USP like that. And so we're back and forth. OG, a key round picked up there. AWP saved as well, and so they will be able to get a decent buy, but this is all on Issa. And well, Ethan right now has just got to be wondering where the rest of his teammates are. You're looking for a trade at that point. You can't trickle in one after another.
Yeah, just anything, right? Like someone peeking at the same time on the other side of the pillar, or a grenade or anything to set up that one. But still, that's a pretty good job from Issa. 4-1. And they've bought something in this round. EG, they only have armor on 1 person. So I think, yeah, I think if they could get a bomb plant down in this round, that would be pretty huge.
Whoa, full smoke barrier going down here. Getting fancy on the side of EG.
Are they just gonna take a really hard left into mini and just try and overwhelm whoever is there. They get flashed in return, but they were somehow ready for that. Follow-up flashbang is great, but there's no one there to actually get any kills, and they've made their way down. It's a pretty good amount of success early on for a round where they have absolutely nothing to work with.
Now, this is really going to throw them for a loop. Exactly, OG. At this point, they're wondering, is it up? Is it down? Are they all sitting in main? There is that smoke that's buying time. But more nades getting put to use on lower, and Velda, he's going to have to hold the line, and it's just not going to happen. All 5 still alive for Evil Geniuses.
This is absolutely absurd. Everywhere they've shown up so far on that defensive CT side, they've been smoked off, and then one of their guys has been left alone. They were flashed in a certain death. MBK goes down, and now it's a 5 versus 2. This is so hard to justify if you're OG. Should be an absolutely easily winnable round. Even after the first death out in yard, should be like, yeah, fair enough, but we should still have the firepower. But they kept getting caught.
You are pissed right now if you're OG as well, because you've got no loss bonus going your way. You're not going to have any money in the bank. It is so important to save these guns. So we'll see. M4 going to get picked up. And it's fine that Stan dies, because he just spots out the remaining 2 players for OG. Nice try there from Ethan. And let's see, can they find another kill after the bomb goes off? And yes, Issa gone. The off stays alive, though. Mantu barely surviving that one.
That is close.
Every
really
gun mattered,
close.
though, right? Every gun matters at that point for Evil Geniuses. Or for OG, rather, sorry.
And the fact that it's the AWP is kind of good news, but look at this. Valda down there, he's just so alone. You would think that they could put themselves in a slightly better position. That's an upsetting round. I could understand why they're looking frustrated. That's Roger saying, calm down.
Yeah, you actually heard it, too.
Yeah, just...
Tech timeout getting called by OG, though. So this is where man, what to be able to fly on the wall, right?
You just want to hear exactly what's being discussed. I mean, it isn't, I guess it's not super alarming. It's still 4-2. It's not like they're being completely wrecked here, but it's just that those are some of the free rounds that you just want to pick up, and you want to make sure they don't get that economy. And Egypt has been putting on the pressure. In spite of the fact that they're 2 rounds down, they just keep buying. They keep putting a lot of pressure on. And it could work. If they win this round again, then OG are actually just completely out of money. Really fast Molotov right onto the hut, and they're going to try and see if they get in there quickly. Issa this time not going to get the triple spray down. He'll pick off 1, but immediately traded. And now at least they have an opening into this site. They're going to use a couple of more grenades, and Breeze will find the head of Valda.
And that is so quick and clean. This time it actually works out for Evil Geniuses. Trying to take advantage perhaps of the fact that OG were maybe light on the anti-rush grenades, and so you can just get out there a little bit faster. Op not going to hit that shot, though. Mantu has to be careful, and he's going to back off and try and get into a position to save that AWP. That's pretty much the most important thing now, considering OG spent all of their money this round.
Yeah, I actually think you're exactly right in just making that calculations, and they probably can't Molotov hut and squeak door it at this particular time. And the one thing we just want to make sure of is that they don't have a mag 7 or something else on the actual hut, so we just Molotov that immediately and then go for it. And the one player that they ran into there was Issa with a FAMAS, which doesn't have that much stopping power. It's a pretty good calculation actually for EG's point of view.
This is EG's map, keep in mind. So they've won out on Inferno, which was OG's pick. And now on Nuke, they're looking good. A little bit of frustration there from Issa. The spiritual successor to JDM.
He's leaning all the way back. Only in moments where he's lost, apparently, but still.
Well, think about this. I mean, now it's going to be the hard eco here for OG. This is where EG can start feeling a bit more comfortable. They're going to be able to develop a bank off of this. Should be a clean round. Should.
Yeah.
You know, hasn't always been the case.
We've said that a couple of times, and it's turned out differently, but you're right. That 1 AWP is kind of interesting. Mantu's got it over at the ramp. Could go a lot of places with it. Should be possible to, you know, if you could sneak in a kill and fall back to the next position and just do that, you know, even twice, that would be huge.
Doesn't look like EG won't have anything to do with that, though. It's looking like it's going to be another upper hit. 3 stacked up here for OG so far. NBK holding solo outside. Mantu may be thinking about it, though, but there it is. Tarek to open it up. Alexi B goes down. Ethan on point, finds the second one, checks his angles. Good, thorough work here. Taking their time. NBK finds Breezy, but it is going to be Mantu alone now. And do they find that shot? He's going to get spotted. They know that he's holding in CT spawn.
Oh, here they come. It's just like that moment in Lord of the Rings, isn't it? When he pushes the bucket or whatever down the well. It's like, oh.
You're calling the geniuses what, goblins?
Something like that. Oh, man.
So Breezy's the Balrog, right? Just to get that straight?
That's exactly right. The cave troll showing everything. 4-4. I wasn't even thinking about that, but you're right. It's a really good burn at the end, isn't it? 9th round, and EG bring it back, winning 3 in a row. And I don't know, it puts a pretty heavy dent in the OG economy. They're able to put together a buy, but they have no kits, limited grenades, and no AWP or anything. It's all M4s. They're going to go aggressive, and that is more than he could really chew off, isn't it? MBK and Valde going down at the same time, so a huge success in this round, and OG are going to be in a lot of trouble all of a sudden. EG are actually just, they're really, really back in the game now.
You know, they're going to start taking the reins here in this game. And that's such a tough one for OG. It just didn't click. It didn't click well.
I mean, I love when people play aggressive around that red container. It's something that obviously Astralis do a lot with Glaive out there. It's so much fun, but when it backfires like that,
yeah, it's one of those plays where it's like, hey, either we look fantastic or the round is lost, and we're just going to be down on B site trying to save. Just save the guns, and really you have to. I mean, they've obviously got the round loss bonus building up for OG.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something working in that area. It's not even going to be enough to put together anything crazy in this next round. But hopefully it shouldn't be a double eco of any kind here. That's a very, very clean victory. Cirque at 12-6 right now. So he's doing a remarkable job. But what do OG do? I mean, some of these yard fights, even when they look somewhat sort of even, it still feels like EG just come out on top in terms of positions, and that's kind of scary. You can't really just let them have that whole yard area. That's way too much space to work with. You need to do something to slow them down at least, make them work for it.
Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, Ethan. Cirque gets the team kill. Issa survives it. AG taking the lead, 5-4. And well, if you're OG right now, yeah, you're kind of stumped because you want to have Monter, I guess, playing ramp with the AWP. Fair enough, except that EG basically aren't going ramp. So that's a tough one.
Yeah.
But then you're always going to be wondering if you're OG right now. It's like, is this the time that we need to be changing it up for ramp? Yeah, unfortunate turn of events there.
It was necessary.
He had to go. He had to go.
It was time. I'm not sure what this round is going to be another rough run. They do have 3 HE grenades. I guess set up over by ramp in case anyone shows up, but not going to get the chance. That previous round when, I think it's Alexi B running to that corner at the red container with an M4, and they did throw a flashbang, but it definitely didn't clear the container. Like it was in the container, yeah. It was half hidden by the container, so I'm wondering if that was just a straight up mistake. If that was supposed to actually go all the way on the far side to flash those, well, anyone who was there.
They're divided, right? It's so hard to cover that much ground.
Yeah.
The thing, it's not even like Evil Geniuses are going down secret, really, either, to get down into the lower hallways. It really is the focus on the yard right now, and OG don't really have an answer to teach them otherwise, apart from hitting shots, where when given the chance, you need to hit the headshot. But if you're not, then Evil Geniuses are just going to keep going out there until you prove to them that you're going to force them to do something else.
Yeah, they have so much that's working for them.
Maybe that's putting Mantu out there with the AWP, getting a little bit of a sniper fight going, but then you still got to contend with the smokes.
Yeah, I would still kind of like to see them do that. It would be interesting. Cool shot from Valde with the Deagle. Not going to change the actual outcome of the round. EG is still going to be at 6 rounds here. Mantu playing pretty close with the CC.
EG is just doing exactly what they need to be doing. They found what works. Just keep rinsing and repeating that. If OG can't handle it, you're just going to keep getting rounds on the board. And now OG are feeling the pinch. They're going to get maximum loss bonus now. So after this round of eco, we will have a fairly good buy coming in for OG.
Yeah, Valde actually right underneath Ethan, trying to take the shot, but Might have broken his ankles jumping off that, but he'll take it.
It was worth the $300. It was worth the $300, Anders.
It's a good idea. I'm sure they have some sort of medical care or something.
Yeah, you know, this is probably... Where is this one located? No, it's located in the States, right?
Yeah,
but then
maybe not then.
Maybe not, but then they're terrorists. You know, what do they care? They just pay with cash anyways.
That's a good point.
What is it, single payer?
I'm sure they'll figure something out.
Does it work?
6-4, and you know, 11th round coming up. OG, that was such a good start. They had the first out of the first 5 rounds. They won the 4 there, and then it was done.
You see that? Can we see Casper's shirt again, please?
What does it say?
It's the most perfect shirt for a coach. Can we go to the other coach, please? The OG coach.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah. Okay, look at his shirt. Wrangler. Isn't that like the best shirt for a coach ever? Because it is trying to herd cats.
Yeah.
These players. You are a wrangler. It's your job. You're paid to just literally herd cats.
He needs one of those canes to, like, you know, to like pull him with. Just like, get back in line. Well. We've got an AWP on man 2, and he is out in the yard, but you pointed this out about you know, the potential to get smoked off. NBK is playing really close, and there's nobody outside of man 2 to throw. He has got 1 flashbang, so if NBK calls for it, he could set it up. It's definitely a risk. And you're just waiting. They might even be expecting that OG are going to try something, you know, adventurous, so they just want to see for the first part of the round.
Well, they're realizing, just like we've been speculating, you know that Stanislav's over there thinking the same thing. What are they going to do? What are they going to do to change up? They have to do something to deal with us out here. And so you play it safe at the beginning of the round, and you just wait to see what OG are going to go with. OG, though, they're a little bit light on the nades now. Running low on the smokes, that's for sure. And so as the clock ticks down past a minute mark, this is where OG are going to start feeling a bit of pressure. EG now, we haven't seen this in a while. Now we're going to see the split, perhaps.
Yeah, they're certainly thinking about it. Man 2 really annoyed. He can't see much because of all of the smoke out there. He's relocated back in towards the ramp room, and he's going to miss the chance. Ethan wins a very unlikely fight. Tarek will follow it up, and now, yeah, that pinch is definitely coming. Valda down here. The only thing that's working right now for OG is the time that's left on the clock. 30 seconds. If they get lucky just once here, they could still stall out the round, and EG could end up just falling to time. But it's a very, very, it's a small hope. Isa, oh, he's going to get shut down from heaven. He was the one chance, so they're not going to stop the bomb plan. I think that's pretty much it. What a great call from the beginning, but then the change up saying, you know what, let's get back to A instead.
Yeah, Stan the man. He's the key. If he dies there, maybe they're rotating back, or they have the info to go off of. I mean, really, he's the one who unlocks the whole round.
Yeah.
If he gets the kill, and that's just bonus. That's just gravy at that point, because he's already done his job. He got the info on what A site looks like. They don't walk into the 2 players that OG set up on B, and OG right now just cannot catch a break. Evil Genius is doing a fantastic job of smothering him. And they're going to get 7 rounds on the board now. Evil Genius is, oh man, Valda can't even save his gun. Valda, why are you peeking?
Just getting shut down, aren't they? And, I mean, Man 2 is going to be so upset that he actually didn't win that that first fight. They even lose the last gun as well. 5 in a row, as you could tell. EG catching fire. That is actually, well, 6 in a row to be perfectly fair here. This is, I don't even know. They're really in a lot of trouble.
They need to get some kills here. That's the thing. Since Isa's heroic round on A, he's sitting at 5. Alexi's at 3 right now. I mean, it's really hard to put a defense together if you can't even really get kills when you've got the opportunity to.
Yeah.
So OG, it is the dig deep moment, and it's a half buy from OG. So at least they're willing to take that and not just go for Hail Mary force buys.
I mean, they have to, right? I would.
We see some crazy stuff in the past, Anders. So, I mean, I don't know. Anything's possible at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the way that this team plays, right? With Rugger behind them, with MBK at least, you know, in charge some of the time. Just temperamentally doesn't feel like they would be. Oh, wow. That's amazing. The Deagle, the follow-up. He did get shut down from Cirque eventually, but that's Man 2 really doing a lot for his team here. 4 versus 3. Now it's possible that they could bring it back. They need another one though. Valda's pushed up so far into lobby. He's there to flank them.
Thankfully, there's a refrag there from Stanislav. Stanislav trying to press forward. Does take down Alexei, but he's lost his teammate in the mix. 1v2. NBK going to recover a gun, and now Valda's rotated around as well. The timing could not be better, and he gets caught with nade in hand. Stan, that's just a tough break, but OG with a much-needed win. So important for them to get that 5th round on the board and just try to get the ball rolling.
This one is, but that's a pretty good adjustment. Have to appreciate Stan going straight for the bomb plant and not even flinching, just saying, you know what, if they're nearby, then I'm not going to win, but my only chance, like if I wait until they get into position, I'm never getting this bomb plant. So, yeah. I really enjoy watching Stanislaw play.
Yeah, so do I. Don't get me wrong, and he's a true veteran. I just wish that he didn't have any grenades to work with.
Yeah, that's
when you
true.
have the wealth of options where it's like, oh, but I had a nade, and then you have the nade in your hand, you get shot in the face. Just the worst feeling in the world. Because you're just thinking, why did I not just have my AK?
Happens a lot, doesn't it, too?
But there you go. Sometimes, Lady Luck. But NBK, clever stuff. There's one looking for the follow-up, and he gets it. NBK doing his job. 2 kills for him outside.
And he was on a solo mission out there. There was really almost no backup at all, and it was really far away. That's amazing. Maybe a chance for OG to bring it back a bit, although he'll get that kill on Breeze, and I think Breeze is trying to be a playmaker in this one. I mean, they're a man down. They needed a way to get back in. That flick, not doing much. And now they should play for the advantage here. 2-on-4, don't give it away. Stanislaw, he's already seen a bit. He knows Isa is there, and he still can't win the fight. That is, it's very questionable.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Frustrating if you're Stan. You had that guy dead to rights, and you don't even hit him once. And so now Cirque gets to listen to the wind.
Yeah, a lot of it as well.
Take a deep breath. And it's not just us on the mics. I mean, he's actually hearing wind in game.
Well,
there it is. All right. So, OG must win second round there in a row. 6 on the board for them. EG with 7, still in the lead, and lots of money in the bank for EG. They're not too concerned for the rest of the half. But we're going to get a tactical timeout called here, and it's actually EG calling for the pause. So EG, they realize that there's a real chance for them here to snuff OG and really dominate the first half.
Yeah, I think one reason why that's particularly true is they've just played 13 rounds, and I would say EG have been in control of most of those rounds in terms of, a lot of the time it's been OG sort of like trying to hold on to it and maybe fighting their way back, and it's been some close rounds. So if Stanislaw has figured out, somebody's like, you know what, they're kind of weak in this position, like, just going back over it for those 20 seconds in the pause, that could easily be enough. I mean, OG have not been cruising, so I would say that's a good time. If you just noticed one little thing, we're like, that's a position they just leave undefended, or it's a little piece of something. I mean, there's a couple of things that we haven't seen them really do yet. I would still love to see them go for that really, really fast mini crunch, where you get up on the silo and you jump down there, and you got the rest of the team coming out of Squeak. That's so much fun. Molotov to cancel out one of the smokes out in yard, so OG at least getting some info there, and NBK all the way out by Secret already. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's an adjustment, right? This is one way that the OG can approach trying to take over yard again. But now Evil Geniuses, they aren't even going to bother. Straight out onto the A side. Alexi B picking up 2 kills, even backs off. He gives his teammate a chance to reply, and that is going to be a very solid hold here on the upper side. Couldn't get any cleaner. Whew. And OG chaining rounds together here. 3 in a row.
Yeah, solid work on top of the hut. I mean, getting one of the initial kills there, but then just playing hide and seek. He's just there for the couple, and then he's crouched back down. Really well done.
And that's what NBK gives them. Not only does he give them some presence in yard, but he's giving them all that info.
Yeah.
They're not upper. You've got Mantu who's watching ramp. They're not ramp. And so where are they going to be hitting? It allows for OG to set up and allows for them to just get that solid defense going on that upper site. And now, once again, NBK straight out here, rinse and repeat. It's not like Evil Genius has spotted him out here last round either, so you can just go right back to this here for OG.
And Mantu's not that far away, so if they set up the traditional smoke wall, Mantu could flash NBK right into that fight, and that should be a really, really strong fight for him. Should be hard to shut down pretty much from any direction. And they might just walk right into the shot. EG quite far back on the map at the moment. Still have plenty of grenades, and I guess they're going to be using some of them right about now. I think they are setting up that smoke wall out there, so we'll see what they do at 7. 7, I actually think it's not too bad for OG. This is kind of doable. There's the wall being set up. Are they going to call in Mantu for that one flashbang if it's needed?
Nade onto NBK. And Mantu right now is helping at ramp, and so NBK man all by his lonesome. He's got Alexi B, but Alexi B is inside of main. This is it. Alexi turns away, still not going to save him. Stanislaw finds that first headshot, and NBK walks right into Cirque. And so 2 kills, make that 3 for Evil Geniuses. 2-man advantage now going into the final round of the first half.
Very, very isolated defense all across. Cirque is very quick just to take him down. He's even trying to jump past. But now 1 versus 3 for Valderin. They should have this one covered. Once they know where he is, I don't know what he's going to do to get back in. They do have a smoke as well, but haven't really. Yeah, they're putting up on the other side. He's going to win the first fight, but now he's out in the open, and Cirque will take him down. That's nice 3 kills in the round for him, and an 8-7 scoreline at the end favoring EG. That's going to be the first half done, and second half coming up, and everything on the line right now for OG. So see how it goes when we come back after the break.
And here it might be 3. Down to the 1v1, and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. Na'Vi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh boy. What an impressive team. This is just the beginning now. 1 man left standing. How exciting is this? Trading blow for blow, inflaming him with another. Oh my goodness. So hyped up right now. What a victory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half, second map coming up here. Second match of the day as well. It is EG versus OG, and we're on Nuke, and it was 7 rounds for OG, who did not pick this map. EG did, and they were on the CT side. I actually think it's pretty doable to win it with 7 rounds on the CT. It's not that bad, but EG are, still their map pick. They're really good on this map. Let's see how it goes. Second half pistol coming up right here.
Oh, Cirque just looking to get lucky through the smoke there. He gets lucky, but not the way he was hoping for. Bullet to the face for him. Going to force him to back off and play it a bit careful. And now OG right down into the lower halls. They could just steamroll straight onto the B site. Cirque, the patience pays off, though. He catches Alexi B. So he's given his team a man advantage going into the retake.
And they have a huge stack of this B-bomb side. I don't know if OG know this. It sort of feels like they've set up a smoke. They're going to go planting right inside. That's very odd, but they lose Mantu at the same time. Isa out to check and see if they could get in on the other side. Ethan sniping away. And this is getting worse and worse for OG. More people are showing up at the bomb site, and they just can't hold them back. Breeze will get the kill on NBK. Pretty good long-range shot with a Glock person. Again, just driving by is Tarek. And now it's all on Val. The P215 hand. He's going to close the door and try and see if he can play a little game, but they're double up on it. He gets 2 big kills. He closes it back up again and runs away. Tarek wants to catch him, but he can't. And he's back for more. Valda will take him down. A quad kill for OG to win the round. That is absolutely world class.
That's how it's done, Anders. And he's Danish. Once again, the Danes with the top shelf CS.
It's not bad. On Nuke, there's something going on there. He came back right at the right time, pretended like he was going to keep running. Wow.
Oh, how demoralizing for Evil Geniuses. You've got to be thinking to yourself, we've got this on lock, man advantage. They walked right into it, Anders. They had everything going their way, but Velda with the plays. Quad kill for him in the pistol. OG tie it up 8-8. They get the perfect start here on their T side of Nuke. Both pistol rounds for OG. And so now we get to see.
Getting a bit of a chance. I'm so confused. I don't know. I'm not even sure what they should have really done differently there. Because...
Not open the door.
Not open the door, I guess. Yeah, just leave him to it.
I mean, if you're defusing the bomb, right, you've got 2 guys ready and waiting. He's got to open the door and then guess where you're at. So they try to take the initiative there in EG, and I think it just bit them. Tough break, but there we go. Sometimes that's the way it goes. And Stanislaw, he's going to get overwhelmed. Isa, 2 kills for him. Out in the yard to kick things off. And this is a round of eco, a hard eco at that for Evil Geniuses. So we fully expect OG to just win this round clean, make a bit of money, perhaps. But Isa with this AK, you know, if you want to get nitpicky about it, it's like, Isa, why are you getting these kills, man?
Yeah, leave him to the UMP.
Leave him to the USMGs.
MP5, smooth weapon. Don't get to see it nearly enough.
It really is NBK to... He is the natural born killer, I guess. You know, you give him any gun and he's going to get the job done.
He's just trying to diversify and make sure he could use every weapon. I don't know. We talked about the MP5 coming back for such a long time, and then I feel ungrateful because then it's back and I've bought it once. Just years of complaining. It's like, thanks, I'll just use the one time.
I'll just use the UMP, or what is it that you buy when you get an SMG then?
I don't really buy them. I just never really mastered the art of doing it, I'll be honest. The only time I really buy an SMG if I happen to be playing with Americans from Europe and you've got that, you know, smooth, 160 ping thing going on, then you buy the P90 because
then you're just making, well, you're not even making money at that point.
No, but you just increase the chances of hitting something with the ping.
All things considered, OG, they get kills, but that does cost them in the end. To a hard eco, they lose 2 guns, and so they were SMGs. Fine, fair enough. Now we get into the thick of things here, and we see what Evil Geniuses are going to be capable of. Circa's got his AWP, a little light on the nades, and so we could see some early aggression here from OG if they wanted to play with fire, if they wanted to get out there. They could try and go for some quick plays here to take advantage of the fact that EG are not fully equipped.
Stanislaw actually immediately into Mini, puts up that smoke just to buy a little bit of time in case they were going to try and rush him, but now he's going to fall back, and he's got Cirque out there as well. They are making their way down actually fairly quickly. This is a really, really quick move coming out from OG, trying to see if they could be clever in the first buy round that EG have. Opening up the door, Tarek will pick up the 1, but that's a good refrank from him. Well worth it. Cirque, that's a shutdown and a half, but they're still trying to plant inside of that smoke.
Are you kidding me? How does that not connect? Wow. Up close, this is it. It needed the no-scope, and it doesn't happen. 3-on-3. Going into the retake. Stanislaw is going to be here, though, and we'll see if Mantu expects this. A 3rd man over at ramp. This could really throw things out of whack. Big shot of opportunity, but it's not going to happen. 1 for 1. 2v2 and running out of time here for Evil Geniuses.
Valda now left. He's very low on health, but they don't have any grenades, so he could just buy a little bit more time, and I don't think they'll be able to do it. Breeze, how does he find him? Valda playing for time. He's doing this so cleverly, just dodging the bullets. He knows he has to come for him, and now he goes for the long-range fight, but even then the time would have done it. That's Valda again saving the day for OG, putting him at 10-8. They're really doing a good job at the moment.
Tough break there as well. I don't think he thought he was going to survive, so he didn't even bother picking up a gun. But he could have saved an AWP or something a bit more clever there, but that's just nitpicking at the end.
That smoke that they throw from Detox is the same one they threw in the pistol round, and it just allows them to get the bomb plant down really quickly. It's kind of cool. Well, pistols for the EG side. This is certainly a bit of a dangerous lead that OG are building. I'm sure EG would love to close this one, because we talked about this a little bit before the map or the whole thing went live, but Dust 2 is the final map. That's so wild to imagine between these two teams.
Oh, I mean, that's where you expect OG to just start popping.
Yeah,
Mantu's hitting shots, Issa's hitting shots. If Velda starts waking up, I mean, they are a threat.
Yeah, they really should be. Although, I mean, I would love to see Suck on that map as well. He's been pretty good. So,
well, if we're talking about kills, where's Breezy? You know, they've kind of dropped off in terms of the individual performance here. Evil Geniuses on this map, their map. But bit of a tough break here right now for EG. They're not quite getting it to go their way. OG, though, just steadily taking over yard, trying to play to the advantage that their rifles grant them. Advantage of range.
Suck. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know if there was a gap there, but just waiting for it instead. Bit concerned about the time now. 35 seconds about to be. Mantu's got the bomb out in yard. This is one of those moments where, you know, if somebody stops their toe and at the wrong moment, it could get a bit weird. 25 seconds now. I'm getting increasingly worried about this. Jumping past the corner. AlexiB will get the kill. And now they're going to revert back into the bomb site. And looks like they're going to have not that much trouble. The CC will only get the one kill. And now Tarek is here. 13 seconds on the clock. He's certainly thinking about it. But yeah, they are all over that doorway. I think if he would have gone for it, I'm pretty sure they would have got him immediately afterwards, even if he could have got the bomb planter.
Yeah, tough break there for Tarek. Trying to deny the money as well. Doesn't quite make it. 11 rounds now for OG. And while this is it, Anders, if ever there was a round where Evil Geniuses needed to show that they have got the intellectual edge here, that they are 10 steps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they have the name for it, don't they?
Right? That's what we're expecting.
Get on that right here. I mean, they picked the map for a reason, and they have a lot of what they need. I won't say everything quite, but they have a lot of what they would need to make this a really good round. Cirque with the AWP. 3-round difference between the two teams at the moment. Ooh, he saw the gun barrel. But that's about it. Odds slightly, you know, leaning back, you know, I mean, still favoring EG, of course, but at least it's not all the way up to 6 or whatever it was earlier.
Exactly. This is the patience game. This is some of the older Nuke. We're gonna sit and wait around for about 45 seconds and hold some angles and see who's gonna be playing, who's gonna walk into our crosshairs. And Breezy, forward smoke there. Just going to make sure that OG have to rework again to try and clear up some of these parts on the map. But so far, Evil Genius is really just playing to every advantage on the CT side. Eventually, OG have to come to them.
Yeah, I mean, we're under a minute. They have used a fair few of those grenades, and they have not really taken much of the map at all. Mantu's out there watching the yard for the whole time. And I guess they are just eventually going to go for an explosion into the A-bomb site. Not sure what the initial grenades really bought them in this sense, but under 40 seconds now, and they're going to pop everything. What it really has brought them is the fact that EG almost have no grenades defensively, so that's the one thing they've accomplished here, and I guess that is actually pretty big. We'll see if it's going to be paying off. Mantu setting up the smoke is going to be for Heaven. No one is there yet, but it means if there's any kind of an attempted backup there, it's not going to work out. 2 big kills to open it with. Cirque jumping down through the smoke, and he gets cancelled out after the 1 kill. Tarek, ooh, he almost got that follow-up. Can he actually do it? He's down on the low ground. He gets the bomb as well, and oh my god, they turn it around. EG. That is Tarek and Ethan with a double kill each. That looked like a completely unwinnable round after the first 3. Was that a 3-for-1 trade to start that with?
You're thinking when the nades work so well, and you could see, thanks to that new function, well, new air quotes, right? But you can see the assists on the flashes. Those flashes were impeccable for OG. It should have been a totally clean upper sight take.
Yeah.
But individual performance, sometimes that's what makes or breaks a round for you. And on the CT side, that time, EG, they got the job done. And so OG now having to tap into the bank. 3 rifles, a MAC-10 and a pistol for them. That's not the best buy. And it's kind of the same thing on the side of Evil Geniuses, except that they saved that off for Cirque. And so Cirque was popping off first half with that AWP. Gonna be expecting some more out of him here.
And it's scary that they took as much damage as they did in the previous round, right? They lost 3 players, so even though they won it, they're still not really clear, and Stanislaw goes down. And they've not been able to hold this bomb site that well, EG, even when they've had the, you know, some pretty good setups for it. OG actually are really good. They see if they pop open the door to go throw the same smoke. Yeah, there's the smoke they normally throw for the bomb plant. And they're going straight for it. NBK, he's being covered from Valder. That's the 3rd time they've done this combination with the smoke in the plant. I mean, the success rate's really good, so why not?
And you can see Tarek is adapting for it as well. That's one of those, that's a situation where the whole round boils down to a kill. If Tarek wins that duel, he gets NBK as well, and then you're looking at a situation that EG can defuse the bomb. Tarek, though, doesn't get that shot.
Yeah.
And here we have Evil Geniuses having to back off and save their rifles because they're broke. They don't have money past what you see here, which is nothing. So they have to save these 3 guns so that they can get something going in the next round and not let OG just run away with this completely.
Man. I mean, it is so important that they save these 3 rifles, and they will. No one's hunting for them at the moment. But that's kind of rough. They lose Stanislaw at the initial stages, and then it just doesn't even look like there's any round left almost after. As you said, that one battle afterwards, but it's just Alexi B taking charge of the situation.
Man, you can see NBK freaking out as well.
Yeah.
He's holding the bomb down. He can't do anything to help his teammate. It's all on his teammate at that point to keep him alive. So, some real heroics.
Yeah, I mean, his life was in Valder's hands. 12-9. It is so interesting, isn't it? The kinds of teams that are being made now, because I guess FaZe, when they started doing sort of, you know, mixed teams, different nationalities, it was like, oh, is this going to work? What's going to happen? How weird is it going to be? And now you just see so many of them. And I feel like, you know, just think about what's possible from what it was in, like, you know, 14 or 15 or something. Like, the kinds of teams you can make, it's just so much more diverse, which is just in terms of hand, because otherwise you'd have these players that were just stuck on an island somewhere because they didn't have anyone from their country to play with.
Exactly.
That doesn't really seem to be, like, no one has to be stuck that way anymore.
There is that bet that Chad's got. Well, yeah, nice anti-rush nades. Nice anti-rush nades.
Oh, he does get the first kill, though. Cirque, is he good for another one? This has actually slowed them down. The bomb is still back in lobby, so maybe not that worried. They're kind of on the A-bomb side, and maybe they could actually crack this one through. One good grenade up there. They have 3 Molotovs. They could set this heaven on fire forever, more or less, and that forces them out. They run through the fire, and they take the fight right away. Breeze will pick up 3 quick kills. They wanted that fight, and they got it. Isa, 1 versus 3, and the bomb is down there. I don't know what they could possibly do. Tarek will pick it up. I mean, that Molotov landed on 3 people, and he just said, you know what? We're going to have to go for it.
That's so good that I thought that Tarek had all 3 of those kills, and it turns out that it's Breezy, right?
Sniping them away.
Oh yeah, that's Breezy. Wow, the spray control as well. So sick.
Is he just shooting that while he's falling off the ledge?
Because why not, Anders? Because why not?
It's pretty bold.
He's a leaf on the wind.
Man, that is...
Well, what do you think about Chad's bet that he's got running with the HLTV guys right now, where he doesn't think that any of these international teams will be top 5? I think at the end of the year is what he said, or something along those lines.
I don't know. I doubt that.
You doubt that? You think we'll have like a Mao Sports or an OG up there, top 5?
I reckon we'll have. Yeah, I reckon we'll have one of them, and it would give me great pleasure to see Chad being, you know, right. He can't see the forum posts anymore, unfortunately, but I'll screenshot some of them and link into him, though.
Please do.
I'll circumvent the filter just like that.
Please do.
12-10, and. Both teams are just very low on money. It feels like OG shouldn't be because they've won 5 out of 6 rounds in the second half, so you feel like they should be in a very good position, but they're all the time right at the edge. And EG, I mean, yeah, if they win this round, they're probably almost going to be tying it all up. And at that point, yeah, it gets tricky. Valder and NBK with a bomb over at the lobby, and 3 people set up at the stairs here. And I guess they're just calling a pause now, saying, just everyone try and calm down and see if they're going to react to this. Oh, he wants this.
He wants it, but he's... There it is. Tough break. That's the risk of playing the op as well, because at that point, because he's unscoped, if he scopes and anybody's close, he's a dead man. And well, it turns out he's a dead man anyway, so just a tough break there for Cirque. Some heroics here from Tarek, needs to win the duel, wins it versus NBK. Does he stay alive? No, Velda's there to hunt him down. Stanislaw going for the wrap though, long range. That's the kill, needs to get it and he doesn't.
Oh, if he could have had that, it would have been 2-on-2 immediately. It's a hard shot to hit if you're Stanislaw. I can't really blame him for it. 10 seconds on the clock and Valda sliding down. He was low on health. If he had actually died, trying to stop it, but Breeze will still go down and they end up winning the round. 13 here on the board for OG. That's a close round.
Opening round here of the tournament as well for these teams.
Yeah.
And already you've got OG throwing EG for a loop on their own map. OG nearly took the first map of this series as well. It went 30 rounds. And EG right now.
This one might not, because EG, they had a lot of money on Stanislaw and Breeze, and they force into the round. Somebody dropped Cirque and AWP, and they're just going to go for it. If they can't win this, I'm not sure they have much left to stand for. So this is really a... Yeah, this is really a critical round. Breeze charging right in. And Alexi, he is ready for that and more as well. They take down Mantu, but Cirque is alone inside of the bomb site. Stanislaw is too far away. The bomb is right in front of him, but surely they can flash him out. There's one grenade. They jump right over the AWP. Some absolute tricks being thrown here by Alexi B. He gets the third kill of the round. And Stanislaw, I don't know. Falling back gives them the bomb plant, running through, almost certainly death.
Well, Anders, this looks to me like we are going to get a third map in this series, barring some huge plays coming in here from Evil Geniuses. OG, they're looking so good. There it is, 14-10. And Evil Geniuses have to force. They don't have any money. They're at $3,000 across the board. Let's see this here from Alexi B.
This is ridiculous.
Ah, that angle.
He's hiding behind the ladder. Jumping over the op shot's a nice trick.
Yeah, Cirque, yeah, you see the frustration there, because really, what? It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Is that really what's happening here? Roto with the guns. I saw him in the gym the other day. He's been hitting it. Been pumping iron.
It's been a whole cultural change, hasn't it? Suddenly everyone's at the gym.
Yes, yes is leading the way, man.
I don't know. I feel like there's just so many now. It's good news.
Absolutely.
Changed it. We've made Counter-Strike a cooler place somehow. So just get everyone in there. 14-10. Ooh. Ethan looked actually like he almost had one of those earlier shots, but this should be OG paving the way for that 15th round, and I guess there's going to be one last heroic stand for EG. More grenades did it at the end. Yeah, they're not losing this round, are they?
No, they are not. They have got this on lock. Mantu out in the open, picking up 2. This is really, I mean, OG, each team winning on their opponent's map, but this is a statement from OG. They have the talent on the team. There is the experience, and you've still got players like NBK.
Yeah.
Velda even has experience on the big stage as well. Lexi clearly showing that he is capable. So, I mean, there is experience on this team, but you're still expecting Evil Geniuses, especially after last year, you're expecting them to do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you saw the power of some of those individual rounds that they win, where they're down a man or two, and suddenly someone comes up with a double or a triple, and those kind of rounds should just give them, I guess, more of a boost in the end. They have rifles. They've got the double AWP. They need to win 5 in a row to bring it into overtime, or they are going to be playing on Dust 2 instead. Cirque goes down. That's one of the AWPs done. Alexi, he's had so many opening kills in the last 3 or 4 rounds that it's really helped him out. And yeah, that was that Mini getting shot through the squeak door halfway at least. Maybe he got legged himself, but regardless, that's a nice opening.
The man's a beast, Anders. He's waking up. Everybody very consistent across the board for OG in terms of kills. EG, though, lagging a bit behind. That doesn't mean that the man with no shirt can't make the difference here at ramp. He's got the op. There it is. Opens it up with 1. Looking for the follow-up, but he's going to get bopped if he doesn't get around this corner. So close.
I'm shocked that he stuck around.
Sometimes you got to make the plays, but Breezy's going to be in a bit of a tight spot here. There's Stan out in the yard. Breezy, though, caught looking the wrong way. 3-on-3 situation. Bomb site under control here for OG on the upper.
They have some pretty good grenades on Stanislaw to retake this with. It's possible to do it. Valda's got a flashbang, and LexiB goes down. That's Tarek dropping him through the wall as well. It's not bad. NBK and Valda to try and see if they can win this map right here, right now. If they let EG back in the game, you never know what could happen. Overtime would absolutely be devastating. A little bit of a line up there as Valda will get the one kill. NBK, and now on the top, there's Stanislaw with the spray down, and he immediately makes the jump. He does not have a kit, so could still be a little bit tricky, but from the sound of it, he's going to be making it. So 15-11 EG with a very, very good retake. I mean, that was close.
He's going to get the op? Yes, he gets the op. He saves the op just in time. So he'll hand that over to Cirque or Tarek. I mean, Tarek hit some shots, so we could give it over to Tarek. It seems like he's feeling good right now.
I'm so shocked that this is going back for the second kill. That's a little bit nuts.
Man, Stan, okay. That works. Yep, a little bit of frustration there, but you still have quite the edge here if you're OG, so no reason to get discouraged just yet.
Look at the money they have on MBK and on Isa. Yeah. That's important.
Yeah, they still have some margin here. It's still going to be hard. Every round here is just an uphill struggle now for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they win the round and they have an MP9, a UMP, and a FAMAS. Like, great. Okay. That's fairly crazy for MBK. Did they get rightfully punished for it?
Leg shots in, yeah. Done and dusted. Cirque takes down Alexi, and now Stan on ramp looking for some action. Not going to find it. 2-man advantage now, though, for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, looking very good. That MP9, incredibly mobile when you're running around back and forth shooting like that. So 5-on-3. And Stanislaw's taking it up on himself to just push all the way through. So don't know if he's actually going to get a kill. Valda taking down one, but that position for Stan is still impossible to really read no matter where you're coming from. A bit of a missed chance. Oh, this is dangerous. Valda gets the one, but there's Stanislaw. The flank works out. Double kill for him. It's a pretty good play. 12-15. And they have money for another buy here, OG, but...
Those kills are so valuable, though. That's no op. They weren't able to save the op for this round now, EG. So they will be down the sniper rifle. They saved a couple AKs. Cool, fine, but no sniper rifle for Cirque. Do we just get a scout? I mean, tactical timeout, this time called by OG Esports. They've got the money for a full buy this round, so they will be able to just execute on whatever kind of strategy that they've been keeping in the back pocket.
Yeah, now's the time. I don't know. There are a lot of options to try and bring this one home, but don't mind that they're taking the timeout right here. They had LexiB successfully vent dive the one time. If you do it once, maybe you could do it again. Maybe get that back. You got the kill on Stanislaw, but even if you don't find anyone, you don't have to find a kill. Just getting in there is pretty huge.
Well, that has been the change in strategy, right? Because, I mean, the vent dive seemed like the go-to.
Yeah,
now we've seen teams kind of shift away from that, back out to yard. Not really been with the ramp rushes either. But this is looking like LexiB, at least an early peek here out to main, pre-fire, hoping to catch any of the CT players. But it's looking like a slower approach here from OG this round. Default kind of approach. Set up for nades out in the yard. And they'll get that yard wall down with the smokes and start to proceed over there, perhaps just get a little bit of presence.
Yeah, I mean... could bleed some of the grenades out. I mean, you know, as soon as you blow up that door, you know they're going to have to respond with a couple of grenades themselves. So that's already, you know, sort of worth the price of admission. Now, what have we got left here? 2 smokes and that Molotov that was just thrown outside. So really not that much to work with here for the CT side in terms of defending. Could be an issue.
Cirque is ready below as well, isn't he? So they are expecting some kind of vent play, perhaps? Alex is just waiting, though, as that smoke clears, and there it is. Ethan through the smoke, spams him. And now OG, they are gathered still, but the nades are running low. The smokes have cleared in yard. This is going to be done dirty. They have to just walk out here and take fight straight up, and that's not going to work. The Evil Geniuses are ready for him. Stanislaw winning that fight, and it is Breezy finding the final kill of the round. A little bit of hesitation there on the side of OG, and that was after a tactical timeout as well.
It was, and I mean... if Alexi does win this fight here, I mean, I don't know if it's even a fight, but if he stays alive to get the kill, then obviously it's an amazing opening. He could, you know, he could crack that bomb site wide open, but there seemed to be no plan B when that didn't work out. I was like, oh, I guess we'll just have to try and walk in.
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
We'll see how this works.
I mean, 2 rounds away. And well, there was a bit of a done deal situation where it felt like OG could just get it done. But Evil Geniuses are showing that they've still got some fight in them. And now with a little bit of money, they've got the rifles, they've got the nades. They need to weather the storm here so that they have everything going into the next round.
I mean, this AK from Isa shouldn't be enough of an engine, should it, to really have an impact on the round. So yeah, probably once again going to be fighting for the 30th round. EG took it away from OG, didn't get overtime on that Inferno map just a second ago, but now see if they could maybe fight it back, EG, and actually get a bit of a chance here. Good headshot from Mantu. That's a nice recovery. Tarek, amazing spray transfer, not just the one time, but actually back again, nearly a triple spray down.
That's what thousands of hours of CS looks like.
It's not bad, is it? Because it's one thing controlling the spray against one steady target, but just continuing.
Yeah, there's a few nasty ones actually. Shout out to Super Steedum. He just released a Xantares one today. There's some pretty tasty spray transfers in there.
Some good ones, yeah. It's kind of an undervalued skill because it does go a little bit under the radar from the flicks, but yeah, it's definitely not easy. 29 seconds. They've walked all the way in here, trying to be sneaky, but Ethan is paranoid about that door, and he's right to be. They're going to open it up, and he gets there. That was enough. It's fine. Just the one kill should be no problem here. NBK with very low health. He's trapped, and he immediately goes down to Stanislaw. So, yeah, good job from Tarek winning that double.
But again, they're making it expensive for EG.
Yeah.
So EG, are they just going to have enough here going into the next round? I'm curious about getting that op on Cirque. They'll have 2 AKs saved up. At least thinking they'll have saved 2 AKs. Yeah, they should have. And they will have the op on Cirque.
Yeah, there we go. 30th round. That is, I don't know, that's not quite the arc. They've won the last 4 rounds. Aegis all the time skirting on losing this map. 2 of those rounds that they won, the bomb was down. So, you know, it's been sketchy. They've been right at the edge this whole time. Now they just need to do it one more time and get into overtime.
This is where I'm getting that same vibe from Evil Geniuses, though, where it's the same as on Inferno, the last round. It's just so decisive. Evil Geniuses, they're grinding it out. And here, once again, it's like, oh, it's getting up to map point. And then Evil Geniuses decide to remember how to play CS again.
Yeah. Trying to make it entertaining for us, aren't they? Ooh, Stanislaw. See, there was that vent dive that we were talking about. The exact same setup this time. Stanislaw's ready for it. He's going to be falling back. He's right into 3 players, and they knock him out. That's a quick trade here. 4-on-4 now. Tarek, the same smoke again. OG going back to it one more time. And Tarek, he's tired of this bomb pump, but he can't see anything about it. You see him just trying to dodge the bullets underneath. So it gets a kill. I can't believe he's still alive. He falls back down, but the door is blocked, and he needed that kill immediately. He's in a lot of trouble. Backup is trying to get here. MEK, how does he get that flick? We need to see that replay. Cirque low, Breeze low. It's a one-on-one now with the bomb down, and Isa just trying to find the right moment. There's Cirque smoking it off, and he's going to run back to it. He does have a kit. He's going to sit on that bomb. Oh, he's waiting about it. There's the Molotov on top, and that might be it. That might be what gives OG the final round. 16-14 with the grenade. What a way to finish it.
So sick that they get it done in the end. Right there. Vladdy, the manager, definitely hype.
Wow. That is a crazy way to finish a map. They took everything they had, but it means we're going to be going on to Dust 2, which is great news for everybody. I can't wait to get that on the way. It's going to be coming up right after the break, so stay tuned.
Not planted for me.
No. You can molly pump. It's on opposite. Yeah, good molly. No, bad molly. Bad molly. Nice. Sick.
Good stuff there. OG takes it. We're all squared out at 1-1. I love all the screams because there's quite a fair bit of people from the OG organization here and just helping behind the scenes. And you see how invested they are and how important this singular win even is already in this developing team.
Yeah, but they know Jason Lake, so they got to work on their celebration.
That's their
They want to match it with
celebration.
him. But look, all in all, that was actually quite a good game of Counter-Strike from OG, if we're going to be honest about it. In the first half, it was Cirque, the only individual showing up for EG, really putting any numbers on the board and making life difficult. Whenever this side of OG wanted to get down the vent, whenever they wanted to get down secret, it felt like they could. And Cirque was doing everything he could to put up a fight. Pissed around, he had impact. You're seeing right there, he on that Deagle round was able to open up as well. So for the Bulgarian, he's finding, you know, his frags on this one, but everyone else was quiet until the later stages of the second half.
So is it as simple then as the fact that they were just not fragging as hard as him? Well, not as hard as him, he was obviously out of his mind, but what do you need to do then to change that up? Because if you notice that it's not going as smoothly, Duncan, do you then have to draw for something else, draw for some more tactics or whatnot? You can't just be shut out like this in a game.
I mean, this is unfortunately the reason why EG has this reputation as a team with a high ceiling, but then fairly low floor for such a top team, because when they're not fragging like this, they still keep taking the same fights. Tarek, if he's in the rank room, is just going to get fragged instantly. And basically, you could, unfortunately, when you have one player on fire on nuke, you can avoid that play. That is absolutely possible.
It's more indicative here with the individuals not showing up because their CT side was so weak, right? If you get 8 T rounds, that's well and truly more than half of the course on a map like
especially
Nuke.
with a team like this.
Exactly, that should be it. 8 T-side rounds on Nuke, yeah, close it down, that should be done. The fact that now, before this tournament, the side of OG, their T-sides were terrible, right? There was actually their worst side, and now they've had 2 pretty decent T-sides back-to-back, so something's changed within that camp. We can clearly hear communication has changed, and House Mantu, right? We were questioning whether he could do it against the big boys. He's fragging.
Well, the funny thing is, actually, obviously Mantu was the top fragger in this game. If people remember, the game that actually got him his hype was against G2 on this map at CS Summit, where he had this big fragging performance. People were getting excited. On this one, I thought was quite impressive. You're going to see quite a few kills with this weapon, actually. It wasn't just all, there's the Deagle. It's not like it was only that he was getting fed an AWP and then he was just killing people from long range on Nuke. He's getting it with all the weapons here. So I have to say, of all the players in OG, he's looked the most legit individually so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Valda's also been showing up, and then what is kind of very important to this is how the team is doing and reacting to situations. And I think in OG, we're obviously tracking development, and I know you guys hate the word time, but if we see such a big difference, and I'm not saying this is the world, right, but winning a map, EG's map pick against this EG is a big deal.
We've seen with other teams in the past when they go on to show that, hey, we can compete with the big boys, it can snowball there, because from that they do take a lot of hype, right?
Yeah.
And this team here, we can hear them yelling, see them standing up, Rugger's getting involved as well, Issa very vocal. Going into a map like Dust 2, that's where it's now going to open up all of the individuals, right? It goes from being a game which maybe is the chessboard moving around to you can just have those heads up duels.
But are you pleasantly surprised that they took a map? You said they didn't even have a place in this match to begin with.
Honestly, I'm very frustrated with the Tier 1 teams of Counter-Strike.
Okay.
I am very frustrated to come into the first tournament of the year. I understand they didn't have other events to play in before. I get that, right? But how do we go from having the top 3 teams in the world and then they come into this tournament and then they can get beaten by everybody? That just doesn't make any sense.
Let me put it this way. Here's the problem, right? This isn't just old man yells at clouds, right? It's
I'm
not
good at that.
It's not that he's mad at an underdog winning. It's that if they'd have won like Ensted at the beginning of last year, where they actually outplayed some of the best teams in the world and then won a game that was great, brilliant. Let's watch some top quality Counter-Strike. The problem in this one is OG had their own ropey moments on both maps. It's going to be 2-0 either way, so already.
So how much of it, the fact that they're fluctuating this much, has to do with the fact that it's the beginning of the season and lack of practice, and how much has to do with the meta and how things are evolving in that regard?
I think you could even throw in another angle we haven't thought of is you actually know your opponent.
Yeah,
you actually
a lot
already
of
can
prep
plan
time.
for the best of 3.
Yeah.
You're not just going into a tournament not knowing anything.
They're very good factors in that sense, but I know that I'm going to find myself in 3 months' time with the complexity of the world, with the OGs of the world, and I'm going to be like, well, yeah, look, that's where we started the year. That's what we thought initially, right? I'd love
Get
to
what
be
you
able
deserve.
But the thing is, like, if they don't overperform and then Counter-Strike is this competitive, that's great, but I just don't see that as being the case. We've had this happen time and time again.
I get that, but I can only take it at face value, and this OG takes that map off EG. You have to say congratulations.
For
Let's
sure.
see what you can do in the next one. Let's also hear from Mantu, who had a fantastic game.
OG managed to take the map pick of EG on Nuke. They're swapping things around, but it went right to the wire, and London's own Mantu comes out in style. And first of all, you said to Tarek some strong words that he was washed up. He said he was going to bring the heat. Well, that heat didn't seem to exist, mate.
Yeah, I don't know, just a bit of banter. Obviously, I don't have anything against him. Just wanted to, up the flames a little bit. Yeah, so yeah.
Now, looking at what you guys had there on Nuke, right, we can obviously hear some of your comms in the background and stuff. You guys are really trying to make this magic work, but it seems that things are managing to come together now. How does it feel, though, in difference between Ice Challenge and now?
Yeah, I think we're communicating a lot better right now, even though still in some rounds we're a little bit hectic, and we're trying to keep it under control, and just like everyone has a lot of ideas, and we're just getting confused in the round when they're doing strats we're not supposed to do. So we're just not on the same page, so we're slowly just, get on the same page.
Now, Nuke is a very tough map for that, but we're going on to Dust 2 next. Do you think you'll have more confidence coming into that, make it a little bit easier communication-wise?
Yeah, I think they have no idea how we play. I think we can surprise them on that map, and make it 2-1.
Now, they said on the first map when I interviewed them, they were like, oh, we didn't show up. Now, they were like, we weren't playing to our standards, even though they managed to win, but you've just taken them down on Nuke. So anything to say to that?
Yeah, I think we just both didn't show up, so let's see how the further game goes, and yeah, hopefully we'll win.
I'm looking forward to it. Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a bit of honesty there, and what you guys also said already, just echoing that. I don't think both of us, or either of us, played the best Counter-Strike we could have played, and then it's just about who beats you out in the mud, right? So
I'll even take an allusion back to the first game, because actually we heard on the comms that Roger, the coach of OG, on the T side, where obviously they won the game, literally was saying, like, I love that they're making mistakes in certain situations. So I feel like, again, the experienced team that you expect to have none of the mistakes is the one that's making the glaring errors, and the other team takes their opportunity.
Quickly, Betway odds in favor of Evil Geniuses. Chad, what's going to happen?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to move away from EG right now, because as soon as I do, they're going to win. So I think
this is their map. Come on.
Yeah, then we had Ethan and Breeze as the bottom two performers in that last Nuke game. I don't see that happening 2 maps in a row. So EG, going to close this one out.
Go.
Done and dusted.
We'll see what EG does, or if OG can complete the upset on Dust 2 when we come back.
We've made it to the final map here. It's Dust 2 between EG and OG. And I don't know if everyone was... I wasn't really expecting this. I really thought Nuke was going to be going heavily for EG. They did pick the map. So a little bit of a surprise here, Sam.
It was their map. You would think, you know, they won their opponent's map. You're thinking Nuke, EG, bit more time, bit more structure. This is going to be their playground. This is where they're going to take it to OG. And then a guy called Mantu showed up and just started wailing away on him. Cirque put up a fight for EG. That's the thing. He was the only one who was really kicking off for EG. After that, it was just a bit too little on the EG side of things, and OG were able to grind him out. So OG showing that some of the veteran talent on this team, they are really bringing it to the table right now. Velda, NBK.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are actually making it possible for the rest to shine.
Which is incredibly cool because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've seen the odds all the way through, definitely favoring EG no matter what, it seems. And that hit they kept doing on the B-bomb side, the smoke going up, it's like 4 or 5 times they managed to do that, and nobody could stop that bomb plant.
I think all of us are kind of in the same boat as Chad.
Yeah,
it's like
he was angry.
You should have a little bit of frustration with EG. Because, I mean, come on, you went from dominating to losing to everybody within, what, the span of a month?
Yeah, it's not good.
What's going on here, guys? Because you are still, with the firepower that's on this team, what has changed that is stopping you from just dominating teams that are outside of the top 5?
Yeah, nobody knows. I certainly don't have the answer for it. And as Chad was pointing out, like they had sort of a bit of a break. They've had all that stuff going on. I like angry Chad. He's my favorite Chad.
Is that your favorite Chad?
I prefer going to war on Twitter type Chad. I think that's the best version of Chad there is. So you guys tweet at Chad and try and get him even angry if you can.
That Chad,
that's your homework.
Chad just wants to watch the world burn, though. All right, that Chad is giving up.
Here we go, EG and OG. And EG starting on the T side. They have a couple of smokes and they are going to be rushing B. It is a classic for a reason. And they've gone straight for it. A little bit of a peek in. Oh, the crossfire. It's working defensively. NBK and Isa with an absolute shutdown. Stanislaw, the lone survivor, and he'll get shut right down with him. NBK with a triple. And that's the B rush coming to an absolutely crashing halt.
That does not bode well, Anders, because we're talking about how Evil Geniuses are supposed to be the team with more experience. They're supposed to be the superior team, the team to beat in this matchup. And then they literally go for the classic pug strat. You know, I mean, that's not what you want to see out of Evil Geniuses for the pistol round against OG. They don't even come close to getting a bomb plant. And so OG now are going to get the perfect start to Dust 2. They couldn't ask for a better start to the map.
Flashbang doing a fair bit, but there's so many people out here. And Mantu did take 99 damage in that fight, but he stayed alive, and he'll be just fine. Ready to go in retirement. Well, actually, he's almost back from war against Stanislaw out there. But yeah, they got that early kill on Lexi, so I was getting worried, but it should be fine. No bomb plant in the first round, so they don't really have anything much to fight with. Ooh.
We'll take that. We'll take that. NBK with the wallbang.
Why not?
This is a hard eco here from Evil Geniuses, so this is kind of just going according to plan as far as OG are concerned. They lose Alexi. That's frustrating. Oh, Stan takes down Isa as well. All right, now things are getting a bit too pricey here for OG because you do not want to lose the rifles.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this range with a Glock, if he takes this one, he kind of deserves it, doesn't he?
There it is. Now, Mantu wasn't going to show himself, so that's good. All right, so 3 rifle strike for OG. Bit more pricey than it probably should have been, but now they can move on here to the following round where EG will get to buy.
They're going to have such a good buy, EG.
Well, they've got like the B spawn right now from heaven.
Yeah.
Look at them. It's got the perfect B spawn. Just go for the B rush again, EG.
Do it one more time. I mean, they might be discouraged. They might have Chad yelling at them if they start doing that, so got to keep that in mind. Down the middle, they actually do land a little bit of damage onto NBK. But there is not a single AWP in play, which means these 3 Kriegs, I mean, they could really do a lot. I think OG, to really have a really good chance of winning this round, they need to conserve those grenades and try and make sure that they can even out that fight a bit. But a very much a default setup for EG early on, just, you know, clearing out top or upper dark. Now middle, probably going to be taking Catwalk next, and then we'll see what they do. Everything is still pretty much in play for them. Still over a minute. And ooh, look at the odds. They've almost evened out. People were impressed with that nuke win after all.
Interesting decisions. But okay, I mean, at this point, anything goes because OG, they've got the firepower for a Dust 2 match.
Yeah.
So I think it had to end for Evil Geniuses. The Evil Geniuses that we're seeing right now, it had to end on Nuke. Now it could be, this is anybody's series as far as I'm concerned.
They are setting up for a B-split, but that smoke made it annoying, and Isa made it very annoying. Getting that kill and then just falling right back. I think they were just about to set up. You see this smoke that Stanislaw is going to be throwing is going to be for the CT side, or sorry, CT spawn side, so the right-hand side, and he's going to be setting that one up. Now, do they actually follow through with this? They only have Ethan and Upper Dark, so this mid-push has to work. Ethan can't obviously be the one to initiate this. It's going to have to work, and it's only 23 seconds as they're pushing through right into Isa's crosshair. That's a beautiful triple for him in the round. There's no chance of doing anything now. The bomb is in the middle with 15 seconds, and NBK will find another kill. Ooh. I love this attitude.
Right.
Bring me more of that.
Yeah, the pump. You got to be careful, though. That's playing with fire. It's like, yeah, okay, get excited, man. But if it starts going against you, we've seen that come back to haunt players. But right now, if you're Rugged, you just got to let Isa just get comfortable. I mean, he's rolling. He's getting kills.
It is. I agree. It
Even
is
pulling a T-pose.
It is definitely dangerous, but at the same time, it's entertaining.
Well, yeah, this is where it's just life really sucks for Evil Geniuses, because when your opponents on CT side have Kriegs on Dust 2 as well, you just kind of hate your life. Because now they can hold angles and just pop your head every day. So Evil Geniuses looking like it's going to be the short play here, straight up onto the site. Who do we have? We have Velda ready and waiting for him. And he's got a Krieg. So this is just the anti-eco round coming in here from OG. Go in together. Ethan with the dig.
Whatever, man.
Oh, this is actually getting a bit unreal. No way do they win this. They're going to get a bomb plant, though, which is fantastic for Evil Geniuses.
Alexi's trying to keep it cool, but he's just got no cover out there, and he ends up going down. Breeze finding another one, and Ethan will close it out. Just comes out of nowhere. EG, that should not be a winnable round.
Yeah, that calmed them down a little bit on OG's side.
This is wild. These are the Kriegs that they're fighting.
Well, I kind of just cursed them, right? Where I'm like, man, they already got Kriegs.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to headshots all day. This is going to suck. And then turns out all you need are Deagles.
Yeah.
Sure enough, all you need are Deagles.
OG fans, direct your anger at Samlon.
Yeah, exactly.
Find
Caster Curse is still a very real thing, huh?
Yeah, apparently. Nothing much going to happen there. They have a double auto shotgun for Mars Deagle buy. I don't even know what that is. Don't think it's been done before. It's just... They've just improvised. Bought a little bit of everything.
I mean, this is classic NBK, isn't it? Who needs the crazy gun? That's him. Auto shotgun. No worries.
Setting up for that tricks. Well, not even waiting. Alexibi takes a shot through, but they did try and set up that trick smoke in the middle, which you can look under, which is kind of interesting. Man 2, all in on this position. He's going to get the first one, but they're coming right for him. And a quick trade. Still a minute left. Still got Breeze out at long.
And what they've done is they've done a great job now, Evil Geniuses, of wearing down the utility on OG's side. And so OG now, with inferior firepower, they have to hold the line. Evil Geniuses, though, still have the nades for a full execute. Wherever they want to go, they've got the setup for it.
They do. Like CP and Valda, if any one of them die here, then the other one has to take care of everything else on their own. That's kind of rough. It's a good kill on Breeze for Alexi, still 35 seconds. And now they're grouped up a little bit closer to the A-bomb site, but someone has to hold long, and Valda snaps right over to pick that one up, leaving Ethan and Cirque. I can't believe he's actually able to do it again. This is so hard to hold that many angles all at once, but he's able to. And Ethan, that's a bit long range, MBK. That's the auto shotgun, but Valda will clear out the round. A nice triple kill. All right. See, this is the benefit of this kind of a studio setup, where they can actually taunt each other. Not bad.
What's great is that it's usually the players that taunt each other and the coaches kind of just chill. Rugged doesn't care, man. He's just talking smack because he can actually see the other coach. You see, the coaches can actually stare each other down over that window.
What we really need is for Taz to coach a team.
Yeah, dude. That'd be amazing.
He'd be world class at that, no doubt.
Man, we'd be made for it. Happy? Are you happy?
Oh, man. Yeah. So a lot of grenades being exchanged at long, and OG give it up. They just don't want to really fight it. It's so strange when you have both teams just throwing grenades over the wall out there, flashbangs, and you hope that you get the better of it. They've lost long and they take catwalk. That's some good fundamental theory. Now Alexi B is risking it all. Could be a high payout though.
Yeah, because now he's sitting top mid. This allows for Mantu to set up and hold cross. It's just that they've changed places right now. So OG, this is definitely a defensible situation for him. This is definitely something that they can play off of. They've got Issa backing up with a Krieg as well. So smoke goes down, and that's set up from OG. So Issa's got a gap to play with here. They've got 2 smokes on the side of OG, though, so they should be able to get the smoke wall down to block CT and go for it.
They can get the smoke wall down, but there is a Molotov on Mantu, and that could get really awkward. Nice enough pickoff, but Issa and Valder are still up here, and you see that Molotov is down on the ramp, so it slows them down just a bit. Issa takes one right through the smoke. He did not see Ethan, and still got the kill. And now just buying time. 28 seconds here. Need that bomb plant pretty quickly. Deep Molotov in towards Gandalf to force out Mantu right into the waiting arms of Breeze. Good teamwork. Tarek with the kill on Issa. And now it's NBK trying to get close with the MP9. He's going to pick up the 1 kill. Can he catch him at a range? He just goes straight for it. He has the kit. There's nothing to stop him. He's going to go all the way through with the defuse. And that is ice cold from NBK.
That's how it's done. NBK with the clutch. MP9, who cares? He still wins the round. And OG, man, they are just pulling away from EG. More and more pressure gathering on the shoulders of EG. And EG were so frustrated after Nuke as well.
Yeah.
Tarek was tilting a little bit outside. Just didn't go his way. 3 rounds on that lower site.
Yeah, he had a very, very rough time. I don't know. I mean, some of these rounds are just unbelievably close. Breeze opening up out at long, taking down Alexi B, who had no backup. He was there alone.
No op save this time for OG.
NBK is pushed up into upper dark. That's a benefit, but can he stay there alone? That's gambling it all on A. Just saying, you know what? See if we can do this. Yeah, that even makes sense, doesn't it? But if he turns the corner, he will, and that's not a fight you win. So now, EG no, they still have way more than a minute. That's such, I mean, not just the kill, but the information. They know that OG would have found out that there was no one on that side of the map.
Yeah, Valda's going to rotate over. Does he make it through? It looks like it. Doesn't look like anybody spotted him either. And so he will be able to get over towards that B site. But again, when you're in man advantage situations like this, it just thins out the defense for OG. It makes life easier for Evil Geniuses. So them just getting the kill, it's not like they even have to hit B. They can still go A. They just extended their lead here. And so Mantu now, holding close. He has to come up with the heroics. He has to drop Cirque. And it's not meant to be. So life is going to get really interesting for Issa.
He's got the Molotov, but yeah, that would have been so much to ask. Maybe if Mantu wins the fight, he turns around, throws the Molotov to help him out, and he can refocus, but yeah, that was pretty low percentage, I think almost no matter what. Valor trying to save the M4, and I mean, EG finding a second round, finally. Good opening kill out at long, and just no real way for OG to recover that situation at all. And their money, I mean, this is the thing though. They've been winning so many rounds, but they still don't really have anything in the bank. It's been that scrappy. So that's good news.
Well, OG is just, I mean, this is exactly, but Dust 2 lends itself to scrappy CS,
Yeah.
right? But it does feel like it's shifted over to the long control early on at least. Just get bodies out on long. That time, Alexi B got smacked in the face, but it could be, you know, the next round around. If he's getting proper support from his teammates, some flashes in there to help him out.
Yeah.
He locks down long, and all of a sudden the game develops from there. And so OG right now, it's all going to be about dealing with this aggression coming in from EG. EG just don't even care, man. 5 Kriegs from them. Let's just go.
Wow.
We're playing COD.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, on this map, there's nothing wrong with it, is there? You could do whatever you like.
You got to get with the times.
Yeah, everyone has bowed down to it. The mighty Krieg.
Oh, and he messed up the nade too. That's frustrating.
The 1M4 on Valde.
And this isn't going to be like that Reddit clip where the guy walks around the corner perfectly timed.
That's always a hit, isn't it? That'll get... Oh. Instead, it's going to be the Molotov.
Oh, that sucks.
Let's get saved by a teammate. But yeah, I mean, the EG are playing this round pretty much like you want them to in terms of not giving too much away early on, and hopefully what they'll do, you know, in the next 30 seconds is group up. Don't take too many individual fights. Find a way to hit a bomb site with some speed.
I hope that they just run in here now, because nobody was watching that molly. They're going to put a second molly in there. What?
NBK not happy at all.
Yeah, NBK is really frustrated right now. A second Molotov in. And now Tarek decides to go up close. So this is definitely putting a Krieg at risk.
Yeah, I don't know about this. This is where I'd be so much happier with the Mac 10 or something. I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. He does get a lot of confirmation about what's happening, and they're ready to run over it long, so it kind of works out all right. Now, they do go into the middle where, again, there could be a Krieg and an M4. They're just going to find the M4 and no trouble for Breeze. But be careful in some of these rounds. You'll find a third round here, though.
Where did the Krieg go?
I don't know.
Was that downstairs in CT?
Should be at the corner, right? Did it magically disappear? Somebody throw a grenade?
Well, I mean, if you're Mantu right now, you've got to be wondering where that Krieg's at, because that's the only thing that's worth saving right now. You got a Deeg in your hand, but okay, fair enough.
Ooh, definitely spotted him.
Took it. I'm getting help from the crowd right now.
All right, perfect.
My boy.
That's good. Good intel.
Looking out.
So he took it, ran down the middle.
And died. All right, great.
Died.
Dude, teamwork.
Mantu did not even save the deagle.
All right.
Hard life.
All right, Anders. It's another round of eco here for OG. And so now, oh, there it is. See, we got the investigation. They're on the case. The detectives here. Prius, shout out to Prius. That is some top shelf observing.
Now the question is, after this round, are they going to go for that double ult? Is it time for that classic? Definitely, we've seen some turnarounds for the CT side. It's not that the OG are doing badly. The USP, again, not quite an AWP, but I guess it can work. And now they are streaming in, and Valde lands a headshot. Now the bomb is still out at long, but they steal 2 Kriegs and 2 Molotovs. I'm not sure if they should go for this.
Yeah,
I get the temptation,
Kriegs.
but probably not worth it, is it?
Just save the Kriegs. No, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's a 3-on-3 retake. They've got the grenades on Evil Genius's side. It's going to be so hard to pull off. No Kevlar for you. So now you've made away with 2 Kriegs. You're thick as thieves right now. Straight bandits. And now you've got those dudes on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot to get out of this round. You could tell there was a minute where it's like, oh, you know.
They're dancing on the edge. You know, do we want to make this play or not? But you've got 5 rounds on CT side. You're already looking pretty good in this first half here on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And then now you've just given yourself some great tools to use to take down the Geniuses in the next round. So, Evil Geniuses.
I'm quietly satisfied that they went for that with that particular choice. It's one of those things I would say where.
Well, I mean, not only is he a mental coach, he is an actual god. Seb is here in the house right now.
That is fantastic.
There we go.
Hiding from
We've
the fans.
all watched True Sight 5 times.
Yeah, that is well worth it. Yeah, but
fun fact is Jarax and I lived together in the Good Studio back in the day. So we were roommates. And now he's won TI twice, and I'm casting, so, you know.
I'm sure, Sam, if you wanted to, you could have won.
I could have won TI twice as well, too. I know.
Oh, they come out long, but they run right into the Molotov, and Stanislaw goes down. A follow-up HG lands right on Tarek, and they are about to get shut down out here. This is not a good look. They know that Tarek is back there. They're going to try and see if they can make a bit of an escape. Isa still holding, and that grenade not going to do it, but AlexiB will find him anyway. 5-on-3. Valde down to 1 health, but that does not matter. Those Kriegs doing a little bit of work here in this round. They get a kill in return, but still a little bit of trouble here, EG. Man. It wasn't even the double orb or anything, just good output early on here from the CT side. If they can win this round back, that would be quite something. This started a 5-on-3.
Evil Genius's approach right now, not really going towards that B site. Round after round is really making me wonder. But Breeze is going to find Isa to kick things off here. 2 players still remain for OG, though, so Should favor it. Yep, easy kill for Valda. Unfortunately, Mantu getting caught in the open, but Valda now knows short is clear, so he has to hold cross. He's going to get NBK here to help him out as well. Molly trying to create some space, and Valda seems like he's just going to wait for the cavalry because he's only got 1 HP. NBK, though, trying to take advantage of this unclear smoke. Imperfect smoke.
You're right, he only has 1 health. I'd actually forgot about that. They can shoot through the corner of that box if they really start thinking about it. 15 seconds, and he's behind the box. He can't really stop the bomb plan. He's just checking it out, and now NBK going to be coming up the catwalk as well, so they could try. They've pretty much got 1 chance here. If any of them die, it's not going to work out well, and NBK gets caught by Breeze, and he's there for the follow-up as well. And that is really something, a quad kill for Breeze in this round. That is what they needed. That's, again, they won a 5-on-3. And those, I think that is sort of the booster power of being EG, or it should be, right? There should be a couple of rounds like this, even in top-level games where you're sort of technically down, but you fight your way out because you have ridiculous firepower. That's a luxury that not everyone is going to have at this, you know, to quite the degree that I think EG actually does. So take advantage, and I mean, it even happens to crush the OG economy, which makes things even better.
I mean, we could also just go there where we're just saying, it's a pug map, and we got some pug gods here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely
Tarek's
have that.
got a shirt on, but once upon a time he had no shirt.
They had to change the Twitch rules to shut him down.
It's just too damn handsome. Couldn't handle it. Still gets headshots, though. And so Evil Geniuses, I mean, NACS, Pub CS maybe, still there. Channeling it on the inside. OG, though, each time they keep putting 3 on B in these eco situations, and I'm really digging it, because if Evil Geniuses are thinking, hey, pistols, we go to B, if they only have 2 there, we can overrun them, that 3rd pistol might make enough of a difference. And so OG could be setting a trap. Smoke goes down. And it seems like EG, they're not going to be interested here this time around.
3 Deagles, 5-7, P250. Smoke on Alexi B, down in CT spawn, actually just used it, so we will see if this is going to be, I mean, we've seen OG steal around like this before, but it's so unlikely. Close to long man to just waiting to Deagle. Oh. Unfortunate timing.
Isn't that the worst when you doubt your angle?
Yeah.
Like, maybe I should move, and then that's the time that they come around the corner and kill you. So, frustrating there. Oh, okay. Right on the edge of the smoke, too, there for Breeze. Spots Alexi. Nothing working out for OG this round, sadly, for them. And Cirque even going for the wide open plant. Good luck, OG. It's not happening.
Just all the way up there, isn't it? Then, for those of you too young to have been around for it, but you know, 1.6, you could plant the the bomb right on sort of the wall, the left, and it would sort of fall through, or maybe it was like 1.3 or something. There was a bug where it made no sound, so you couldn't hear it say the bomb beep. You could still defuse it and find everything, but it would be super confusing to people.
I feel like this is just taking advantage of the map.
Yeah. So Duncan will remember exactly what version it was. Him or Vendetta.
Oh, well, Vendetta's got that encyclopedic mind as well.
Yeah, it's freaky.
Duncan is, he's the esports historian. He'll show up on the desk later. We've actually got him, Duncan, in the house, so.
Exactly. Get him in there. 6-5 right now in round number 12. And OG back with some money. And they have enough for a double up. I kind of want to see that. I don't know if that's their go-to, but Mantu's a little bit low on the kills right now. Could be a way to get him back into it. And they've got not much of a long spawn EG, maybe a little bit more of towards that B-bomb side at the moment. It's a very open game right now.
Oh man. Again, this is what you're wondering, just how much of insight that Rugga has on the tactical side of this game. As soon as that timeout comes in, you're really wondering, is he trying to make, is he going, because you see him doing a lot of the talking right now during the timeout. Is he giving the tactical insight, or is he going for the pep talk, trying to channel his inner Seb right now and just be like, okay, guys, get the head in the right place.
I imagine
you guys
it's going to be more
gods
like
in your own way.
I definitely imagine it's going to be more like that. It's going to be more about probably some mental prep they've done beforehand. Ooh, that's a nice early boost up for Valder, and he's going to get that kill on Tarek every single day. MBK flashing from the middle to set that all up.
And we haven't seen that yet, so OG pulling out something new on that CT defense. It's been a lot of A focus. It's been a lot of setting traps at B. We haven't really seen the early cat take from them, so that's a change that definitely caught Evil Geniuses off guard. And Evil Geniuses are on fire now, 6-5 in the lead, but down a man. Not done yet, though. Very even round in terms of economy, in terms of everything, essentially. So now it's just about seeing if Evil Geniuses can find that kill. LXCB holding from CT.
Just micro-stepping. He sees the gun barrel. Does try to get that done. Survives at least. And over at long, an attempt to get the bomb out there will be stopped. And that AWP on Man2. Now it's just the bomb alone out there, which is very, very awkward indeed. Molotov is going to buy even more time. They have to fall back from that. There's no choice. And I don't know. They've got Stan out there. If he could take a swing and get a kill, maybe they could do something. But this is very low percentage. Another 5 versus 3. They won it once before, but they're going to have to do it again here, or OG will be right back in the game. A clear shot, a clear chance, and he doesn't get it. Shut down. I have no idea where the bullets went. 6-6.
You hate to see that, Anders. You've got a scope, too, and you can't even hit the headshot. Oh.
Yeah, this is still a good round for Man2. They're going to show the replay, aren't they?
Oh, why are you doing it? Why you got to show us that again?
Bastards, aren't they?
Why you got to show that again? Poor Stan.
That is cruel.
Yes, these are the hopes and dreams of EG in my fist. Raga crushing them. OG, though, once again, now we're reverting back to the long take coming up quick here for Evil Geniuses. Not even giving a chance for any kind of cat aggression. OG, though, they were wanting to take it, but they back off. So, stand still again. Dust 2 has really changed up in terms of just how very slow it is, though. At least on this long position take now is...
Yeah, I mean, it's even catching me a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure, you know, it doesn't have to be this way. I guess they are actually sort of going a little bit faster this time. They get close to the cross. They run immediately for it, and Cirque takes down Val. There's the opening bit here. Ooh, jump for the grenade. The Molotov to follow it up. Man2. Oh, that smoke. Not even actually putting out all of the fire. He's just going to have to try and run for it, and Breeze will drop him. So nice cleanup in this A-bomb side. EG making this work no problem.
Embracing a bit more of the Dust 2 vibe.
Yeah.
Just get in there fast. And so 6-6, soon to be 7-6. Evil Genius is on the T side. Looking like they're going to get control here of the situation, take the lead. OG still on CT side, though. So, I mean, they've got 6 rounds CT side. Issa holds onto the op.
Yeah, it's definitely... I don't think any one of these teams is panicking right now. It is really even. Completely open game in terms of who could win it. So... that's kind of exciting. We want that. All the maps so far have been close between these two teams, so Isa trying one more time. Going to lose the one in the middle, but they're still going to be saving the AWP.
Those are fundamental mistakes, though, that you shouldn't really... I mean, you're going to get the buy because you're getting the... You've got max loss bonus, right? But Alexi swinging, you know... You're losing guns that you really shouldn't be losing. Even Issa going for the peaks at the end there. I mean, you're risking the op at the end where you really shouldn't be. So, I mean, it's just small adjustments like that that could be made here.
It all matters in the end.
Because MBK is now light on nades. Man2 doesn't have a full set either. It's just, it's the small details here. But Evil Geniuses, very quick cat take from them. Here's a change of pace.
Yeah, and I think they were hoping for a fight, right?
Yeah.
They were hoping for another one of those boosts like Valde had at the previous round, and they would have been ready for it. Now, another cool boost, doing it early on.
Well, it's very much long or short here, but it's an A kind of game coming out from Evil Geniuses, and OG at the end are just starting to take risks. Alexi holding CT, 2 guys on A, 1 on long as well. I mean, NBK is supposed to be your anchor B, isn't he? And he's chilling out over on long right now.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, they have no way of knowing, but the B site could be wide open for business.
And it kind of is. Easer is alone on that side, so it is a risk, I agree. They have 4 people at the catwalk. Let's see what they do with it. A minute, and they're going to set up that smoke, which could be used for 10 different things. Sometimes people jump right through it. More smokes coming in. That HG grenade. Oh, it's going to land right on top. That's an immense amount of damage. Tarek comes back with a headshot, taking down LXCB and Circus there as well. But Man2 down at long with that ult. No one is coming for. He knows that he's got MBK covering him. Should be his kill here, and he's going to drop Cirque. The ult out of the picture. The follow-up kill on Ethan. Amazing play from Man2. Quad in this round so far. Could maybe even get the ace if Breeze is going to give him the chance. Speaking of Breeze, he still has 25 seconds for this 1-on-2.
And they know where he's coming from because he got the kill on Issa. And so set up properly here, OG. Long range, there's the spot. NBK darts back to safety, and time is forcing Breezy's hand. He has to run out into the open, and that's setting it up for Mantu. The ace with the op, locking down the A site. Could not have gone better for him.
That was, that was his 11th kill. And so, you know, before then, would have been dark. 6 kills, and again, not a particularly good map for him, but this has really changed it around. The last couple of rounds have been great. So well played. 7-7, and shutting it all down. And you mentioned it earlier, the gamble on A works out. If not for that, they maybe don't have an NBK long. Man tries to turn around and look for it all the time. Works out so well. The problem is, if you go A this much and you pick B as the final to do it the final round, that could feel a bit readable if you're OG. Like, they're probably going to do it this time, you know.
Well, we've gone back to a default setup for OG, so they didn't want to try and cut any corners here in case it was going to be B early. This has allowed EG to get out early mid, though, because they have got that presence on short. That's Mantu holding the angle. Decides to back off. Now could be a presence, but this is going to be the setup. Once again, even going so far as to put the smoke down to block the boost in CT. EG really not wanting to take any risks here. Stanislav just charging in. Alexi B back at the site, still guns down 1. 2 kills. He's still alive.
He's standing back here buying time. He needs backup. Oh, and it's from CT spawn. Mantu got the kill on Breeze. Ethan still comes in, but that's a huge shot with the AWP. Now going to go and pick up the bomb here. Ethan wants to be quick about it. Does definitely not want to show himself. 2 on 2 and 2 ops for the retake. Might be able to find some of the gun on the ground somewhere, but otherwise, yeah, they're thinking about it. There's 1 M4. That's at least a little bit better. See what they could do here. A lot on the line. Both teams in 7 rounds. A single flashbang on Ethan in case he could time that right. That would be amazing. Slightly deep smoke to buy some space if he can. Ethan looking for the one side, and he crouches right in. That's a nice peek with the AWP. On the other side, not going to be much of a chance to return this. He's picked up a creek, but yeah, they're running out of time here. They just need to wait for it, and a good headshot. Ethan getting the 8th round here for EG, and that will be the first half done. Really, really amazingly close, as it has been all along. We'll see if it continues in the second half right after the break. Welcome back. We are with the final half here on Dust 2, 8-7 at the end of it, and looks like we're really quick into it. Right away, no time to really catch anything. Couple of smokes, couple of HEs. Are they going for a B rush? Oh, they slowed down. They saw what happened.
Contact B.
I was getting ready for it.
Contact B. This is the next step up once you've progressed and realized you can let go of your W key.
You get here.
You get here where you're like, oh, hey, contact. Wait for contact, and then we go. But there's the nades. Oh, is it the nade setup? Double nades? No, single? Yeah, it's going in. There it is. But Tarek up close. 3 kills.
He tries to continue that smoke. He's still got some bullets. He lands another one. And now it's Man2 left. He will finally take him down so close to that pistol ace. That would have been amazing. Man2 now. The weight of the world on his shoulders. How do you bring this one back? Got the time, but you have a Glock against the 2 USPs. That was a great setup with the grenades.
Yeah, that was so perfect. How did Tarek get those 2 kills? Yeah, now trying to sneak on past. Did Cirque spot him or not? Or did Breezy spot him?
Just guess he knows that pretty well. He's done it a couple of times.
Oh man, 35 seconds and a free way up onto the A site, and they are gambling. I mean, I like this though from Evil Geniuses. Gamble. If he comes B, great. You got both players there, and if he goes A, you retake together. So you're trying to play the numbers game here.
Yeah. When they heard him running, so they know exactly what's going on. That actually makes a big difference, because if they were all the way at B when the bomb goes down, he could find a new position, but he is out here fighting and immediately gets dropped. Smooth headshot from Breeze, and EG winning a really critical pistol round here. Tarek, I mean, that smoke. I guess they don't know how many people are behind it, because surely they would try to come through, wouldn't they? What?
He got the second one through.
He didn't even mean to do that.
Hey, man, sometimes Lady Luck, she gives you a wink, and you're just really, really happy.
It was more than a wink, wasn't it? It was
a nod.
It's a fair bit of action involved.
Say no more, say no more.
Yeah, it is Valentine's and all that. 9-7. And we've got Mac 10s and Galils for OG. That's a very strange buy. Odds are, well, still favoring EG. Seem to be the theme for this.
I mean, you have to. This is the safe one. NBK getting caught, traded. Tarek there, watching his teammates back, and moment's hesitation is going to cost him, but that smoke goes down to block off CT, and this is setting it up for the split once again. Breezy, though, going to catch him in mid, and he does manage to stay alive and back off as well. So important. Velda, though, takes down Stan, and now, just like that, each team is going tit for tat. Each time they get an advantage, they're able to bring it right back their opponents, and so now we get onto the B side for free somehow.
In spite of one of the worst flashbangs I've ever seen being thrown to come through that smoke, that was absolutely broken. You just don't ever want to see that ever again. I'm pretty sure it flashed both of them completely as they were running through. Tarek trying to get in. The Mac-10 will shut him down. That's Man2 who's really been doing well. Somehow, Ethan has made his way into that corner, and he's taken down Issa. The bomb is not planted. It's still at the car waiting, and Valda coming in. Actually will follow it up. That is so quick to take down Breeze, and slight smile. 9-8.
Watching that round is where you just want to hear like Shroud subscriber thing, you know, where the freak I am. Because the entire time you're just sitting there going, what is going on?
Oh, yeah.
How do they keep getting kills in this situation? How does Ethan get back onto the site?
I don't even know.
Where does that happen?
I actually don't know.
I mean, already, you know, Ethan's got to be raging his nips off that he went down mid, and then somehow 2 guys wound up on B site, but then he somehow sneaks back in. Whew! All right, that was nice, Cirque.
He was so sure that he was going to be there. Interesting. Well, Deagles, CCs, and a Scout. You need some of those early fights to go your way here, EG, if you want a chance of stealing it. Yeah, I'm not sure how... I was so preoccupied with how awful that flashbang was. Just took all of my attention away from everything else that was going on.
Oh, this is it. There it is. Oh, what? Cirque gets that shot!
Well... That is...
So, man advantage. At least they recover the AK, so there's that. But now Montu looking for the short shot.
Ethan's playing close with the Deagle inside of the smoke. Tarek is now showing up, and he's got the CC. you're getting real nervous here, aren't you, for OG? Because they've actually, throughout this best of 3, they've lost a couple of rounds like this that EG have just taken away when they really should not be able to.
Well, now that the smoke is cleared, it's just back off and go for the full rotate. But now you have to take the time to clear out this portion of the map.
Yeah, and going back to A means, oh, they push up a dark. What a smart move from EG. This is very well played. Stanislaw is up catwalk. But if they have to go up against that scout from Cirque, if they sort of pause for a minute to try and do that, that's going to be scary. Stanislaw trying to turn around. Ethan somehow sniping a kill away against Valdir, and now they're crushing them. They're hunting them in right now. 15 seconds on the clock. Breeze standing up with the CC, and the NBK's gone. They're running out of time. I can't believe they've given this round back to them. EG, they should not be close to winning this, but they will. Breezy to pick up a triple. And not only that, they upgrade 2 scouts, a MAC-10, and an AK-47. What a win.
That was filthy, Anders. 22 frags on the board now for Breezy. The man has woken up. Cirque hitting some sick shots as well, but and that one from Ethan, I mean, come on. Well, let's see. Last 2 gets it, and just so clean. OG getting ground down here, and this is turning into Breezy's game. Everybody else is hanging around 13, 14 frags. Breezy's at 22, so he is now officially taking on the title of Raid Boss.
He's so ready.
10 rounds for EG, 8 for OG.
We were wondering about Breeze earlier, weren't we? Sort of questioning a little bit.
He kind of dropped off on Nuke, right?
He did.
And so you're wondering, I mean, he's supposed to be the heavy hitter for Evil Geniuses. Seems like you put him on a map where it's a bit more on aim. Oh, yes.
Oh, get it.
There it is.
Oh, man. Not bad.
If they don't have Kevlar there, I think they're just shredded. But what do you?
Yeah. Then it's time. Don't get too many multi kills with the grenades. But there was a real chance. Alexi's got the Creek and armor, so surely he's the one that's going to be set up to try and do some of this. Yeah, he's running for it. His aim has been pretty good, so wouldn't necessarily bet against him to win some of the opening fights. He just has to do it without really taking a lot of damage either, because he'll probably have to carry on. 40 seconds, and they're all on catwalk once again. Didn't really work out for them last time. Don't know if it'll be better.
Listen, at this point, it's probably just don't divide your forces. Get everybody together, put all the bodies in there. They don't have the heavy firepower here, as you can see. Cirque still manages to follow up with one. 1-for-1 trade. Breezy on site. There it is. Has to watch the edge of that smoke. They have to come through and fight against him. Ethan going to find Alexi B. That's the Krieg down, and now it's all on Verda. There's one headshot, but it's not going to be enough. Evil Genius is taking control of the situation and now starting to get a bit of money in the bank as well. Can't say the same for OG. They really needed that bomb plant, Anders. That bonus 800 could have gone a long way.
Yeah, they're struggling a lot. 11-8. No bomb plant, you're right. And, this is allowing EG some real space. They survived with 3 members in that last round, and they're probably going to have a very easy time over here. There's a P250 and a flashbang. It's not going to be a lot. They're running for the B-bomb site, and Circus running up to shoot them in the back with a MAC-10. No armor, and it is tearing them apart.
Oh, buddy. It's time to get paid. It's $1,200. And now Ethan's just going to come in, and oh, Mantu, point blank. There you go.
All
But
right.
still, he made his money. So Cirque should be feeling just fine. And it's Mantu and NBK, last 2 alive for OG. Straight out onto the B site. NBK at range.
I don't know how these Glocks are doing so much damage. Seems unreasonable. A couple of kills. It all, again, this might seem completely insignificant, but it's really not. Ethan and Cirque probably would have been on the other side of 10K, I think, or something like that, if they could have, maybe not quite, but close to it, if they would have saved the rifles here. So the fact that they lose a little bit at least, helping out OG. But this is where that bomb plant would have really mattered, like you pointed out. They can put together a buy here, but it's going to be so questionable. You could just get the AKs and the grenades, but the 800 bonus would have been huge.
See, there you go. Full support. He's got him.
Some strong backup.
Well, that's where you have to, exactly. If they get the bomb plant, bonus 800, they've got an op in play. They've got a whole lot more to work with in terms of nades. Full nades means mollies and the whole kit and caboodle to go with it. Here, we're going to have to go for a bit of a pick and choose kind of approach. It means a Galil on Alexi B just to be able to get the Molotov and the full nades along with it. So, OG now, this is it. Evil Geniuses 4 rounds away from winning the series. OG fighting to catch up.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh, and a slow take here on A as well. They didn't just go running in. So this allows for Evil Geniuses to actually get a bit of a presence here. Straight out Big Blue. This is big. There's the kill, though. Traded 1-for-1. Cirque still the hero.
When he actually makes it back around the corner, I was worried because if he'd have stuck around for the car, that could have been all kinds of bad news. That was a very interesting timing out long. Breeze looked like he almost had them fooled. Now they've made a huge rotation running back through T-spawn, and NBK's been listening outside of B for a long time right now and has heard really almost nothing, so not seen anyone. He's just been waiting and occupying this territory. And look at the read on EG. They are starting to, they're really moving. Circus in the middle, they almost know everything. This is such good defense from the EG side. They should be winning this round. Ethan goes down. That's a nice running headshot from Mantu. And now Tarek needs some backup, and it's not quite coming. Stanislaw goes down as well. Nice flick from Cirque, and that leaves Alexi B in the corner. That AWP up against him. He's got that Galil and just trying to shoot through the smoke. He's going to go down. Cirque will drop him. A nice triple kill. Takes no damage at all, and that's 13 on the board for EG.
Cirque, there it is. Cirque warming up as well. Means so much now. All of the weight isn't just on Breezy's shoulders. He's at 24, but now Cirque is starting to catch up at 16. Ethan's even chiming in as well. And the fragging power on Evil Genius' side, more than a match for OG right now. It's just that OG are just stuck in that stranglehold, that vice grip on their economy. So they have to go for a half buy right now, just to set it up for the final, well, for what is leading into the final round.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big differences, because we mentioned how both the first two maps were so close, and the thing that isn't making it close, I think, is what you're pointing out here, is the fact that OG don't have any money. Because they were trading on both Nuke and on Inferno, right? They were trading. There was some of the time where EG didn't have the money, and then OG could get a couple of rounds in, and this seems to be a little bit more one-sided just in terms of the economy. NBK burns alive somewhere up inside of the smoke, I guess. And now Ethan actually might get a little bit overwhelmed. He's handling himself very well, shutting down Mantu. Even another one on top, and he did his job just fine. That's so important.
That's so important, yeah. Brutal. And now, well, there's no way for Vel to expect a man in T-spawn. He's a dead man. So that's a, mini heart attack for him. Sucks, but now we move on. 14-8, and this is it. The round that OG just keep trying to save for. Again, no bomb plant. So again, somewhat light on the nades. At least Mantu's going to be able to get that AWP, and they've really got a decent buy now for OG. So this is it. All or nothing. What do we got in store for us here? What's going to be the call from Alexi?
Yeah, that's a good... the problem is...
YOLO, rush B.
Oh, surely not. Surely they just... Maybe he could try and get the early AWP shot. I guess he's got the spawn for it, so he's just hoping.
Oh, yeah, that's so sick. If he gets the spawn, then they pounce, right? If they get the kill, then they pounce. But it's like, all right, just straight out anyway. Let's go, boys.
Ethan in the corner, similar situation. Oh, the pre-fire from Ethan. And he knew they were going to come. He had to try and do something. He couldn't just wait around. It's pretty good. It's still a 3-on-3. And can they finally go for a bomb plant here at least? Isa going to be in charge of putting it down, and no one there to stop him. Breeze is flanking in. He missed Valda by about 3 seconds, so this could get very awkward. If Valda hears him running, then he's going to shoot him in the back, and then there's not going to be any retake. It's all on that fight in upper dark for sure, and Valda's actually, he's continuing. He's not coming back for it here. So Breeze setting up a smoke. The one flashbang, Valda about to backstab, and they run into the site, and it shuts them down. Somehow they were ready. What a cool way to try and retake. I wish that would have worked. I feel like they almost deserve it, but OG will pick it up. It's Isa and Valda with a double kill each. Wow. Throwing people into the bomb site.
You're about to say that Breezy is the most important player there. Yeah. If he takes that duel with Velda upper, then there's an actual split going. But just the way that it plays out, Velda with the flank, countering Breezy's flank, everything playing out for OG to win that round. And you got to admire the call as well. Playing off of the spawn. There's so much to go in as well, because B side is so hard to retake, which is why Anders and I were a bit puzzled that Evil Geniuses weren't really going B much on their T side. It's so difficult to retake B once that bomb is planted. And once again, OG straight out onto B. Just playing to the advantages that they have now. They're going to get the bomb plant. This is an eco round, or anti-eco for them at least. And just another easy round here for OG to just try and get some catching up going. But again, great call there from OG at the end.
Yeah.
Go B, hold it.
And finally, some of that we were talking about with the economy working out a bit better for OG and just getting that benefit. They don't lose a single player here. That's very, very important. But the money is, it's already back for EG. They could buy right away. That's just a one round of eco. So they've got to keep their focus right here, OG. They don't have a lot of time or a lot of rounds to play with.
Well, this time there's no Mantu spawn out on the edge. Alexi B isn't going there either. He's going upper. And NBK's there, Issa as well. We could have a similar situation. Mantu not going to find one, but this is a stack long here from EG. They're expecting a change of strategy from OG. It's just not the case. OG looking perhaps to just rinse and repeat.
They're boosting to look over. That's going to be, what, a triple boost to look all the way through. A little bit of patience. He saw that. Tries to get it the one time. Ethan, I'm not sure he realizes how close to death he just was. Man.
Well, he has no way of knowing. And, well, that's the painful thing for OG. They have no way of knowing because they had nobody over on long. They didn't know that how many bodies are over there for EG. They have no idea that Ethan is solo holding B. 1v5, they can take that site and get another round on the board. Now, however, we have to wait and see if they eventually end up on B or if it's going to be the play through mid. I mean, Bomb is still in position.
Tarek is boosted up on that box, so that's kind of the anti-B split position, at least some of the time. Can get Molotov'd in an awkward way, so you could still be forced away, but we'll see if they're right about it. Both players guessing. Not sure if I would want to play that game on either side, really. Maybe most especially if you're Ethan, but they have long control. They don't have catwalk control, which you can make that sacrifice. You could say, all right, you can have short and maybe even the A-bomb side. As long as we keep long, we can retake it. There's the Molotov to force Tarek away, but it kind of forces him into a pretty decent position. He's ready to take the fight and taking down MBK. Oh, dear.
That's big. Point blank looking for it. Isa wallbang. Why not? Drops down Tarek, but it's a 4-on-4, and they've taken a lot of damage on the side of OG, but they're finding the kills. Cirque still here, though. Could be the hero. Breezy and Cirque, the heavy hitters for Evil Geniuses. The time is everything, and they're going to stick the plant in the nick of it. OG barely pulling it off.
That is as close as it can really get. I mean, if they got one more kill in any of that, then there's definitely going to be any time. Cirque, now just, I don't know. Why not?
Stress relief.
Yeah.
Go kick the ball around a little bit, you know.
Take the anger out.
You just, I mean, Tarek can't catch a break this series. Nuke sprays through smokes, can't find kills. This round, yes, he gets the duel on NBK, but he goes full bore spray on 4 players and doesn't hit a single bullet. Like, what is that? He cannot catch a break right now on this hold. Yeah. So tough turn of events for EG, but OG still in the mix. Double digits now for them, 11-14. And as far as OG are concerned, they're really starting to get some momentum going. They've got a great bank building. It's EG who are the ones feeling the pressure.
Wow, yeah, they've actually got so much money to work with. It's 14 rounds for EG, so I guess, you know, there's going to be a hard limit to how much they can use the bank if they start losing money. But still, it is pretty cool to just know that you can always pick up another full-on round. 27 kills on Breeze. He is playing a very cool game here on Dust 2. Ethan not that far behind at 21, and then at 20 at Valde on the other team. But everyone's doing a pretty good job right now in the server, and it's only a 3-round difference. That is not a lot. Circus saved an AWP, which could be pretty dangerous. I'd be worried if I knew that he was out there somewhere in the field running around.
Well, Tarek has got a smoke, so they can smoke cross, cover that, and then it's anybody's game at that point. For OG, they have to guess. Oh, but the smoke isn't perfect? Oh, no, it's just a shot through. Still, Cirque is the one that gets tagged. So that's painful.
Definitely annoying.
Focus is still on A. Multiple targets here. Stanislaus going to be in for a real rough time. Sure enough, he goes down. And while OG, they don't want to walk into a trap. They don't quite know how many people are long, and so instead of fully committing, they play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, they have the luxury of being able to do that. Mantu spotting the middle, seeing if anyone is going to start to rotate on over. Actually, they kind of go back to what has been their default for a while. They've sort of left NBK over at Upper Dark for a number of times, and then the rest of the squad is making a move somewhere else. He's back with the team now instead, so maybe not that worried. Tarek, well, I appreciate it anyways. Might as well try. The Deagle does nothing, and now Cirque is going to be the A-bomb side. He's very good with the AWP, but I doubt he's this good. He would have to take down every single one, and Valde puts him right down.
It's so hard when you don't have anybody watching your flank on long. If you're going to be holding that position, you're caught in a trap. There's nowhere to go. And so, no saved AWP for Cirque. He got caught in the pincer.
Yeah, I mean...
All right, quick. I like that. Ethan gets the job, gets it over with.
Yeah.
Swift.
Don't drag it out at that point. 12-14. So, sure, I mean, that gap that was just there is pretty much evaporated. It's 4 rounds in a row for OG, putting a huge strain on the CT side economy. Yeah, you're right, though. That really wasn't a good smoke.
Yeah.
I mean, could be worse, but still. Could be that flashbang from earlier.
Oh, what is this? Bold moves here from Mantu.
He really wanted someone to take a fight, but actually, yeah, they just say, all right, if no one's going to show up, then let's check out even further.
This is where Evil Geniuses are really just spreading out, though. Look at this. Default setup, 2-1-2. They don't know. They don't want to take any risks, so they're playing the catch-all approach right now because they don't really have a read on where OG want to go. And OG kind of went with the same thing, apart from obviously Mantu taking that aggressive hold early.
No, I think, did he set up the smoke for middle? No, not yet. I was wondering if they were trying to bait someone into peek against Isa. Like that kind of a smoke could lure someone into peek from B or something. But Isa isn't really getting that luck at all.
They really do not want to deal with the boost.
Yeah, not interested. 55 seconds. Long, heavily defended with Breeze and Cirque. Cirque kind of falling back and forth. But as long as Breeze is alive, that position down at that long, he should be able to snipe them away for a little bit at least. Molotov to set it up, trying to put some pressure on. Under 40 seconds now and jumping down. The flashbang. Oh, they're getting very close to the AWP now. Tarek putting a little bit up, but the flashbang is in, and Tarek gets Molotov right to death, and the timing is perfect. Alexi B, that's a beautiful round. He was set up to take down Cirque with a flashbang from a teammate, and then they just get everything from there on out. That was incredibly well executed from EG.
It's picture perfect.
Also from OG. Still mixing them up.
What?
I said OG with the nice execution, not the other way around. Ooh. Okay.
Very nice.
They steal it all.
Man, EG now are in just such dire straits because if you can't hold on a 2-on-2, you're not taking risks, right? Trying to stack your forces anywhere. You're going for a 2-on-2, which is the default kind of catch-all approach. That's not working, so now you need to gamble. But if you're going for 2-on-2, are you willing to gamble? It's not the easiest of situations, especially when you're going to have to go for a half buy here, and that should allow OG to tie it up. We will get the full number of rounds here, Anders.
Yeah, we'll get everything.
Minimum.
Even a crashed PC to get a little bit of time to reflect on what's going on. Yeah, this is completely wild. I mean, to some extent, you're right. They could try and throw something in. You remember the one round where OG were playing on the CT side, where they boosted Valder up to run to the middle to get one of those early pickoffs. I mean, stuff like that's obviously possible on Dust 2. There are different ways of doing that. There are double pushes out of B into upper dark to try and see if you can do that. Even if you're playing on the CT side, you could try and switch it up. I do feel like it's true. EG have been playing a much more defensive and I don't want to say passive, but they've been holding back. And maybe it's even hard to blame them for that because they did win the first, out of the first 7 rounds, they won 6 of them. So maybe you say, well, they probably feel like that, that worked out pretty good. But then it's been failing for the last 5 rounds in a row. That's an issue. Don't want to be stuck in this loop for much longer. Breeze also cooled down. He's still at 27 kills, so partly obviously due to the fact that he hasn't had all of the rifles to work with, but
yeah,
they need to follow this through. It's been a very close series. I don't know,
Well, it's hard to get any closer. We had 30 rounds on the first map, 30 rounds on the second map, and now we could be in a position to get 30 rounds here, if not more.
90 rounds of Counter-Strike across 3 maps.
Let's go. We had to do it in style, Anders.
We had to. We've just almost getting the overtime as well. We're nearly there. Well, I mean, So they, yeah, just short of another reset. Then we should be good to go. Make sure that that it's all figured out. The pistols, it's so much harder on Dust 2, I feel like, to find like on a map like Nuke, you could get into a lot of close combat with the pistols.
Yeah,
but it's very tricky on Dust 2, I feel like, you know. I mean, you can get lucky, you could stack a bomb site, but most likely they're going to be able to just use the rifles and the grenades to get rid of you, so won't expect too much out of this round for EG that's coming up.
Well, we are ready. Slight tech issue there. The players being thorough about it, but it looks like we're going to be ready to get things rolling. Not going to change the fact that OG are filthy rich and have everything they need, and EG, same thing. Like you say, half buy. But we've seen some of these anti-eco rounds go the way of the eco team, so it's not out of the woods yet for OG. They need to stay focused, and I mean this tech pause couldn't happen at a worse time, because this is where you really feel like you had the momentum going against EG.
If they get to 15 OG with all this money in the bank,
especially because it's happening to them, the tech stuff is happening to OG. So then, are you going to be worrying about what's going on? Can you trust? Is it reliable? Stan gets bonked. Doesn't die. Oh, man. No way. In the knee? In the knee? Oh. Nope, it's Cirque.
It's Cirque instead. And Stanislaw will eventually go down. Ethan, he's looking for that headshot. Oh, man. Yeah. He nearly had him, didn't he? Could have been a lot of memes out of that.
Oh, yeah. Nice control here from Issa, though. Keeps his cool, just like in any other day in DM. Yep, just like DM.
Yeah, they just spawn behind you, don't they?
Yep.
He almost looked like he had the spin going on. If they make it to the 30th round here, OG with all this money, do they go for the snipers down the middle? Do they risk it?
Oh, the autos down the middle.
Yeah, or maybe just like 3 AWPs. Does anyone really buy the T-side auto sniper?
Dude, you should get the auto if you got the money.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, you got Kriegs as well. If everybody just posts up with Kriegs and
it's
just
also
takes shots.
Humiliating getting killed by this T-side auto sniper. Like, it's really,
you really know that you got blasted if you did that.
It's not cool.
Well, this is it, Anders. We're in a situation where we will get the full 30 rounds of a third map, and OG, the underdog. They're really taking it to Evil Geniuses, and yeah, that looked way too close, and that would have been disastrous, because once again, they were ready to pounce on that B site. OG really trying to play off those picks in mid to just go rushing onto the B site to overwhelm the defense if they manage to find that pick early. Sadly, it doesn't go their way this time, and so they have to go for the slower approach.
There's an interesting little group of people. They've completely left long open. I mean, there's a smoke up there, but that's going to fade in a couple of seconds, so certainly if there's a fight at Catwalk, you've got 3 people here, you want to find a way to win it. They get flashed around the corner, but oh, actually, he's ready for more burries. That's a huge double. They were set up in anti-flash positions, both of them. That should have given them nearly nothing, but instead, it's EG to crack it open now. 4 versus 3, that's actually impressive.
What a sick adaptation from EG. Because so far, whenever OG aren't showing a presence on long, they've wrapped to Catwalk. Well, EG are like, cool, we'll rotate Cat first and beat you up there. Cirque finds a headshot. Tarek takes down Mantu. And Velda, 1v4, 45 seconds on the clock. And a whole lot of work ahead of him here.
Yeah, I mean, with the bomb there.
What a call from EG, though. That's so sick, the adaptation on the fly.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they all 3 go along. They say you're gonna smoke this off and make sure nothing is happening. Then we all go back and we set up for that one flashbang.
Just get it on Catwalk, because that's where they're set up. So go take the fight on Catwalk, take that away from him, and take the initiative, Anders. Don't let OG set up. You go out, you take the fight, you adapted, you're 1 step ahead. And so EG, once again, at the very end, showing some fight here. And Breezy, again, with the individual skill. I mean, dude, that second shot on Alexi B.
Yeah, it's madness. Because, yeah, I don't know. There was, if they had timed that slightly better between Issa and Alexi, he would have been gone immediately. No connections down the middle. Double up on the CT side. EG fighting, close this out in regulation. And OG trying to see if they could bring it into overtime. Would be fitting for the series, wouldn't it? They're out long, a little bit of noise being made. Breeze. Oh, he goes down. And now a return. Ethan there with the AWP. He's trying to get another flick. He's got some backup in Tarek, actually. They've got 3 people here. Are they thinking about it? They almost look like they want to try and fight this. Still sticking around, but now they are going to fall back. Stan is alone at B, so that's a bit uncomfortable. But they're going to go for a boost up here. What a way to start a round.
All out brawl. And I love it from OG as well. Okay, let's go. Let's dance. And well, we ended up pretty much even.
Yeah.
In terms of nades, in terms of body count, 4v4, NBK still holding mid. And now they're getting control of Catwalk, and this is where Cirque has to be so careful. He's dancing around on the edge. He's been spotted, though, NBK.
He doesn't really have anyone he could call in, so he sort of has to do it on his own. He should have every chance of doing it. There's the kill coming through. Cirque going down, back into a 4-on-3. OG, 3 kills away from getting into overtime. They fought very, very hard to get here, and they're almost at the finishing line. Tarek alone in the bomb site with the Krieg. There's about 35 seconds, and that really scares me. If they don't get the timing down right, if Tarek wins the fight on Catwalk, then they could run out of time right here. Under 30 seconds now. Stanislaw started to get closer. Tarek jumping down. He comes running through to drop the bomb carrier. But there's MBK with the flank from Catwalk, and that's everything they needed. That should absolutely be the round. 17 seconds, and Ethan, well, I mean, you can try and go for the jumping shots here at the ledge, but yeah, this isn't even like 1 in a million. This is 1 in 10 million if you want to try and do this. He's half health, and they know where he's coming from. They should know anyway soon. Yeah, bomb ticking, and he's just trying to stay hidden for a while, not using the scope, and he goes right into it. 15-15, and we're going to be in overtime. What a great way to end this series. That's what we needed.
Just had to do it, Anders. Just had to do it. We came so close to overtime on the first 2 maps. We had to get it on the 3rd one. We had to get it on a scrappy map like Dust 2. Cirque just not panning out for him there. Tarek, you got to admire that too, man. Just brave, but wasn't meant to be.
It's so close. If he could, I mean, if he finds the second one, that might just have been it. There was not a lot of time left. Now we've got a lot of money on everybody. 10K starting money, but they're going to be fine. Although they haven't been, you know, still haven't gone for any craziness. Wish they'd spend some more of it.
Do they go? Oh, they have again a really good spawn for B. It's no joke. Mantu's in position to take the peek early again towards B halls.
They've liked that.
And so, I mean, you could really go for it. Stanislaw and Ethan, not even going to be spotted. Valda, he's just going straight towards long. So this is it. Mantu, he's got the spawn, goes in for the peek.
Do they try the boost again? It's a cool triple boost. Nope. Again, they come running right through. Good counter grenades coming out, and Ethan is there. That's a beautiful takedown. Stanislaw got one of his own, but we'll accept that. They defend the bomb side just fine. He's the captain of the team after all. He gets some liberties.
He gets to decide. Tough break. Well, and unfortunately for him, Tarek is still hanging around on A. So, 16-15. EG hold the B rush. OG, sure, throw one out there. It didn't stick this time.
I mean, they've had success doing these in regulation, so it's kind of hard to blame them for it.
Yeah, they're too. The spacing isn't quite right there for them to be coming through that smoke. You can see them coming through one after another when ideally you got 2 that come out, or they're a bit more bunched up so that they can trade. One after another, that's just, you know, heaven for the B defense.
Yeah, I mean, especially the first guy, right? You just want that guy to clear the first hurdle and actually jump into the site. They got really locked down. I think one of those was an HE grenade landing on them. So
yeah, exactly.
Slows them down.
That's a tough break there for OG, but it's worth a shot 1 round. I mean, you've got fresh money.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 of the 3, throw it away. See, I mean, I don't really mind it. Now back to Catwalk, which is a theme we've covered before. Oh, that smoke though is could do a lot. Could boost over to look into the site. Could try and, jump someone down in the CT spawn, which is always fun. Ooh. Could just try and shoot through it.
I like it. Check the spots.
Don't seem to be doing much of anything with it at the moment, which is... Ooh, maybe... Could we give them credit for luring this guy, Tarek, into the fight? He's crouched up and he's in completely open waters right now. He's in fact going to be catching Alexi B. That is not how that was playing out in my mind. Now down through the middle is Isa with a headshot, leaving Ethan alone with 40 seconds. He needs to get a bunch of kills here. Some backup from Tarek. Ethan standing on his own, getting MBK. Oh, he's doing such a good job. We'll take down Valder. I think he got some help from Stanislaw, but that is amazing. It looked like he was about to be alone against 4 people coming his way, and somehow they still make it work, EG. That looked like an unlikely round to be winning. And yet here we are.
And yet here we are, exactly. And now Mantu is just trying to hold on to this AWP for the next round because they definitely cannot afford to get a new one. Stan offers himself up. This is so big.
Oh, they're toying with him.
Yeah,
just got him afterwards.
And there's the knife. Tarek
thinking about
got some
content all the time, isn't he?
Dude, somebody clip it, you know? That's all it is.
He's probably asking a teammate, you guys, anyone recording?
Somebody clip that.
Get it. Not bad.
This was a big round from Tarek, though. So sick that he played it so patiently.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah. Stan, the hero. All right. So 17 to 15. And I think that's a fresh timeout that's been called here on the side of OG as well.
I think if we get a replay of that bird's eye view of the knife, I think he actually teabagged him before he stabbed him. That's really rough.
It's far too much teabagging here that's happening. You know, if CS wants to be taken professionally, we can't be allowing that.
I've heard this kind of a rumor, yeah. It's frowned upon, isn't it?
It is heavily frowned upon.
17 to 15, man.
They are evil after all, though, Anders. I mean...
Yeah, now we know. Now we know why.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Some truly absurd tactics. Looks like a long rush, and NBK leading the charge. He has to win the first fight, and he will. Tarek getting caught in the weird position breeze. Oh, he's looking at the edge. He knows NBK would love to take another fight, but they're up catwalk, and there's no one there to defend it. HE grenade does a lot of damage, but they've lost the A-bomb site, and they don't even know it yet. They're about to find out in a very weird way. In fact, Cirque's going to get shot in the back. Oh, wow.
Cirque's awareness is just a little bit on the lacking side. We'll put it that way. And that is Breezy now getting caught out as well. He is stuck. Now it's all on the cavalry. Can they show up in time to save him? Stan is already the first man on the scene. And Ethan even has to worry about a flank in mid because they don't have a count on the bodies. And so this quick play coming in from OG has worked wonderfully well. Stanislav overwhelmed, and it's all on Ethan now. 1v3, and it's not for long.
Really well done. Finding a round here. I mean, that one round on the T side could make the whole difference. So, and I like the play. NBK's clearing just the one kill long, staying alive. That's all he had to do.
He ate an HE as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just brutal. But MBK manages to keep alive, and a very quick take of short there from OG just turns it all around. So now they've saved what could have been a total disaster of a round, of a half there. 17-16, we're looking for the first team to reach 19. And so EG, they need 2 rounds on the T side of Dust 2. Should be possible, but let's see. 4 players at long right now from OG. They do not want to mess around here.
No, they really don't, but are they going to be able to win the fight at long? That's a different question. Circus now actually weirdly trapped behind the container. A very good grenade, and I think Circus told him, just leave me alone. There's no point in throwing away more people. I'm almost certainly dead anyway. And there he is, yeah. The rest of them just falling back, and now they're actually being weirdly pushed into, you know, fights one at a time. This is not what EG are looking for in this particular round, and they're not going to come out on top of that long fight. I would have preferred it if they'd left Cirque to die on his own.
Yeah, don't throw good money after bad.
Yeah. Just that sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, you're already just know when to back out, know when to stop throwing it in there. Stan's taking point here, NBK. The sole defender on B, but we'll see. I mean, EG right now, they're looking like they want to make the play in. Moss, Molly's in, and NBK finds the first. Heard 2 footsteps, so he knows somebody else is here. Gets that shot. NBK not going to find the final one, and Ethan with the heroics.
If they could have won the fight against NBK without any casualties, it would have actually been a very interesting round, but you have to assume Ethan will not be able to spin around long enough. They don't have any grenades outside of flashbangs to annoy him with, so that's the one benefit he really has. But yeah, this would be a miracle. Nothing short of that if he could make this round work. He's already got the double kill. He'd be looking for the ace clutch, and they're pretty far away, buying a little bit of time at least on that front. Peeking in with the AWP, they know where he is, and yeah, that's just way too much. Maybe a chance, but again, some instant headshots would have been needed there. Not bad at all. OG going to be tying it up at 17-17. Yeah, that's... I don't know. That round got away from them.
It did, especially, I mean, NBK finding 2 kills here. That's harsh.
Yeah, all of the hope's gone. Ethan is really playing well. He's almost tied with Breeze. 30 and 31 kills.
There is firepower on EG. That's always the thing. Breeze, Cirque, Ethan, I mean, they've got the shots. It's just about managing to keep the composure right now. Molly onto Breezy, gonna force him back. Trade up, Cirque gets his op back. Just a spawn-based pick at the beginning. And again, OG, I mean, they are adapting to the meta on Dust 2, which is long control. They're putting 4 players over there immediately. They just want to shut Evil Geniuses out. And then Mantu's there to hold off short. So if EG try to go for a quick play, they will be hard pressed, but it looks like that is going to be the name of the game. And Mantu is about to get tested here.
It's one of those things. It might be hard for EG to read that there are that many people at long early. If they knew, then you could go for a fast B push, or mid. You could even push like 3 people up middle immediately. But that only actually works if they have the same intel that we do. And
they don't get X-ray. They don't get to see people through walls the way we do.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it?
It's a hard one.
Oh, this could be cool though, Mantu. He's been good with this AWP, but he's going to be put to the test, I think, right about now. Molotov will actually slow them down a lot. They're waiting for that to get away so they can finally put the rest of the grenades in. 45 seconds, and they're going to be jumping down on the low ground as well. Mantu, the flashbang is really well timed. That just saved at least one person. And a bomb plant goes down and a 5-on-5 retake.
That flashbang is the most impeccably timed flashbang we've seen all match.
Yeah. That worked out so well, saving at least a couple of people. Now they're going to try and go for the retake, but over the smoke, it's Breeze to get a kill before he's returned upon Stanislaw. No chance. Isa now opening up in the bomb site. LXB will take over right afterwards. Ethan and Sirkin just scratched that. Only Ethan left in a 1 versus 3. He tries to go for it, but they are covering that so nicely. And OG now right back into it. 18 to 17. All right.
Match point for OG and the pressure on EG, and they are counting their lucky stars. They got that bomb plan, Anders.
Who is it? Was it Launders that was the only one that had picked OG?
I do believe the Launders has pulled a bit of a Moses.
You know what?
He didn't have G2, though. I think Scrawny was the only one who had G2 with me in the first match.
All right.
But it was a bit of an EG favored prediction there from everybody.
Yeah, I was on board that train, too.
Now you want off, huh? Is that what you're trying to say? All right.
No, I don't know.
Let's see. I mean, match point for OG, 18 to 17. This is it.
I mean, if you would have been watching this game, you would probably felt pretty good about picking EG from start all the way to now. Now you're like, oh, wait a minute. Why is this happening? Let's see what they've got. Could be double OT. They got Ethan over at the Dark Hole and just 4 people long. They've left Cirque down there in the pit. I like this play. This is just a way to try and say, if they get curious and they go check long and forget that that all could be in pit, maybe we just get a free kill. But you have to decide how long you want to do that. 10 seconds, too short time. A minute, way too long. So somewhere in between that.
This is almost where you're just playing retake no matter where they go. We will get a second boost up, so the focus is on Catwalk at this point. Get bodies up on Catwalk. That's going to be the point of contention. Mantu's holding. He needs back up close. There's the first shot coming through. He didn't spot another body, though, so they don't know if this is going to be a follow-up. Nicely timed incendiary.
But this is such a hard shutdown. There are so many people defending this Catwalk, but now they're a little bit out in the open. They fall back too quick. Mantu with another kill. It's really important, and they're low on health. They're getting shut down. Isa looking for the kill, and he'll get Breeze as well. 25 seconds, and Cirque, I don't even think that could be done. He has to run all the way up there, get the bomb, not get killed along the way. He misses a chance, and again, 18 seconds on the clock. He can make not even a single mistake right now. 14 seconds, he can't stop. He has to keep running, picks up the bomb, and now he's back on track. 9 seconds on the clock, and he does put it down immediately, but they're coming in from long as well. Isa's gonna be there. Cirque goes down, and it's win in overtime for OG. What an upset. It took all 3 maps. And here we are.
They did it. They did it straight out. They put the work in. They have been here in Europe. They've been practicing. They had the ICE tournament. They came right in here ready to grind for Blast Premier. And here it all pays off, Anders. A fantastic start for OG, taking down EG in their first match.
Yeah, I mean, it took absolutely everything. What a fantastic game. So exciting. Again, 30 rounds when every single one in the overtime at the end. That's a lot of Counter-Strike to be played in one best of threes. You have to really appreciate that. Rough loss, I would say, for EG. But, I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. You definitely saw some mistakes in the game. You saw some of the qualities that they have as well. Wow. OG taking a moment to group up and enjoy the moment, I guess.
Certainly. There's a lot to go off of here for this team. At EG as well, I mean, there are going to be so many questions to which, you know, there must be answers here.
Yeah.
As far as being a heavy favorite, or I mean, a favorite coming into the tournament.
Chad's going to be angry, but not angry is Man2 down there. Whitbanks, take it away, please.
It's actually Alexi B I've got here, but thank you, Anders, either way. First of all, I've got to ask you, what a way to come back, right? You had the Ice Challenge, you guys continue to work things out, and you take a big win here over EG. How proud are you of the team right now?
Really proud, actually. Like 14-8, I think it was. We took a timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, the first rounds in T-side didn't actually show our T-side. It was more of them winning the force buy and us forcing, etc. But then we just went into it without thinking too much and actually got it into the overtime and won it.
Now looking at this fight, you had 2 games of 16-14, then we go all the way to overtime. People were starting to worry a bit when it comes to overtime. We're not sure what you guys might deliver. How did you guys keep your cool?
I'm not sure exactly. I think that the last round on T-side, when we took the timeout, Man2 had obviously like 300 because they knifed him on the, like after the second round in overtime. And I just called a strat we made on the fly, like in our practice room when we felt like we had low money. Just have three guys running up cat, and they weren't ready for that.
Now talking about Man2, in general, many people when he joined the team were kind of skeptical of what he might be able to achieve given his experience, but he certainly delivered here today. What are you making of this young player?
I don't know, man. You gotta ask him. But he just has the heart for the game, and he's actually doing really good work. And I'm proud that he's delivering.
And next up, you're going to be facing G2 tomorrow. What do you expect from them? What do you make of them?
We played against them on Summit. I think they were the stronger team, even though the maps went 1-1. And they look strong today. They even made a comeback against 100 Thieves on the first map, and I'm just looking forward to it. I think right now we got the pressure out of us. I mean, the pressure that like we've been practicing 1 week straight, and like doing the actual practice and showing it into officials. I think today we showed a glimpse of that. It's just that tomorrow we need to do just a tiny bit better, I feel like.
Hey, well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Congratulations, Aleski B, and congratulations to OG. Make some noise!
Yeah, nice. One more. Bridge. Dead. Nice. One more short. You have a flash. Dead short. Nice. We'll get another. Still one. Short. Nice!
Very nice indeed. Fantastic. Stellar win, I should say, for where OG and this team is in kind of their development with all the new names and the new names thrown together and what they are building. This is a very, very big win for the team.
Yeah, and the constellation of players worked out exactly as you'd wanted if you're the OG team. Valda had a banger of all 3 maps. You got Man2 coming in there second in the stat line, and then Issa, well, he's really turned it on that Dust 2 third and final game right there to really bring them into this. It was a close game, lots of retakes. It had everything you wanted, and look, we got overtime as well. So all the Counter-Strike here for the final series.
Yeah, definitely. I do know that you had some, thinkings about that the level maybe wasn't that high throughout the entirety of the day. Is that taking away a bit from OG's win? Or
I think there's just certain things you come to expect with these teams who have shown that they can be top 5 in the world, and then when you don't see it, or you have individuals not hitting shots that they normally would, that's where you go, oh, what's going on here? But you can't take anything away from the way that OG performed, right? They've come on in here, they've got it done over 3 maps, and there were 3 close maps. That's normally where new teams crumble, they normally fall off after a close loss.
Yeah, I would also say that was the key thing to me, is the idea you showed some character. If you're a brand new team, that was one of the things I said Alexi B used to have when they were in ENCE, that I haven't seen in ENCE since, and now his new team shows me in one of the biggest games, because whatever it was, 13-8 at that point in time, the way that actually they won that round where it was on the force buy, that's game over for anyone else. That could be the soul crusher. You've played all day long.
Yeah.
Valdez having the game of his life, and he's still going to lose. So in that scenario, actually, I think, listen, you can blame EG all you want, but they don't just give the game away.
Exactly.
You have to take it from them.
And you also still have to finish it, especially in a scenario where there's an overtime as well. Alexi B, thank you for joining us. Congratulations. We do want to ask a bit about your IGL role. We saw today that you guys were trying to focus on having you do it exclusively. How was that test for you today, and how do you think it went?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, we heard in the past that maybe it would be shared down the line, but you guys wanted to try having you do it exclusively in game.
Yeah, no, actually we went back to, not back to, but we started with me calling. On Summit I did it, like the whole event. Then, then after the Christmas break, we talked with the team and talked with Nathan, because Nathan obviously wants to be involved with everything, and he told us he could lead the CT, and I was open to it because I feel like I'm open to everything, like as long as the team is moving forward. But then after Ice, I just felt uncomfortable because like some things, maybe we start on the CT side, let's say, and I'm not in there, I'm not speaking, and then I go to the T side, and then I'm like, wait, like I'm not calling, like what is happening to me? So I just told the team that I just don't feel too comfortable, and like let's go with having me calling both sides, and everybody like thought that it's the right way to approach things.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear it like that, it does seem that it's utterly confusing if like one person does the one and the other. So I think that's definitely a good idea.
Especially when you want to be a leader, right? Because you want to be able to listen to the things that Alexi's saying and make sure you can trust in it, and you want to build that throughout the course of a game. I got a question for you, mate, because now that Valde is having a banger of a series right here, that role change is something that's happened very quickly. How difficult was it to kind of, hey, Valde, be the star again? Was that a hard process?
No, definitely not. As I said, we actually have practiced more with me being the full-time leader rather than having Nathan do it. So no, not for me. Like not taking anything away. Like Nathan's leading style, obviously, like is really good. All I'm saying is I wasn't like comfortable with it because the whole career I've played, it's more of being me like as the actual leader, you know. But Valde, like, to be honest, why he wasn't like having too much impact was only because of like confidence things, not like he's not putting too much work or anything. We have just been having team talks over and over, and I just feel like we're starting to get into the phase where Valde knows exactly what he needs to do, and right now, like, you could see he won one clutch, and after it just snowballed. Like it's the same on practice. If you give him one clutch, he gets the confidence, he can just pull anything off.
Yeah, it just seems like if you free him up of the fact that he doesn't have to do those tasks anymore, there's just so much more that he can tap into. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, you were very hyped about him even before this match, Thor, and has this reinforced the idea that this guy has a huge
I mean, I always thought he was a really good player anyway. It just depends what his role is, what type of team he's in. One thing I wanted to actually ask Alexi is, when you get kicked out of events, which is realistically what happened, they actually told me themselves, like, they kind of like oversold the idea that you didn't do much in ends, like you were just calling some stuff and then maybe other people calling other stuff. But I have to say, one thing that I've been so underwhelmed by them is, ever since you left, they don't have any of that like grit to come back in the game and win all those close matches, get all those crazy T-sides. Your team won 2 maps like that today where you had to come back with these big T-sides. So does this feel like some vindication in you as an IGL on this team?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not exactly sure what they're talking about because like, of course I've been watching all of their games, and I just want to say that 70% of the tactics that start straight from the spawn is like my tactics. But then again, obviously they have some new things. I've practiced against them. They have something new. There is something I have done. But overall, like, I was the leader of the team. I was doing exactly the same I'm doing with my team right now, and you can ask these boys. But it's like, I don't care, to be honest, what goes like in the team at the moment with them. I just hope for the best for all parties, but yeah.
Are you starting to hope that we just stop asking about it because you are in the OG project now? So like, it is very cool though that kind of this is a new configuration, and you're all starting from zero, and you're really building this project not from zero. You all have skill, of course, but you're finding the way to mesh with each other. What is kind of the goal for this tournament in particular? Like, what do you guys want to work on? What do you want to show?
After Ice, we straight up started like practicing. We had great practice room in the Ice Challenge and great practice room here. Just a week-long boot camp, but I think the thing is like even though we have obviously played a lot, but I think what the most important thing is for our international roster is to actually talk things out. Because I feel like if you even let one small thing just like hold it in you, you can already see it on the server. So like after every day, we always talk, always go things through. At the moment, I just feel like on practice we've been smashing it. Like everybody on the same page, everybody's energetic. But today on Inferno, like everybody was talking. Like we were leading like 5-0 on T side, and I just told them like after the second round, I haven't said a single word. Like just let me talk right now.
Specifically Issa, by the way. I mean, I was checking out here, and he's just so energetic, and he was talking a lot. Is it also your job as an IGL then just to say, guys, you know, I can't concentrate if you're going to be yelling this much during the rounds, or are you then kind of like killing the energy of the team?
No, I mean, I love Issa. I love what he's doing. He's hyping everyone up, and he needs to be hyped us as well. But for me, just as long as it doesn't go to the freeze time, everything's okay.
It's a pretty good rule right there.
I agree.
Just one quick one here for you. You're curious from a player's perspective. We've seen Astralis start slow. We've seen Liquid start pretty slow. EG here, they were losing a lot of force buys uncharacteristically. Today, 100 Thieves losing a lot of clutch and retake situations. These are all teams last year that we looked at as some of the best teams in the world. What do you think is going on with these guys?
With EG, you mean? Or
all
like
of them.
it's
All
all
the big names kind of had bad opening
They've all had
games.
bad starts.
I don't know exactly. I think it's just the fact that people haven't played on LAN for a while. Because obviously, as far as practice goes, like I've heard players say that Astralis was smashing it on the prac.
Yeah.
We joined the server once where Astralis was still on the server and the score was like 26-1, and we were like, oh, they smashed them.
Smashed it.
But coming into LAN environment and just like whole different like with the team and everything, I feel like they just get nervous. When you watch Astralis play or any of the other top teams, I just felt like they felt like too nervous. They overthink stuff. They execute us poor. Like I just think that this LAN was a eye opener for the teams, and they will come back stronger in the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, they're also not out of this one yet, of course. They can come back still tomorrow and get back through.
The last week's teams.
Yeah, okay, that's true. That's a great point. We do have a loser interview standing by with Stanislaw, so let's hear what he has to say.
I've got Stan with me from Evil Geniuses, and obviously a tough loss and a very close game overall. What do you make of it already just from kind of coming out of that and going to overcome? Because usually newer teams like OG would crumble in a situation like that.
I think we just beat ourselves. We weren't hitting shots and we didn't play to our capabilities, and that's all it really came down to. We made mistakes that they capitalized on, and that's it.
And there was a lot of these rounds, especially when we got into Dust 2, right, where we were getting the force buys, but it was kind of going back and forth. You were having moments, they were having moments. In general, what was the communication like for you guys? Because from when I'm speaking to the other guys, you seem to have like a really good boot camp again here in Europe.
Yeah, our boot camp was good. We played pretty consistently throughout the week, and yeah, I just think it's pretty simple why we lost the game. We just weren't hitting shots, and we were making a few mistakes that are uncharacteristic, but yeah, that's how it goes.
Now, we've seen this not just in this group, but obviously the previous groups as well, with some of the bigger names not being able to come back from the break and kind of have that. Would you put this down to maybe a bit of rust as well?
I wouldn't call it rust. Obviously, it's the first match for us in a month and a half or so. We've had a long break, but we trained very hard for this tournament, and I just think today, whether it was nerves or whatever happened, we just weren't hitting shots. And tomorrow we're going to make sure that we are hitting shots, so teams better just watch out for that.
Now, you're facing 100 Thieves tomorrow. How do you feel like you're going to match up against them?
We've always matched up against them pretty well. We have a good record against them and a good map pool to balance it out. And we're definitely just going to go back and do our homework for this disappointing performance. We're all obviously disappointed because we feel like we should have won. I felt like we were in control the whole game, and I don't feel like we were outplayed, and we kind of outplayed ourselves. So I think tomorrow will be better.
Hey, I've seen it many times from you guys in the past, mate. Good luck going into tomorrow. Thank you very much.
There we go, level-headed. If it could only be that easy. We didn't hit today, but we're going to hit tomorrow, and it will all be fixed, Chad.
That's one of the hardest things, right? Is going, yeah, we're going to hit the shots. That's the one thing you can't guarantee when you rock up on the day, right? You don't know who's going to be feeling it, who's not. But going up tomorrow, that's the two favorites of the group, one of them getting knocked out in last place. So I feel like we've seen this before. It's these underdogs keep proving themselves,
Definitely.
Don't they?
Let's pull up the bracket and take a look at those matches for tomorrow. Of course, first up, 100 Thieves versus EG. will be interesting. The last 6 times they met, EG got the better of 100 Thieves. They've got something to prove. Thorin, how do we think that one's going to play out?
Well, I mean, the EG that played today could definitely lose to 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves at least had all the fundamentals there. They looked pretty solid in their game, even though they got 2-0'd. I would say it's a fairly obvious one. I mean, the classic skill versus tactics type matchup that usually makes for great Counter-Strike, quite frankly. And this EG, if I'm 100 Thieves, I would think now's my time to turn it around. A bit like Na'Vi versus Astralis.
For sure. I think if that tilt creeps in like we did see with the Thieves today, it could be a little bit problematic. But yeah, let's hope for another series with all the rounds.
Yeah, let's see. Alexi, quickly then, what is your prediction for the 100 Thieves EG match?
That's a tough one. I mean, Jacob tweeted that he had an off day. I'm not sure like exactly how big of an off day, but if
pretty big.
Pretty big.
All right.
Yeah.
So if he turns up on the service tomorrow, I think it could be quite tight. I'm looking for 2-1 EG.
Do you have the confidence that you can win this weekend at Blast Premier?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, after today and that fantastic victory, congratulations and all the best, Alexi B and OG. We're going to sign off for the day, but of course, in just 10 minutes, you can spend even more time with us, or at least with Launders and with Scrawny in the overtime show. So we'll see you then, and for the rest, see you tomorrow. Thank you to my analysts. Sleep well, enjoy the show, enjoy the rest of your Valentines.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Blast Overtime. I hope you're having a wonderful Valentine's Day. What an amazing day of games. And to follow up with that, we've got a very good interview coming up with Issa. I can guarantee it's going to be good because Issa is a great interviewee. It's me and Connor tonight here, and we're going to be doing a very special new segment following our Shot Style by CS Money segment called Perfect Match. And Issa will be here to find his perfect teammate. Stay tuned to Blast Overtime. Hello, 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 and welcome to our brand new set. Don't we love these lovely red hearts, Connor?
They make great noises when you slap them.
Yeah, they're fun to play with.
Yeah.
And you're also fun to play with, Issa, as on OG.
If you told me, I would have wear red also, you know?
Yeah, would you have?
Yeah. Valentine, yeah.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of Red Bull red there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little hint of it.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone special in your life?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Do you want to shout out? Or you want to...
No.
No, it's okay. It's all good. We have a great show today with you. You haven't seen the show yet, maybe, Overtime? Have you ever watched this show?
No.
No? Okay,
No.
This is great. It's perfect. That's how I like it, to be a big surprise. But you, as a teammate, very fun to play with. We're listening to the comms. It seemed like you're always very funny, bringing the conversation and the energy. Is that something you think about?
I mean, I'm an emotional guy, and when I feel happy outside and inside the game, especially with my teammates, my emotions just being released, you know?
Yeah.
But when I'm depressed or I don't want to play with the teammates, or it just feels that I will be calm all the time. So just emotional thing.
Do you miss Woxic?
I mean, it's like I got used to it, you know, like we played FPL all the time together, and then we played in Gex and Friends, and when we went on a pro team, we went together. So, of course, he will be always on my heart, and yeah, sure, like, he's my brother, you know.
Listen, that was your Valentine. You could have shouted him out. I don't know why you're hiding it.
Woxic.
So wonderful, man. And on this team, you don't only bring the joy, you also brought the frags. Dust 2 was a great map for you. And one of the maps I remember the most was a map that you played on Hellraisers on Dust 2. Is that a map that you didn't say it wasn't your favorite map, but is it a map that you find that you play well on a lot?
I mean, on this team, I had to change some positions, like to fill out the missing spots, or like how the team wants me to play. But on Dust 2, I still have the main position since I played from HR, like in both T side, City side. So I would say I'm very comfortable in this match, or in this Dust 2.
Now, to keep it real, you and as well as Mantu were one of many picks that could have joined OG. And there were some complications with other players, and a lot of stuff happened during the formation of OG. What was it that made you such a good pick when all was said and done?
To be honest, like after I went out from HR, I got plenty of offers, like both from NA and Europe, and I was not sure to take any one of them because I just didn't feel it. Like, some of them were really great teams too, but I just didn't feel that it's my right way to take it right now, because I was like, you know, I just wanted to chill first, to clear my mind, and then to take the right decision. And in that period, NBK contacted me, and I have been friends with NBK since a really long time. Since I joined FPL, we have always been really good friends, like outside the game, and we were always playing together in FPL. So I know this guy, and
always first pick.
Yeah, and when I want to play with someone, I like to play with someone like that I enjoy playing with, or at least I feel good with him, you know. And it like I cancelled all the offers, and I just told MBK, bro, it doesn't matter even if we don't have sponsors or whatever, I will go with you, you know.
Oh, wow.
Whatever happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like him so much, and he's like big brother to me, like. I feel it, you know.
That's really cool to hear. Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm curious. I mean, you said that MBK contacted you to the start of this OG project, but we know that before this you were with Hellraisers. You know, I'm just curious because that's now gone. But I've personally always praised Angel. I like him as a professional, and I like him as a player.
Yeah.
Did you have that kind of connection to him as well too?
Yeah, so much.
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, like, if Angel wasn't like in HR, I wouldn't take this opportunity. Or like, I mean, what I mean is like, basically Jonta and Angel was big part of my career, because they actually made me and they took me from FPL, they improved me, and then they basically released my talent. So like he will always be on my heart, especially one of, like, I always tell him, you are my big brother, and like I always respect him, you know.
Yeah. So so for people who don't know, first where are you from, or where did you live just before you joined OG, and where do you live now?
Jordan, both.
And you live in Jordan still?
Yeah.
Are you going to have an OG team house?
I mean, I don't think so, because like I have been playing on 70 ping all my life, and I didn't have problem with it. But when I joined OG, it feels we are getting a lot of invitation to LAN events. So it's like it's like rare to play online qualifier. Like the only qualifier I played on OG, basically I had 100 ping or 90 ping, and I was not feeling good because I didn't play in that ping for so long, because I was just coming back from a boot camp and summit, and I didn't have like good time to get used to this ping again. So all my shoulder peaking, or I was tilting when I was dying. Yeah. So basically now I don't think we are playing online qualifiers, and even though if we're gonna play important qualifier, I will just go and tell someone, like, I don't know, I will tell OG I want to play it from Europe or something.
This is actually an interesting thing. So with a lot of players, there's like Xanteris, for example, who lives in Turkey. There's also there's another player who, I mean, basically everyone in Turkey has to play with high ping when they play online. And Adrian, who's also played on Hellraisers at one point,
the
and Gambit,
Kazakhstani players.
Kazakhstani players had to play with very high ping, and it's two totally different experiences to learn how to play online and on LAN. But is that like a comfort zone for you, or is it you're just saying it's a little bit harder and you want to get that ping down?
Where you mean if I play on LAN?
If you play on LAN, do you find it's hard to?
Much better for me to play on LAN, because all these emotions and passion, I can't see them, or I can't do them online, which is I would say doesn't make me a good online player. Like even if I play good, but I feel on LAN it's always better for me because of the people, and I have to scream, like all the things gives me more confidence. Like
what's sorry, go ahead.
No.
I think that's a really good comparison to what we had last week with complexity. Blame F is another player who says that he is more of like this LAN presence, because he can look at his teammates face to face. He can stand up. He can use that energy of being in a studio. He sees the people and like professionalism. Whereas you go to online qualifiers. Look at complexity there, same struggles. So I think it's very real what you're saying, that there's a difference between LAN players.
It's a big difference, because like really, like when I'm playing online, like when we are winning round or anything, I can't say nice and scream. It's not coming from my heart, Like I'm saying nice guys, good job, but it's not coming from my heart where I have to scream. But here you can see how we are sweating, how we are winning rounds. I'm looking left and right. I see how people really want to win. So it helps me also to hype them up more and more, and hype myself, with them.
Well, I love to hear that, and I also love to see when you get a little tilted and then you drop the chair back and you go into recline mode. What's that?
No. This one, because I have back problem. Not back problem, but like my back is hurting me a lot, sometimes.
Okay.
So I just try to relax.
Carrying this team too much, huh?
No.
No. How's life in Jordan? We're gonna go into another segment soon, but I want to know I'm always curious about where CS players come from in different parts of the world. What's the Counter-Strike scene like in Jordan? What's your life like in Jordan?
I think it's pretty dead. There is really good players there, I would say. I don't know, like I'm not following the scene so much, and I have to focus on myself right now. But I'm saying, like, you can always find talents in everywhere in the world, but the thing is, like in Middle East, I feel we don't have enough sponsors to like release these talents out. It's main problem for them. Like, for example, if I'm player and I keep playing in Jordan, but I can't play against pros or anything, I can't show my potential, And with that being said, I feel that the mentality of Arabs overall is hard to play with each other. Yeah, I mean,
you as well, or?
I would say, yeah. I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the examples is, in my opinion, is Dota. Like you can say Yabs or Miracle, all these, a lot of good players on Dota, but they can't make a really good, like, let's say, tier 1 team or from Jordan or whatever, and just because it just don't work out. You know.
You play Dota?
Yeah. But
you play Dota?
No,
So you know OG then?
Yeah, for sure.
They won international
sure,
2 years in a row.
I mean, I'm 4K rating in Dota.
Oh, 4K rating in Dota, wow.
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, I understand the game.
Yeah, you
I'm
play
not so
enough,
good,
you can
but
understand.
yeah, I
that's
understand.
awesome.
It's so good.
So you're coming into the org, you're like a fan almost as well of the team?
Yeah, I really like the OG before I even joined them.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I picked you guys to win, partly because I really love the Dota team. I'll be honest. You know, you guys weren't the favorites coming into the match.
I tapped in Twitter that you choose right because,
I got you, dog.
like, to be honest, with the kind of like to be honest, on Ice Challenge, on the previous tournament, online tournament, me and Valde were completely lost. Like we are supposed to be the fraggers for the team and to always step up when it's needed, you know. And we couldn't find our game because of the not enough preparation we had, you know. Like especially after this tournament, we saw a lot of mistakes. Like for example, I don't know, we were dying by stupid stuff that is happening. You are dying by 3 times from behind, 2 times from picking the op, and it's like if you are dying in total 5 times without like taking a really good duel, you are just out of game. And I feel that was one of the reasons why me and Valde, like, I had the worst event actually in Ice. On LAN event.
Right.
LAN event. I think it was my worst one.
We're going to have a lot of time to get to know you tonight, but before we move on, we've got to go into the shot style powered by CS Money. Stay locked.
We talk skins. You know, fashion's important when it comes to Counter-Strike. It's about that feel good, play good type mantra. We've got, again, as per usual, 2 inventories we're going to take a look at. Now, Mohan, it's amateur hour. I've forgotten the order of the 2, but I know it's Alexi B or Valda. So production, save me, please. Let's cue up that first one.
There it is.
Woo, missed the mark. Gratisfaction. He's coming in first, and he's going to be rocking those sports gloves Omega. We've seen a lot of the crimson, the black and red color schemes throughout inventories, but this one's a little bit different. So the Australian Opera rocks that sports gloves Omega, and you know why? Because it is straight up a match to the AWP Dragon Lore. That Dragon Lore, his main weapon, the primary gun of this player, and it goes nicely with all the other skins he has here. He's got that classic yellow and black combination all across the board, the buzzkill, the fuel injector, and even if he has to pull it up, the G3SG1 scavenger. Bayonet Autotronic, does it match? Well, that's up to you guys to decide. There are other weapons out there, but I guess he hasn't splashed on the Dragon Lore knife just yet. Second inventory. Of course, gonna pop that one up as well.
What do we got coming up?
Well, we've got Alexi B. Alexi B, in-game leader for OG. Issa, how good of a player is this guy?
He's so smart that, like, he knows what he's doing, you know? Like, he's not, for example, he's a really good fragger, and it's so hard to kill him. Like, he's smart, he knows what he's doing.
Good movement, too.
Yeah.
I kept hearing you calling him Alexi Beast.
Yeah, because he's spending a lot of hours on KZ all the time.
Yeah. So, he's got that sweet, skillful movement, but he's also got himself a sweet skin inventory. We're looking at those Moto Glove Spearmint. It's nice and fresh, you know, white, pale blue. Good combination. Such a good combination with that USPS Road Rash. And then the M4A4 Desolate Space. That's where I draw the parallel. Again, we're talking those teals, baby. A little bit of purple, a little bit of green, some flair, some pizzazz. Op Onitaji doesn't really mix in, but he's got some purples. You know, the fade's gonna combine with that nicely as well. These players this week, I feel like there's a little bit less cohesion within their entire inventory.
It's a mixed bag.
But they're still dropping fat stacks on these sweet skins.
Damn, would you say they're spending too much money on these skins specifically?
Listen, we don't know how much they make, but I don't think it's enough.
That's a good point.
We've also got a good chance to take a quick little in-game look at one of Alexi B's weapons. That's his AWP Onitaji. Now, what's special about the Onitaji? Not too much. Nice mid-range type AWP. But what's beautiful about it is that he has an ode to Pasha Biceps. Pasha Biceps on the scope, an autograph for the ages. One of Poland's, very best. No, he stays here. Stay.
Cool. We did that. It was not as clean as the other skin inventories that we saw, but we did see a lot of good skins that were good on their own.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You know, sometimes it's not about the cohesion, as I said. Sometimes it's just about that individual pop, the pizzazz.
Yeah.
The shebang.
The shebang. Yes. Okay. And now we've got a new segment for Valentine's Day, what we've all been waiting for. While we dressed up in Valentine's Day colors, but we have heart balloons behind us. We've got a new segment, and we're going to do it with Issa. It's called Perfect Match. And so, I'm so happy that we had a wipe for that. I had no idea there was a wipe coming up. That's wonderful.
Production's getting too good.
Yeah, production's getting too good and too quick. But I'm ready to keep up. So here we are. This is our board, okay? Issa, we're gonna explain the rules for you and everybody at home. What we've done yesterday, or a couple of days ago, is record 3 interviews. 1, 2, 3. 3 different players that you don't know who they are, okay?
Yeah.
And each of the players answered 5 questions here and 1 tiebreaker question if we get there. But the first player to get for you to say that you like 3 of their answers wins. That player is your perfect match. So we're going to find out today who your secret perfect match is, and it's totally unbiased because you don't know who it is. Are you ready for the first question?
Yeah.
You ready for the first question?
Sure.
Okay. The first question is, and we're going to look at the screens, and then you're going to be able to see
They'll have the answers.
The answers, yes, and I'll read you the answers. It is
So where should I look?
Who is your favorite IGL?
My favorite IGL is
Alexei.
No, hold on.
My
We'll see.
favorite IGL, probably Stanislaw. My favorite IGL of all time is probably Existence.
What was the first one?
Okay, the first one was Alexei. The answer was Alexei.
No, the answer was Nico. 100%.
Nico.
Nico.
Okay. The second answer was, do I have this?
That is your correct card.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. And then the second answer was Stanislaw.
And the third was Existence,
And
right?
the third was Existence. Of all of those answers, which one is your favorite? Which one would you pick?
I think Nico.
Nico.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That means that player number 1
has a point.
Has a heart for you, okay? Again, first to 3, and we find out who your perfect match is. Okay, now we're in the rhythm. We're up to round 2. The second question is, who is your favorite opera?
My favorite opera is Zeo. Favorite opera, probably gonna be Cirque. My favorite opera is Gordon.
Last one was Guardian.
Yeah, I hear. I will go with Zeu.
Zeu, okay. Whoa, that's 2 in a row. I feel like you guys are a match made in heaven, but we don't know that for sure.
Yeah,
We've still got a couple more questions to go to see if there's a better answer out there for you. Our next question for our 3 contestants to be your perfect match is, what are the top 3 maps? Let's play the tapes.
Top 3 best maps for me are Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke.
Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke.
Yep.
Top 3 maps for me: Inferno first, Nuke second, and Mirage third. My top 3 favorite maps are Tuscan, Overpass, and Dust 2.
I mean,
you can see how much thought and effort they put into thinking of these maps, right? So I want you to put equally as much thought and effort into
why he
picking the
said
best
Tuscan,
answer.
this guy? He shouldn't have said Tuscan.
Yeah, weird, eh?
Hey.
If he put Inferno or something, it would have been perfect.
Perfect, okay. So he was onto it, yeah? Okay, so then who do you like the most of those 3? Okay, let me ask you another question. Do you have any idea who these players might be?
No.
No idea.
How can I know?
No, I don't know. There's like the watch. Who knows?
Little flair.
Little flair.
I will go with third.
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 Number 3. Okay, so we got a competitor here. This is going to be.
Whoop. Yes, that is for round 3.
That was close.
For round 3.
Oh, right, I
Yeah,
understand. Sorry. Now
Okay.
this is like a minefield.
And then we've got question 4 coming up. And if it does come to it, we do have a tiebreaker, so no pressure to make 3 in a row, okay? The next question is, what are the top 3 Crosshair colors? Let's find out.
The best Crosshair colors are blue, green, and white. Top 3 Crosshair colors for me, probably white as the first one, yellow, and then like the light blue cyan color. Top 3 Crosshair colors are green, just like everybody else, pink, and light blue.
Well, I hope you remembered all of those answers.
I mean, I hate all these colors.
You hate
There's
all
no
the
red.
colors.
If there is red, you know.
Okay. Well,
Red
if
is
you
my
had
favorite
to pick the best of the worst,
I would go with blue, green, white. So first one.
first one, blue, green, white. Oh my God, we already have a winner, folks. This
Took
is
4
it.
questions, but we got there.
What I'm most curious about.
But to be honest, I failed on this one. I didn't want to say Tuscan, but.
You didn't want to say Tuscan.
Okay, you gave them a chance. I appreciate that.
Okay.
You let the game keep going,
I didn't want to say
bro.
Tuscan. I
But
wanted to.
this is a clear of winner as I've ever seen. I think this is very decisive.
So I think if I picked what my heart says, it would be 4.
It would be for number 1. I wonder, do you have any idea who picked Tuscan?
No, bro.
No, bro.
No.
Do you think that person's crazy?
I think.
You think they're crazy? Okay. Well, I think then it's
like
time
he
to
should
reveal.
be like 1.6 player. I mean,
1.6 player,
someone
yeah.
who
Do you know
likes it
any?
a lot.
That are here this weekend?
No, bro, I don't know.
No, someone crazy for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, nuts. Yeah.
But he can be a really good old school player.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Maybe he is really good. Why don't we start with the losers, yeah?
Yeah, let's take a look who you did not pick. Number 2 was Ethan. Disappointed, man.
No questions that you liked.
And number 3?
Number 3?
The
Can we
crazy
look at number 3?
Tuscan pick?
Looks like we messed up.
That could have been your perfect match. He was on your team. And our number 1 man was not on your team. Let's find out who that is.
So, am I your favorite player?
Oh,
So
your
Hunter.
new BFF.
Yeah.
Nico's cousin himself, Hunter. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, he is a really cool guy. I mean, we didn't had any conversation yet, but I'm pretty sure we will meet up in some place or after party.
I mean, this is pretty much the Tinder of the situation,
Yeah,
right?
but if on my heart I said what I want,
Yeah.
I would have taken it.
You would have taken it. Wow. Yeah.
What about a total blowout?
A total blowout. Wow. You love Hunter. You love Hunter. That's
I love
your guy.
everyone.
You love everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
the
that's-
NBK, you love him a little bit. A little bit of love for NBK, that's for sure. What were you about to expose?
I was about to say it's good that you love everybody because I got something for you.
Oh,
Wow.
Thank you. Thank
Happy
you.
Valentine's Day, man.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I'm happy you spent it here with us in the overtime
Yeah,
show.
I'm happy also that I'm proud that I was with you guys.
Oh, that's wonderful. And thank you so much for being on the show,
you.
man. I hope you enjoy your
Thanks for all the
new
fans, guys.
relationship
Thanks
with
for
Hunter.
watching me. Thanks for cheering for me, for our team, and thank you all.
Perfect. I didn't have to give you the floor. That's it.
Yeah.
More OG fans is what we need. So that's why we do the interview. So glad to have you on.
And he gave me flower, you know.
Yeah, and he gave you the
I
flower, yeah.
spent this flower to give OG power.
That's right, the OG Flower. Yeah, that's
He
right.
just gave me
The
flower
OG
like this.
Flower. That's
Yeah.
correct. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, guys. That's it. We're going to wrap it up and call it a day. It's been a long day, almost 100 rounds of Counter-Strike that we witnessed today. I hope you really enjoyed the Perfect Match segment as well as Issa. Make sure to go follow him. Issa, where can they find you?
Twitter. Usually I'm on Twitter or Instagram.
He's
These
always
kind of
nerding on
things.
Twitter, folks. Go ahead and look
Yeah.
him up. And you can also connect with us with the hashtag BlastPremiere or hit us up on any socials on BlastPremiere as well as on YouTube for some more content. So check that out soon. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a good night.
Good night.